Gender goes, I want to go. No, stay right here, right here.
Yep, got it. Thank you. All right, I would like to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, September 21st, 2021. And with that, I'm going to ask our chaplain, Betsy Vanderpool of the Sierra Chaplaincy, to lead us in invocation. Betsy, good to see you.
Good morning. Good to see you too. Thanks for allowing me to be here. Would you all join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for another day we're able to gather. Thank you so much for the trust that's been placed on each of our shoulders who are here in this meeting, whether in person or by Zoom, or are listening in because we're concerned. So God, we appreciate that trust. And I think of Solomon when he was put in a position of power and he asked for wisdom. And so, Lord, I ask for wisdom for each of the members of the board, for each of the people who are coming forward. Lord, grant us wisdom. Because 20 years from now, the things we do today are going to matter in this county. They're going to matter for future generations. Lord, it's about so much more than just us. So God, I ask for wisdom. I pray that you will give us each perspective. Help us to come forward for this great county that you've placed in our stewardship. Help us to come forward, Lord, and do what's best. And so, God, we ask for your perspective and your wisdom, that it would guide us. In your strong and mighty name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. Appreciate that. So we will move to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 5. Do you have any?
Do we want to do the pledge?
Excuse me, I skipped right past it. Supervisor
Okay,
Carlin,
Joey.
please lead us in the pledge.
Yeah, so everybody would stand and join me in the pledge.
I had a check mark there already. Sorry.
You're just so fast today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, because we definitely needed to do the pledge. So with that, let's go to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 5. Do you have anything?
No changes from District 5. Thank you.
District 4.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull item 13 for some clarification because, you know, I need to do that.
Okay, very good. All right.
Yes.
District 3.
No changes.
District 2.
No changes.
And no changes from District 1. So with that, Cam, would you please?
Supervisor Heidel, I'd like to request that closed session item number 43
Okay.
be continued 1 week. And I think you and I had talked about
Yes.
continuing closed session item number 45 to allow time to circulate some additional documentation.
Thank you, David. So we can deal with that in approval of the agenda, but I support the continuation of those 2 items. So if you take a look at those, and then we'll after public input, we'll go ahead and consider just continuing those 2, if you would. Thank you, David, for that. With that, let's open the public comment portion up for the consent calendar only. So Mr. Harn.
Oh, could you turn the mic on?
I don't remember the agenda item. I don't want to pull it, but I'd just like to comment of what I believe a loss it will be with James Williams quitting the Planning Commission. He bugged me constantly, asking me about fiscal impact analysis.
This is item 13, which is going to be pulled.
Oh, it
Mr.
is
Moran.
pulled?
I need to make a clarification on it. I didn't write it quite
So,
Well,
thoroughly.
and I'm not surprised about that.
I know.
Supervisor
but,
Parlow.
but
I
since-
know
Anyway,
my
I'm going to go
mistakes.
back to my office now, but.
no.
No, we'll hear it right away. I
James
promise.
Williams was a extremely hardworking, diligent planning commissioner who I had a lot of respect for. That's all.
Thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you, Joe.
Appreciate it. Public comment from members present in the boardroom.
Oh, 1 second.
Sorry.
John, could you wait a moment? Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken from those first participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Now, Jonathan, please.
On the consent calendar.
Consent calendar, yes. And please identify which number on the consent calendar you're speaking to.
Jonathan Gainsborough, item number 14. Good morning, Don.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, David. Good morning, George. Good morning, John. Good morning, Wendy. Praise the Lord, Lori. Good morning. Good morning, Sue. And that was an exceptional job. Well done, Kim. Just very well done. There's a standard joke about two scientists saying, let's go beyond the rocket to the moon. Let's go to the sun. And one of them said, we'll get too hot. And the other one said quickly, he said, we'll go at night. But it's not rocket science. What I want to talk about, item number 14. First, I want to read some words from the founding mothers because it was Constitution Week. This is the wife of John Adams. Abigail Adams was the wife of John Adams. She would become the first lady in 1797. In a letter to her husband in 1776, she urged him to remember the ladies with the warning, quote, if particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to cause a rebellion and will not hold ourselves bound by any quote unquote laws in which we have no voice or representation. I don't see the clock counting. There it is. I like the large numbers. So I want to talk about item number 14. It talks about renewing the continuum of care. Now I sat in on the continuum of care every month in Sacramento with Sacramento Steps Forward. And after tens of millions of federal dollars being spent, they still could not identify where there was one open bed on a given night. That's the whole point of the continuum of care. That's the whole point of EDOC, El Dorado County Opportunity Knocks. If the opportunity is knocking, let's open the door. Let's get some action and some traction. Let's get some results. Let's get a roof over our 600 homeless. Let's only renew the 55 or whatever, 50 some odd $1,000 for the continuum of care. If they don't, for example, postpone the last bi-monthly meeting and haven't reset it and are pushing it off another 2 months. They're feeding on you. You need to urge them to speed up and get that master plan out into the public and to you as the supervisors. The tail can't wag the dog. I urge all the women in this room and all the women in El Dorado County to speak to the supervisors and council until we have a roof over our 500 homeless on the western slope. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
It's a race.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, speaking on item 23. As you know, I've been before you, open forum, talking about vandalism that had occurred. And there is a rule that we found out that if you're going to be donating anything, then you need to come to the Board of Supervisors to get authorization. That's what that item 23 is to give us the ability to be able to volunteer and donate our time, which is critically important in any endeavor. Jonathan spoke about homelessness. This one has to do with 17 windows over a period of a couple of years that have been broken. And this will give us some security. And I just wanted to say how happy I am that we finally got this item 23 here, because we've been standing by to wait to get our work started until it was legal. And this item 23 creates that. So thank you very much. I appreciate your support on that.
Thank you for your patience, Chris.
Good morning, Ruth Michelson, District 4. I always concur with Jonathan when he speaks about the homeless, always. Not because I'm a woman, but because I'm a caring citizen. And I want to say also that as a citizen, you know, I do my best to keep up with issues, but I have a full life outside of this boardroom. So I catch what I can, and I read this when I can at home, and look at the supporting documents when I can. But, you know, I often make mistakes and don't quite understand the full issue. But I think it's important that I show up regardless. You have 194,000 constituents in this county. Very few of us take the time to show up out of our schedules. So I hope that you realize that when any of us speak, oh, I know I'm going to get to the consent item. That's right. I'll keep it to that. Sorry.
I was
On
thinking it was 14, but maybe not.
Yeah. Okay. I will save that for 1 o'clock, I guess. Okay. So I concur with 14 with what Jonathan said. 13, I'm so glad that's being brought up. I had things to say about that. And then the last one was 30. Just as, again, a citizen who's really not aware of all of the procedures. And you probably know that I brought an appeal to you that will be heard next week regarding another Serrano village. So I'm just curious, because I don't keep up with everything. I take it that this comes to the consent calendar because it's already gone through the planning commission, already been approved, and this is the final step. And that is why it's on your consent. This is how the process moves along. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ruth.
Is there any more public comment from the boardroom? Now taking public comment from 390. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Interesting to see item 13 on the agenda at all, sadly, but glad that it will be pulled, because initially I didn't see another beheading of an appointee in a public execution, kind of like ISIS beheading those people. Anyway, but the rest of the agenda, and I thank whoever pulled this item for doing so. But I also was under the impression that this was for comments on closed session, and that's the way the clerk.
This is not comments for closed session yet. We will ask for that right before we go to closed session.
Okay, well,
we don't know when that will be, but
right, but the clerk, that was what I heard her say over the air, if you will. So maybe it's a little early and I just didn't hear it quite so well. Anyway, well, we'll discuss item 13 when it comes up. And also the time certain is 1:30 for the adoption of the urgency ordinance. And I'm also saddened to not see an urgency ordinance regarding fallover setbacks. Thank you very much for WTFs, wireless telecommunication facilities. because we still have that problem here, despite all the fires and everything else and homelessness and resignations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Any staff responses to any of the public comment on consent calendar?
I'm happy to just confirm Ms. Michelson's assessment on that particular final map, that you are correct. The final map happens, it's essentially a ministerial approval, only subject to confirmation that the conditions of the previously approved tentative map have been satisfied.
Thank you, David. Okay, back to the board. Any other considerations on pulling anything based upon the public comment?
Move to approve with the
One second.
changes.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 13 for discussion. Item 43 will be continued to September 28th, 2021, and item number 45 will be continued off calendar.
And I will second that.
No.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
that's just continued a week.
Continued 1 week.
I'm sorry.
In 1 week, yes.
Move.
Second.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Well, we don't have to do roll call for all present, do we?
Oh, that's true. We're
I think we
here.
can do it by voice
It's
vote.
been so long.
Yes,
Good job,
it's been a
John.
long
Good catch.
time. Yes, yes. Oh,
Nice to have Sue back.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That is nice.
All right, unanimous. Thank you very much for that. And I think it's probably timely to just go to the item polls, the consent item
Yeah, if
polls.
we could just really quick, needs to be read, right?
So Cam, if you read item 13 and then Lori can provide her
Of
comments.
course. Item 13 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board accept the resignation of James Williams from the Eldorado County Planning Commission District 4.
Thank you. So I didn't realize that when we put the Legistar item on the agenda, I didn't finish the sentence and it should have had an effective date on there. So, when you read James's letter, he said on or before September 30th. And that kind of left it vague when I didn't put an effective date. So my intent was to make it effective next board meeting, so September 28th. And then because there has been a lot of, you heard some of the comments already today, I have a statement that I want to read and I'd like it reflected in the record for all eternity because James has just been so appreciated. Oh, and just to say, I totally agree with what Joe Harn said, just because don't get to say that very often either. So it's a written statement because I also submitted this to the Mountain Democrat. They asked for a comment. So same statement. Thank you to James Williams for his 6 years of service on the Planning Commission. His caring and passionate approach to working with applicants, staff, and the public are commendable and appreciated. His integrity and attention to detail have led him to become an effective leader on the Planning Commission, and he will be sorely missed. James has been wanting to step down for almost a year. I wanted everybody to know that. This has been a long time coming. But he was gracious enough to stay so that I had ample time to find a replacement, which was very difficult. I wish him the best as he takes this time to step away from public service and to focus on his business and family. So I know for the public, it seemed like it was very abrupt, but I will tell you, I've been trying to find a replacement for a year. And I so appreciated James. He would not leave me hanging. He waited for me to find somebody, and that appointment will be on the next week's agenda. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out on the record. Thank you.
There's something I want to say about it. James is a real good friend of mine. I've known him for years. And the reason why he's stepping down as a planning commissioner had nothing to do with the dismissal of Cheryl Blychester. Basically, his manager has basically quit his business and has moved on. So James has to focus on his business right now. And that's his top priority. And that was the reason, one of the big reasons why he stepped down as being a planning commissioner. I've known him a long time. He's a very, very good friend of mine. So it had nothing to do with the removal of Cheryl Blychester.
Any other board comments?
I just want to say I always appreciated James's careful, thoughtful approach. He did his homework, like you said. He listened and was able to weigh all aspects of a decision with critical thought, and that's just absolutely essential for an effective planning commissioner. And just always appreciated his approach, and he will be missed.
I'd just like to add that James has been the hardest working planning commissioner I have ever seen in my 4.5
Yes.
years on the board. Basically, he does his homework, he digs in, he's always got thoughtful comments. He's trying to make sure he does the best he can for our community. And even though the board has made decisions that basically went against what the planning commission with additional information available, I've always respected James's opinion. He comes with it all on relative to his honesty and his personal perspective, trying to represent the community. And that's exactly the kind of personnel that we need on all our committees and commissions. It's people who really want to represent the community and do what's good for the greater part of the county and not just a small local area or faction. So again, I think that losing James is going to be a turning point. But I think, we look forward to a new commissioner coming on board and the training that goes on with that and getting off to kind of a fresh start there. So very good. Kim, you want to open it up for public comment then?
Now taking public comment on item number 13. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Come on up, Ruth.
Yeah, come on up, Ruth. You want to talk to it?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ruth Michelson, District 4. I just pretty much want to reiterate what others have said. As a member of the public, as the audience of observing all these planning commission meetings, board meetings, city council meetings, et cetera, it becomes very apparent who digs into the issues, who knows what they're talking about, who's done the homework, who really takes it seriously and doesn't just have some broad sweeping comments to make, broad stroke. And James, I'll tell you the truth, I really only focused in about this last year during COVID. I was busy with my business prior to that, but with our business being closed during COVID, this became a new pastime for me. And Zoom was great. I didn't have to come and sit here, and I suppose I could still be at home, but it's nice to see you all. But I did notice James being really stellar, really a stellar planning commissioner. I can see that in many ways it's thankless, like I'm sure many times you must think your job is as well, because there's dissent and disagreement, probably the same word. But anyway, I appreciate him and I wish him the best with his business. I understand when you have to pivot and change your focus. So I wanted to thank him for his 6 years of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth. Anyone else in the board chambers who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, let's go to the Zoom participants and phone calls.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Hi there, this is Ken Greenwood, District 2. Yes, I'd like to add to the accolades to James's performance, if you will, and his thoughtful approach to the issues. He understood the wireless telecommunication facility issues and made every attempt to bring that up more to the Board of Supervisors. Sadly, until recently, run into pretty much a wall. But such is the way of politics, if you will, and the slow nature that our board decides to do things at times. But anyway, James brought a real talent to the Planning Commission. And I'm sure it was hard to find a replacement. Who would want to jump into that acid bath? Who would be, these public beheadings are a little hard to take. With ISIS in charge, it seems, I'm not sure, Supervisor Parlin, who you found who is willing to get that close to the grinder. But again, you know, James did a really incredibly good job. I was really amazed at his level of understanding of the issues, and he dug in, and that's good. And I don't see a lot of, and he was polite to the people who came before the commission, unlike some of the other participants that have been on the planning commission through the years. As I mentioned back in the day, it was like, it truly was an acid bath. In fact, it's quite civilized now, despite the acid. You know, he did not belittle people like some of the participants. He did not make you feel bad, if you will, for attempting to comment and come forth and speak for or against a project, if you will. So anyway, we will miss him a lot, but really it's a good opportunity for him to focus on other things. I'm sure his children, thank you. I'm sure that his children will be able to recognize him once again. That's an old joke. So anyway, good luck, James, and whoever's up for the appointment, wear your slicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. So we will move on to our time allocations for 9
Oh, we
a.m.
have to move to approve that item because I pulled it.
Sorry.
so Move to approve.
Okay, got a motion? Do we have a second?
To be clear, I'm sorry, you were saying the effective date of the resignation is
September 28th.
September 28th. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that clarification. So
Thank
do
you,
we have a
Council.
second?
I'll second that with
You have a
the,
second?
with the comment that I thought he did an excellent job and he will be missed. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to see that before.
Yep,
It
okay.
was great. Thank you.
Well, not roll call.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries
It's hard to get used to.
unanimously. So thank you, James, again for your many years of service. All right, so now to the 9 a.m. time allocation, and it's been requested that we take item 34 ahead of item 33. So with that, we'll proceed to item 34. And Kim, if you would read that, please.
Of course. Item 34 comes from the assessor recommending the board consider the following. 1, conceptually approve and increase the assessor's personnel allocation of 3.2 full-time equivalent employees. And 2, receive a presentation on Proposition 19, the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act.
Good morning, Chair Hydall, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address 2 issues with regard to this agenda item. I will give you a background on our request for additional staffing, and then Assistant Assessor Danielle Yandow will give you an update on Prop 19. So with that, in 2016, we began planning for the transition from our old mainframe property system to a new property system, which we acquired and implemented in 2018. We knew as part of that transition that we were going to have to look at our organizational structure, simply because Megabyte processed work differently than Model 204, the old system. So in 2019, we initiated an internal reorganization to move some people around, make workflow processes a little more efficient. That helped. It was partially successful, but there were a couple of factors that we recognized that were increasing workloads beyond the capacity of the existing staff. One, beginning in 2020 and continuing to this day, there's been a significant increase in real estate activity here in the county. Sales are up, prices are up, activity is up in general, and that is causing workload issues for our staff. So there's that increased workload. Nobody could have predicted that Prop 19 would pass, and as Danielle will update you, that has had some impact on our work levels as well. And in addition to that, most recently, the Caldor fire is adding to that. So with that, we are asking for an additional 3.2 staff. The 0.2 is a holdover from when we went through staff reduction back in 2008. We had one staff employee that did not return to a full-time FTE position, and we're requesting that that be just made an FTE. That gives us an extra 8 hours a week of staff time. So that's the background on why we're asking for this increase, and be glad to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
So Carl, I do have one question. How much of the 3.2 increase is directly attributable to Prop 19 and needing to support it? Is it 90% of it? Is it all of it? I mean, it's a majority of it, right?
It is certainly not all of it.
Okay.
One of the positions we're asking for is a transfer specialist. That will help address Prop 19 issues. We are another one of the positions we're planning is we staff our front counter with assessment technicians and transfer specialists and appraisers. We are adding an office assistant position to take over that front counter position that will relieve our staff from that obligation and that responsibility. That will help address Prop 19. You may have some further questions after Danielle presents her update on that staffing. But a lot of it is driven by just what we're seeing coming down as the workload in terms of those activities, and then the Caldor fire is adding to that.
So if you had to get a guesstimate of the 3.2, how much of it's Prop 19 related? Is it 50%, 30%? Just a rough number?
A third.
A third? Okay. That helps me understand the overall mix of things. So thank you. Appreciate that. Any other board comments or questions?
Yeah, question from our
Carl.
CAO, actually. How does that, it's coming out of general fund, and we have been holding the line for years now, saying that we weren't going to hire extra staff, kind of keeping a as is type of attitude. Is this now changing because of the funding we're receiving? Is this now going to be coming from all of our department heads? Because I imagine it would.
No, Don Ashton, your CAO, the reason I asked that this item be heard first is because the funding is included in the final adoption of the recommendations for the adopted budget. So that is there. I wanted to hear Carl's presentation before you approve the budget, because you could make some changes. You're right, Supervisor Novosel. During all of our budget instructions, we asked departments to submit a status quo budget, no increases to anything, but to maintain services where they are. The departments then submit what we call supplemental requests of what they need because of legal changes, such as Prop 19, or any other policy changes that require them to increase staffing to maintain their services. And that's always been the underlying theme, to keep services at least consistent and not reduce services. We haven't believed we're in that position. When Carl approached me about this before the recommended budget, I asked him to wait until the adopted budget, until we had a better idea of our financial outlook. And he agreed to do that. Do I like adding 3.2 positions because we implemented a system that has created more work? I don't think Carl does either. But at the end of the day, the reason I'm supporting this is, and it really has nothing to do with Caldor. I supported this before Caldor happened. I think Caldor now reinforces the need, at least for a while. But the impacts to us if we don't get the roll closed on time are huge, if on time and accurately. And there's a lot of money behind that, far more than the 3 FTEs will cost. But
Yeah, and I don't want to disagree with what you're saying. My concern is that if this is going to open the door to status quo, then do we have other departments there that are saying they have likewise needy concerns for opening, for allowing for more staffing, and how's this going to affect? I totally agree. Looking at this, it just makes sense. My one concern I will have, my one caveat is that when we talk about putting computer systems in, we always talk about how it will reduce the need. And now we've increased the need. And so I do have a concern there. But on top of that, my other concern is, are we now setting precedent for other departments saying that if you have needs, we will be addressing those also?
so that's part of our normal budget process. Departments submit requests for positions every year. Sometimes I support them, sometimes I don't. Usually,
We've been doing pretty good on the status quo, I have to say.
well, you don't see the front end requests. And so, and I think that's where the process is working. And I appreciate the support of department heads and the debates we have at staff level to say we can support it or can it wait. Well, I think we've been very successful the past few years in resolving those issues at the staff level before them getting to the board. You're right. Most of the positions that have been added the past few years have come with the funding stream, whether it's state and realignment funding for Health and Human Services or grant funding for the district attorney. But there are 2 requests in here or I think it's 2 positions in the district attorney's office that are general fund to support the body worn sheriff's camera program. So that was a policy change the board asked to do. That is increasing staffing, and that's a general fund cost. So we have to take all of those things into consideration and balance those with the board's priorities and strategic plan. And then in this case, what are the impacts if I were to say no and the role couldn't close? Try to weigh all those and bring as good a recommendation forward as we can. I don't think it's to open the floodgates for departments to ask for things. I could be wrong and they could surprise me next year, but that has not happened in the past few years.
I just want to kind of support what Supervisor Novosel is saying, is that oftentimes when we look at computer systems, we're told that it's going to save millions of dollars. That's what we were actually told on many of these systems, and we would save staff. And so I think that when we look at those kind of changes on computer systems, we really need to be a little more maybe critical of those, for lack of a better word, sales pitches, and know that something new often will bring more staff just by its very nature. So I think we need to look at those kind of changes. Well, hopefully we won't have any more of those changes for a while, but I'm just, I remember those conversations, and it's been years ago. So, but it's just something to be kind of mindful of in the future.
So on that subject, I'll note in the budget book, it showed that in 2021, the assessor's office had 40.8 personnel. And then in 2022, it was projected to go to 37.8. So this is actually a step up. So is the budget book in need of correction?
I think we should no, but we should wait till we hear that item before you get into the budget book.
Okay,
So-
I'm just looking at history as
I'm
growth
just-
of department personnel. That's what I'm looking at. So,
I think that's the next item, Supervisor Heidel.
okay.
This is the presentation for you to receive the information. And then if you want to call that item now, you can.
No.
But this
I'll
is-
hold off. We started talking about what's happened over a period of time. So, okay, that's fine. I'll hold on that.
If I might just quickly respond to Supervisor Parlin, we are saving a lot of money with the new property system over the old mainframe system. So we are achieving those savings, and they're substantial. This is just, we took the time to understand how the new system worked. And we need to operate it as efficiently and as effectively as possible. The bottom line being, as the CAO stated, we need to close the roll. And there's a lot of real estate activity out there that's projected to continue. Prop 19 adds into that. And so,
But again, to follow up on Supervisor Parlin's comment, is we were told that there was going to be an overall savings. And so you're saying there is a savings, it's just not.
there
in-
is a savings.
Not in personnel.
Not in staff, what you're
Well,
saying. It's
I think,
elsewhere.
I can't remember the exact number. I wanted to say that it was going to cost us, save $1 million a year when we got rid of the mainframe. Substantial portion of that was going to be in the property system, and those numbers escape me, but there was substantial savings just from making the shift from a mainframe operated legacy systems to server-based vendor-supported system. So we are saving money.
Yeah,
Got it.
I guess
Okay.
we
It's
just
just,
need to.
it's gonna, yeah.
We need to
Right.
be careful because when we're thinking savings, we're thinking that there's going to be a savings in the cost of personnel because of the fact of going to more automating. So just something to be aware of.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all. Yep. Okay.
I do want to throw a comment. I appreciate my fellow supervisors' comments, and it's a cautionary tale going forward. That's a good point.
That's really,
Yeah, but for the community, I also want the community to recognize, as we chat about this, that property tax is our largest source of revenue in the county. So it is, for general fund dollars. So it is critically important. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
by
okay,
far.
good. Just wanted to make sure that was correct. Yeah, it's
I was like, yes.
But, so it's critically important that we get the numbers right and the assessed value right. So it makes, has huge ramifications for our county.
Well, and one more thing, and not dismissing anything that's been said, because you're right. We government, state government, local government, always like to talk about new systems bring in new efficiencies. I'd like to remind the board and the public, I think there were 2, maybe 3 property tax systems that would meet this all in the state of California. And
Very limited.
very limited. And I believe there were 2, and Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, but the other one, counties were in line for 2 or 3 years just to get it implemented. And the board's priority was to get off the mainframe. And so this is really the only system we have.
The only viable option. And they have 36 of the 58 counties operate the same system we do. So there is that. And that has increased significantly over the last few years. If there are no more questions, then Assistant Assessor Danielle Yandow will bring you up to speed on Prop 19. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Morning.
board. Danielle Yando, Assistant Assessor. Let's switch gears and talk a little bit about Prop 19 today. Prop 19 was passed by the voters in the November 2020 general election. Oh, next slide, sorry. It replaced several different propositions, including Prop 90, which was actually the ordinance was passed by the county for Prop 90 and implemented in 2011, and it was repealed in 2018. Prop 19 contains 3 major sections, and they're sections to Article 13A of the California Constitution, their amendments. Section 2.1 provides for the intergenerational base year value transfers, which used to be known as the parent-to-child transfers or the grandparent-to-grandchild transfers. And that became effective February 16th of this year. And then there's the portion that's for base year value transfers for age 55 plus, severely disabled or disasters. And that became effective April 1st of this year. Section 2.2 creates the California Fire Response Fund and the County Revenue Protection Fund. And monies transferred to this fund will support fire suppression efforts, and that will begin September of 2022. And then there's 2.3, which requires counties to report the net gains and losses from section 2.1 and provides reimbursement to eligible agencies from the County Revenue Protection Fund for losses under 2.1. And that's actually effective when California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, otherwise known as CDTFA, actually establishes a date for that. So some basic facts on transferring a base year value under Prop 19. The section that pertains to base year value transfers for age 55 plus, disabled or victims of wildfire or natural disaster. Again, as I mentioned, that became effective April 1st of this year. It must be a principal place of residence that the base year value is being transferred on. And the purchase or the newly constructed replacement residence must occur within 2 years from the sale of the original residence. The base year value can actually be transferred anywhere in the state of California, and they can transfer any value, but any amount above 100% of the original market value of the original residence is actually added to the base year value that's being transferred. And it can be used 3 times per person per category. With the intergenerational transfers, as mentioned, formerly known as the parent-to-child or the grandparent-to-grandchild transfers, again, that was effective February 16th of this year. It had to be the principal residence of the transferor and must become the principal residence of the transferee. That's a major change in provision from what the parent-to-child previous allowance was. There was no principal residence for the new person that's receiving the base year value. It didn't have to be their principal place of residence. The value limit is current taxable value plus $1 million as annually adjusted, and family farms are eligible for the intergenerational transfers. So as of August 10th, our office had received about 125 Prop 19 applications. So that was about 6 months worth. 22 of them were base year value transfers within our county. 69 of them were base year value transfers from another county, and 34 of them were intergenerational transfers.
analyzing about 125 applications in a 6-month period. We estimate we'll get about 250 applications annually. When we analyzed a stack of the applications, the results indicated that an average property tax loss of $3,000 to $4,000 is reasonable for each eligible transfer. Comparing this to Prop 90, each transfer, we experienced an average tax loss of about $2,000 to $3,000. So based on this analysis, we're looking at a potential property tax revenue loss of between $750,000 and $1 million annually.
So let me ask a question of taking the 125 and doubling that, because what I've found is once knowledge is distributed of a new property tax exclusion, those kinds of things, that people get informed, they get on board. So my expectation would be the number of applications is going to rise as the word gets out that, hey, you're eligible for this, you need to apply. Doesn't happen automatically. So can you give me a feel for past experiences where we've seen these kinds of changes in terms of is it a simple, a linear thing you just multiply by 2, or is there an expectation that that number will rise when people are more aware of it?
It's not a simple linear thing, unfortunately. There's a lot of variables with this because they could also rise because of the wildfire, because
Right.
Prop 19 comes into play. But another aspect to look at is that we also saw an influx of the intergenerational transfer under the old provisions right before this took effect because of the primary residence aspect of it. So there's a lot of moving parts to
Right.
really gauge where that's going. So I try to keep it as simple as possible at this
Right.
point.
Right. I guess we shouldn't be surprised if the number of applications rises and therefore the loss to the county might diminish. I mean, it's a guessing game. We don't know.
It is.
But I would see that there's an upside potential for a number of applications to increase as people start finding out about it. But we'll see.
I had a quick question too. Oh, sorry, you're
Go
gonna
ahead.
hit the button. Sorry.
No, I didn't. I hit this button, not that button. So
There's
go
no
for it.
buttons.
There's no buttons.
Okay, okay. So when you were talking about the 2 years for wildfire, I have a concern that when we had Angora, it took over 2 years for a lot of people to be able to reconstruct their homes.
Mhm.
Is there going to be that allowance to allow people to defer this if we've got a lot of people that are gonna wanting to use this for reconstruction, and 2 years is pretty quick. I just don't see that as being realistic.
I haven't
With
heard
an
of any
extension?
legislation surrounding that. I mean, there potentially could be because of the number of
We
wildfires
need to
in
talk to our
California.
legislators then, because
Yeah.
that should be an extension. That's 2 years is really quick.
And this
I've
is gonna
I've
impact a lot
actually
of
received a call
counties.
from somebody in South Lake Tahoe, as a
Yep.
matter of fact, about that 2 years.
Yeah.
And it was not so much around the wildfire, but it had to do with COVID and the delay in building the new residence.
The whole
So-
situation is just compiled on top of each other. 2
Yeah.
years is just, I don't
Right.
think that's reasonable. Okay, well, then we need to talk
We'll
to
have
our
to
guys
look at
about.
that. That's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
And I was just curious, Danielle, on the intergenerational transfers, there's 34 of them. Are you guys tracking whether those are in county or out of county also? Just, or, I'm just curious how much of this activity is inter-county, and if you could tell on the or if that's something you want to bring. could look at
Yeah,
within
I
the
can
county.
look into that and
That'd be
get
good
back
to
to you on
know.
that. I don't actually have the numbers on that.
That'd be cool, thanks.
So the section 2.2 and 2.3 have several stated goals. One is to dedicate funding for fire protection and emergency responses, to address inequities in underfunded districts, and to ensure communities are protected from wildfires. They also state a goal to protect county revenues and other vital local services, and to reimburse local agencies and districts that incur revenue losses because of these Prop 19 transfers. The Director of Finance is responsible for section 2.2, and CDTFA is responsible for section 2.3. Also with section 2.2, there's a portion that's effective September 2022, and there's a portion that's effective September of 2028. CDTFA is currently working on circulating the proposed regulations to implement the elements of 2.3 that they are actually responsible for.
I do have a question on this slide, if that's Would you rather I wait until?
No, go for
Okay.
it.
So the goals of Prop 19 say they include dedicated funding for fire protection, emergency response, plus addressing the inequities to underfunded districts. So it also, on this slide talks about reimbursing local agencies for losses and transfers. So how does that work? And how will our anticipated $1 million in losses be offset?
$1 million question.
So,
Yeah, $1 million question.
so if you don't mind, if I'll just finish the last
Okay.
slide, that might help kind of guide us in that direction and kind of
Perfect.
answer some of
Sounds
those
good.
questions. So our recommendations regarding Prop 19, as the state continues or adopts these implementing regulations and rules, we suggest that we obviously continue monitoring the implementing regulations as they develop. The county should remain aware of registration procedures and deadlines, and share that information with the districts and the agencies. The property tax administration departments, we will of course continue to work together to develop accurate and timely reporting methods as is required by the state. And the county should support these local agencies and districts that incur revenue losses due to these Prop 19 transfers by helping them obtain reimbursement from funds established by the state. So to elaborate, we have a reporting requirement that we have to report to CDTFA our net gains and losses, and that information is what's used to basically apply these reimbursements. And there's still a lot of information that's not resolved on that front. So,
Okay, so it talks here on the slide that the county should support local agencies and districts. What about our losses, the county's losses?
well,
I mean, is that not just the,
Doesn't matter. Voters approved it, right?
true, I'm just trying to understand it.
well, they did.
Understand.
In theory, the county is eligible for reimbursement, as is any district that suffered losses from the county revenue protection fund established under section 2.3.
Okay,
It's just, that is that is still in formulation. CDTFA has had a couple of public meetings on adopting their implementing regulations. It's still under discussion.
So that's checks in the mail, but don't hold your breath.
excellent, all right.
Well, isn't it more likely that special districts and others that are impacted by loss of property taxes will get reimbursed and the counties won't?
You're asking me,
I'm asking for an opinion because
You're
that's what I
asking-
see this
you're
my
asking
legislation
question.
doing.
That was
so
my question.
you're asking my opinion
Yes,
on
just
whether
an
or
opinion.
not the state will follow through
Yes.
and make some effort to reimburse the losing counties. Because let's face it, the Bay Area counties, those residents are going to sell.
Yep.
They're going to put them on the roll at market value, and then that low base year value is going to be transferred to the foothill
Mhm.
rural communities. And is the state going to follow through and fund that? Those fund, are they going to put money in that fund sufficient? Or will it be a token effort? And I have no opinion on that. I'm
Okay.
sure there are going to be discussions at CSAC and RCRC and other collaborative efforts to look at that, because there is a small potential here that the state has, the voters have actually created a path to solving one of the issues that comes before this board every year, and that is funding for rural fire departments.
That's true.
How that plays out that's politics.
We'll all have to monitor it and be alert,
Right, we'll have to
Yeah.
follow it, yeah. I agree.
Thank you.
So Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for
That was the
yeah.
primary purpose of this presentation, is just to make you guys aware of what's
Really
going
helpful,
on, so.
yeah.
So I guess the other question though that's related, if the county were to be reimbursed, and we approve the 3.2, would that mean we could take off about one equivalent person with that reimbursement at some point in time if the money truly comes from the state? Is that an adjustment that would be made or proposed?
So part of the understanding of this is to know that each district that suffers revenue loss, they stand on their own and they need to make an application. And so, for instance, all the small fire departments that look at the information that we maintain and we calculate, and they make an application for loss, they will be reimbursed. If the county loses general fund money and gets reimbursed, then the CAO will look at that and say, okay, this is property tax revenue. It's the general property tax revenue. What are we going to do with it? How are we going to apply it? That's
Okay, all right. Because I'm saying there might be a correction if we truly get reimbursed at some level, but we'll have to wait and see if that happens, if it ever happens, but yeah.
There may be some additional revenue that we would get. It's not anticipated in our budget right now. So it would be nice. I'm not holding my breath on when that will come.
And just so you should know, the measurement period is a 3-year period. The gains and losses are measured over 3 years, and at the end of that period, then whatever's in the fund gets distributed. So it's not going to happen right away. And that's another purpose of this briefing, is to make sure that everybody understands there isn't a pot of money that's out there right now for the small fire departments. It will be there under the provisions of this constitutional amendment. It's not there right now. It's a 3-year cycle.
So the earliest anybody could get reimbursed is 2024? That you're saying we've started that 3-year cycle this year because it's just initiating it, or?
Yes, and there that has not been decided. The TFA held a public meeting trying to figure out when the cycle should start. Should it be based on when the initiative was passed, when it became effective, or when the fiscal year begins?
And they still haven't even decided that.
They still haven't decided.
Okay.
John Mailson.
I guess the other thing overriding, in general, large coastal counties benefit from this. And in general, rural counties don't benefit from it, from the standpoint of cost of government. Is that a fair assessment?
It's a fair assessment to say that the saltwater counties will be putting money on the roll as people migrate out of those counties. And they migrate to the foothill communities or other rural, more rural areas. That's just how it's going to work.
So it puts the burden on us as a rural county,
Yes.
but supposedly we're going to get reimbursed. So it puts that extra burden on us, make sure we get that reimbursement.
You know, if it
Well, to
cost,
make the applications, you got to make the applications, you got to stay
applications.
diligent, all that
Right,
kind of stuff,
right, right.
vigilance, but yeah, but hopefully there'll be something.
and it
to
depends.
be returned.
If a property owner moves here and buys an existing residence, that has one impact on the assessed value and the property tax roll. If they contract with Four Seasons for a brand new residential property, that has another impact.
Thank you, Carl. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, so let's open it up for public comment then, Kim.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment in the boardroom, or does somebody have public comment? Okay. For this item? Okay, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood, District 2. Yeah, this, as Mr. Weiland pointed out, hopefully our special districts will apply for reimbursement from the state, and the board, I believe I heard, will be able to have such an opportunity, but at a lesser extent is what I think I heard. This does have an opportunity to cause a lot of problems down the line as more and more people do it, and as we lose, say, 1,000 structures per catastrophic wildfire here in the county. Let's hope we don't get another. But I'm a little confused on how and it sounds like, just I'm looking for some validation, if you will, that the county is going to have to work a little harder on this than the special districts are, and that the districts are going to have to work. Their work's cut out for them, but the county's work is even more in depth and perhaps subject to not getting this reimbursement. I hope that we are able to maintain revenues at a fairly good stream, so that we don't have unintended consequences or intended consequences down the line that are going to harm us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Is that it for public comment? Maybe the auditor controller would like to speak.
Good morning, board again. I kind of want to respond to some supervisors' comments, in that we have a hyperactive state legislature, and every year they pass laws that make Carl's job more complicated, my job more complicated, the county council feeling more self-important, the CAO's job, the CAO's job more complicated, and overall the department heads, just everybody's job more complicated. And overall, because the CAO is in general a tight wad, the department heads have done a pretty good job of just absorbing the fact that it just gets more complicated. And so at some point some department head may assure you in 1 year they can make it on their current staffing, but 2 or 3 or 4 years later, it just, the legislature and the federal government keep requiring more financial, more complicated reports, different reports. Yep. And that's just from my perspective. But every year they tinker with the R&T code and they change Carl's job. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody remembered that when we do make a solemn commitment to you, it's very important that we make extraordinary efforts to honor those solemn commitments. But things come up, and Prop 19 is a much bigger than normal thing, but things every year we get something.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Joe, you're 2 for 2. I agree with you.
Mm.
Ooh.
Wow.
This is
That's bad for both of us.
Remember, Joe, third time's the charm. So hang in there, buddy. All right. All right. With that, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion on the proposed item, unless staff has any additional comments based upon public comment.
How do you top that? I will go ahead and move staff's recommendation on item number 34.
second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously.
So much faster. when we're on.
Thank you all for that. And
Great presentation,
Yeah,
you
thank you
guys.
so much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
good work. And we're just starting to learn about Prop 19 and the breadth and depth at which it really digs into it. Because I think a lot of people didn't recognize that when they looked at the ballot
Oh.
measure.
No.
So this is an awakening for a lot of us, but
Yes.
thank you for helping keep us informed.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll go back to item 33. So Kim, if you'd please read 33.
Item 33 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider recommended changes to the County of El Dorado budget for fiscal year 2021-22.
Mr. Chair, so Don Ashton, your CAO, I'll turn it over to staff to handle this, but before we get into Emma's presentation, I'd like Sue to address your question about the FTEs.
Okay.
Assessor.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I believe you were probably looking at the recommended budget book in pages 3 and 4, and there's a little
Right.
blip in the assessor's personnel allocation there.
Yep.
3 positions were added in fiscal year 2021, never with the intent of that being permanent. It was so that he could accomplish some internal promotions. So we added allocations so he could do the recruitments with the understanding he would come back and delete the vacated positions. So that was being accomplished in the recommended budget.
Okay.
We also did note in the recommended that he was in the process of identifying the needs that he has related to the megabyte system and that we'd be coming back with that. So that's what the 3.2 add was today, was following up on that discussion.
Okay, but
Good catch.
maybe I misunderstood Don. I thought he said the 3.2 add was included in the budget. It is or it isn't?
The funding is,
It
the
is.
reason the allocations weren't included is because we haven't had a chance to complete that classification work with HR yet.
Okay, so when that is completed, when I look at the 2022 staffing, it will go up from 37.8 by 3.2. Is that correct? So it will
Yes.
go up to what, 41?
Yes, I did my
41
math
for,
right.
for 22? Okay. Which is basically
No,
what we
it'll-
had for 2021 with a slight change upward. So,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That helps clarify find that lack of reading everything, I guess, but there's a lot of moving pieces to this thing, yeah. But I do like the trend lines. It helps me go back and say historically, where have we been? And recognizing we had a big recession in 2008, 2009, even when you look at charts back there, you see huge changes, but this helps me understand the growth in each of the departments or the decline in each of the departments. So it's extremely helpful to have those trend lines. So thank you.
Hello, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. Kim's just gonna pull up the PowerPoint. So we had the budget hearing that's required by the County Budget Act on June 7th. And during that hearing, changes to the budget only required a 3/5 vote, but that hearing was closed on June 7th with the approval of the recommended budget. And since then, we've prepared some changes to the budget, our recommended adopted budget changes that we're presenting today. And those changes primarily reflect updated fund balance adjustments, updated state allocations that are a result of state budget changes, and just updated department needs, a lot of carryover things that weren't finished in the prior year, and now they're finishing in this year. So those are the major things that we're presenting today in this recommended adopted budget. Since the hearing closed on June 7th, any changes to the budget require a 4/5 vote if it's an increase or addition to the budget. So I'm going to try to keep the numbers to a minimum and just go over brief highlights. Overall, the budget's increasing 66.5 million in total appropriations and governmental funds, which is a subset of total appropriations. Primarily, that's 23 million in the general fund. We've budgeted our American Rescue Plan Act funds in a special revenue fund. That's 18 million. And then there's just a little additional realignment funding, a little additional road fund that makes up the majority of that 66.5 million. Then we have the general fund increasing by 23 million, but net county cost really is very a minimal increase. It didn't even make it to the rounding of the millions amount.
And that's quite an accomplishment, not to have that net county cost increase. So yeah, hard work makes that happen.
To highlight property taxes, we've changed our assumptions from 3.8% growth to 4% growth. The rolls closed at 4.6% growth, and so we're bringing it up with a little, not fully up to 4.6 to be conservative. We also update it based on more up-to-date projections of the actual 2021 actuals. So we had a little change in that chart there. Moving to sales and use tax, the actuals for fiscal year 2020-21 came in at 17.1 million, a new record for us. There are some adjustments we're waiting for in this year based on sales tax receipts in the prior year. So we're not sure how stable that 17 million is. So we're recommending that we keep sales tax at 15.7 million in the recommended adopted budget.
So let me ask, relative to the legislation that was proposed to take away the additional sales tax revenue counties were receiving from online sales and stuff, is that determined that it will not affect us in the budget year?
It will affect us. We're not sure how it will affect us.
So that's an unknown, but that will likely lead to lower revenues as opposed to what you're showing here. Or is this conservative enough? We think we have it covered. We know?
Really, the impacts are unknown. I guess good news is the adjustment that we're waiting for had to do with basically the fourth quarter of last calendar year. So the fourth quarter of, September through December, October through December of 2020. The good news is the methodology has now changed. So everything that we're seeing is coming in under the new methodology. So we can start looking at how that's going to affect us.
Okay.
But we really don't know. I mean, because that whole mixture of who's buying online versus in the stores, I mean, and the county pool versus the state pool. So again, we think this is fairly conservative because our budget numbers over time historically in sales tax have been generally very, very conservative. So, but at the same time, we've seen actual receipts steadily increasing. So just because of all that uncertainty,
Offsetting conditions.
yeah, we've had even a few years back, there was a different set of uncertainty with some errors in calculations and apportionments that had been done by the state. So we've always kept those budgeted numbers low due to that past uncertainty. Now we've got a new uncertainty to deal with. So we're just staying the course on that.
But I know our auditor controllers made us very much aware of the fact that there may be reductions given the legislation that's going around, but we didn't know how much and stuff. So that's kind of the uncertainty that goes into these kinds of things. And we just have to monitor and track to the best of our ability. So do you have a comment, Joe? Maybe Lori could agree with you.
Sure.
I'm working on it.
First off, it's not legislation. We need a change in legislation. It's
Okay.
a change in the way of one of the world's biggest online retailer reports their taxes.
Right.
Further, with some of the some of the emergency, not legislation, but emergency orders that came from the governor, certain businesses get to pay and report late. So to try and make any kind of estimate of what we don't, I mean, nobody knows what happened last year. I mean, we closed the books. When I say nobody knows what happened last year, there's businesses that collected retail sales tax last year and they haven't paid the state yet. And so we haven't gotten our 1% yet. So this is a great issue for me because whatever the CAO does, it will be wrong. And I will,
but by how much?
I will belittle him and criticize him for it. So, but no, the sales tax is really a confused mess right now.
It is. It is.
Yeah, thank
But
you.
And actually, I don't need to be that specific. We could get larger with that comment.
Are you gonna agree with them again?
I was gonna say, I think we're three.
That's
Three for three. Let's stop there.
We're
All
having
right.
a mind
Game
meld
over,
or
game over.
something.
Very good,
It's
very good.
scary. I don't know.
Well, in Supervisor Heidel, I think the word that you use that we've been talking about in my office is uncertainty.
Yeah.
And there's so much of that this
just
year, more than
is.
probably any other year I can remember.
Yeah.
And that's why you'll hear our recommendations,
Yeah.
basically saving the money.
Right, quarterly reviews and
address that.
semi-annual reviews, whatever they are. If we have to make adjustments, we'll have to make adjustments.
Yeah.
And those are always hard. If it's not an upward adjustment.
Right.
Downward adjustments are difficult, but we'll take it as it comes. So thank you.
Yeah.
So we may be doing a May revise too.
Yeah, maybe we
Wow.
could, right? We want to plan for
Really?
that?
I
May
mean,
revise?
I'm serious because there is so much, and we do have some money here and we do have so much uncertainty. It's kind of, I hate for people to start pulling it out of the pot, you know, so just something to think about.
Yeah, I think it's worth consideration. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the considerations on my business and stuff, I got a letter and stuff, and I didn't have to report my sales tax.
Mhm.
You know, semi-annual is what it was, not quarterly like it used to be.
Right.
Every 3 months, then it was actually for 6 months, so because of the COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Emma, we kind of interrupted
Sorry,
everything,
yeah.
but please continue. Yeah.
Transient occupancy tax. With the board item in March, we set the recommended budget at 5 million. Since then, we've better been able to analyze receipts for the past almost 6 months. We're recommending that we increase transient occupancy tax to 5.8, it's 5.76 million. And that reflects the 6.6 million of actuals in 2020-21, less 1/3 of the second quarter, which would sort of account for some possible impacts to transient occupancy tax
Yeah.
because of the fire over the past month. So we think it's a safe amount, and the budget's been reflected for transient occupancy tax to reflect this, which means we were able to put some in the designation for TOT special projects and also fund the broadband project that was approved by the
That's
board.
great. That's great. Thank you.
Moving along to fund balance. This is a general fund balance. The recommended adopted budget changes reflects 39.5 million in fund balance. This was developed over the summer and fall and last couple weeks, trying to estimate excess general revenues, department savings. It's a moving target because the financial records just closed on Friday. So In order to meet that October 2nd deadline required by County Budget Act, we needed to prepare something to bring to the board before the financial records closed. So I'm going to go over this now, and then I'll explain how they've closed based on the financial records. So contingency, we can reuse the 6 million in contingency that we didn't spend in 2021. Excess TOT revenue is 2.5 million, and we didn't include that in the recommended budget because we wanted to see what the actual number was going to be. So that helped fund that TOT amount to the special projects designation and as well to the broadband projects. The capital ACO contribution hasn't changed since the recommended budget. It's still at 3.7 million. Excess general revenues is 13.6 million. That's based on our really conservative projections because we were uncertain how coronavirus was going to impact general revenues. Luckily, it didn't have as much of an impact as we were anticipating. So we have 13.6 million in excess general revenues. And then departmental savings were budgeted at 13.6 million. This was based on, we asked all departments to submit an updated projection of what they're thinking department savings were going to be at the end of June. So that's this 13.6 million. The financial records closed on Friday, and that had 50 million in fund balance. So it's 10.5 more than what we were projecting. And that's primarily from departmental savings. And that's a combination of savings, and because there weren't as much of an impact on revenues, things like public safety sales tax, realignment, they were higher than departments were, anticipating because we had them really conservatively project those in the budget. So it's not just departments were really saving, but they were able to offset some of their expenses with higher than anticipated revenues.
And is that also a reflection on less employees than what they?
Right, not meeting staffing levels as allocated by the board, correct?
Vacancies?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
vacancies that weren't filled during the year were anticipated. Do you know what percentage of that 13.6 million was due to vacancies that weren't filled? We've had a difficult time recruiting. I mean, might as well just be honest about it, right?
I haven't looked at that, but I could do that analysis further at another time.
Because I suspect that's significant.
If that's not too difficult, I would like, I'm very interested in seeing that.
Yes.
Because I do think there's a lot of, is that an average for, say, around the ballpark we usually get every year? Is this an increase from years past?
The percent of savings is, the departmental savings now, I'm not sure, to be honest, I can look, but it isn't excessive.
It's not excessive.
I think when you look at, we can find out how much of that savings was salaries and benefits
Okay.
cost.
Yeah.
The books closed Friday. We're happy to get you that information, and it will be good information to have. Just from a high level of how much departments have returned versus prior years. I don't think it's that significantly different. We've been having, it probably is a little higher because I know of some specific classifications that this past year we are aware we've had a much more difficult time recruiting. Dispatchers comes to mind.
Yeah.
And so that's
Top of the list.
that's definitely impacting it. But I don't think it's out of line. If the auditor provided us all with a fund balance by department today.
Mhm.
And if you
Yep.
look at that, and if you were to compare that to prior years, I
wish
don't
I had
think you're going to see a lot of
weekend to do
difference.
this.
Yeah, I wish I would, yeah, getting it this morning was not the best opportunity, but yeah, but
Where is
there's a
that
lot of
guy?
good information in
Okay.
here, but we got to try to
That was
dissect it
last one.
Right.
instantaneously, and that's tough.
No,
so.
but it is good information. And I think that's where I was getting at was, I'm kind of curious to see, because we've had issues with big staffing and then all the other variables. I was wondering if this was going to be high. I would have thought it would have been high than general usually. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But my overall concern is when we have that money that's fund balance in the end of the year, it's a year's lost expenditures that could have produced something, right? Because time value of money and inflation and everything else, it's worth less today than it was at the time we approved the budget. If we had a tighter personnel allocation and we're able to take that money that repeatedly doesn't get expended, then we'd be able to apply it to something that provides services as opposed to just providing a loss of services.
Well,
When I look at it as level service, savings from the
Sure.
standpoint of unfilled positions is a loss of level service.
Sure, and it all depends how aggressive the board wants us to be in our budgeting. There's some counties, they'll have 5 more analysts in the CAO's office to go through these projections and do much tighter budgeting. That comes at a cost, right?
I'm not sure we need that.
But you need someone to do the additional analysis.
Yeah, but
And-
we have some trend lines again, and I think they're pretty significant that we need to look at, but that's all.
I would also comment, don't look at just the dollar amount number, because you look at the sheriff's office, they return It's funded with $8 million. What's the percentage of that of their total appropriations?
It's small.
It's
Yeah.
very small. So I think if you look at our year-end projections as of June 30th and what we actually came in with, we missed it by about 3%. If we get any more tighter than that, you could miss it the other way and go negative. So you have to, that's that. We've taken a very conservative philosophical approach. And then we use that money at the end of the year to pay like the sheriff's public safety facility
Yeah,
loan.
there are one-time,
So if we start budgeting too tight and then put those into direct services, we're going to have other complications. That's
But I think
all I
Su-
want you to be aware
I
of.
think Supervisor Heidel had a really good point. That is, looking at the trends is what's
Mhm.
important. It's not really looking at that money figure. It is looking at trends and figuring out, why are we over? If we are, then we are wasting the ability to use that in a long term rather than just one time. So, okay. Oh.
Yeah, you brought the auditor back. I knew this was gonna go there.
Well, I did just want to add that in that department savings number, I know we went through the revenues and I'm sure you all remember how we really reduced those revenue estimates due to the Caldor. So the public safety sales tax estimate really plays into that number as well. We took that down, I believe 25%. And so that budget, that revenue alone, which hits in those departments budgets, it's not a general revenue, that came in $4.1 million over budget. So that's factoring into that $10.5 million number. That makes the sheriff's number bigger, that makes probation's number bigger, the DA and the public defender slightly too. So I think it's a great question about salaries. I would imagine that that is one of the larger areas of savings, but I just wanted to reiterate that the revenues, departmental revenues also did come in higher. The recorder clerk is another very good example. We had a lot of real estate activity, as everyone's aware, so her recording fees came in about $1.3 million over budget as well.
Right. So there's always in any given year reasons why, but I'm talking about long-term trends as opposed to an annual or 2-year trend and then it goes away. So those are the things I think we need to look at a little bit deeper, but okay. Sorry, Emma, again.
Moving along to our reserves and designations, if you look at the two columns in the middle, in additions, we're recommending adding $300,000 to the general reserve. That's to meet the board policy of 5% of adjusted general fund appropriations. So that'll bring the reserve to $10.3 million. In capital projects, the Shakori project, as was presented to the board this summer, need an additional $1,994,000 in funding from that capital projects to finish that project. So that's included in the budget going to the ACO fund. That $5 million addition to the capital projects is increased by $154,900. That's because we closed out the public safety facility loans. And from that closing out, we learned that our payments will never be 2.3 million. The highest they'll ever be is 2.1 million. And so we lowered that designation down a little. You can see the minus 154,900. And then we put it just in capital projects within the designations.
That's excellent. I mean, that's a positive trend, obviously. And that's for the 40-year term, right? It
Yeah,
saves us-
it's
okay.
not going to go
FDA?
beyond
It's going to
that.
multiply to be a pretty good sized number. Yeah.
USDA. Yeah, USDA. Yeah.
Then if we look at TOT special projects, the 1.12 million use was already in the recommended budget, but the 1.5 million addition is new to the recommended adopted budget changes. And that was to balance the TOT revenue and fund balance after the broadband projects approved by board. That was what was left over based on the excess revenue and the increased 760,000 to TOT.
So that drops into our designated.
And CalPERS cost increases, we have a slight increase in that amount. And there we go. We're adding $2 million into the CalPERS cost increases because there's a lot of uncertainty right now about where we're going to be with CalPERS. It's likely they're going to change their discount rate in November or December. If they change that, we're unsure of what the long-term impacts are until we get some actual numbers from them because of those changes. And we thought just because there is a lot of uncertainty for that, we want to be able to address that uncertainty in future years by putting additional 2 million in the designation. This 2 million actually is the difference in 3.8% property tax that was in the recommended budget based on earlier projections. When we updated the amount of property tax in the budget to 4% and brought it to the more recent actuals, that was the difference. So that was where the 2 million came from.
So do we have any projection of what CalPERS adjustments might be in the discount rate? Are we talking half a point? Any idea at all? mean, I read a lot of stuff, but what do we really think we're gonna
I
come
think it'll
in?
be at least a 1/4%.
Okay,
Might be more.
Yeah, but I don't know. I haven't heard any numbers.
No.
I think that's just a guess, right?
Yeah,
now.
it's just a
So
guess.
okay. So
That's
I'm
a
good.
guess based on the risk
has.
mitigation policy.
Right.
But beyond that, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
well, that's not terrible. It's only 1/4%, but we'll see. Okay.
And I believe the auditor would say this as well. If the CalPERS board is being responsible from completely their perspective, it would lower pretty significantly. But they understand the impacts that would have on local governments if they did too much too soon. So that's the ongoing challenge that is not going away anytime soon.
Okay.
And down at the bottom, the industrial drive designation that was established a couple years ago for DOT to do that intersection. They're going to be able to use a little more of that in funding to work on that project this year. So that increased a little bit. Almost done wrapping up. Contingency was budgeted at 6 million in the recommended budget, and that meets the 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. We're recommending that 8.5 million be added to contingency to that amount to bring the total to 14.5 million. The main reason for this is just the uncertainties about the Caldor fire response, but the impacts budgetarily will be for that. In addition, we're also going to recommend that additional 10.5 that was from the financial records be added to this as well. We don't know how many years this fire response will take to respond to, what impacts that will have on property tax, sales tax, all of those revenues that we depend on to meet the budgetary needs. So that's where we're recommending this. The 8.5 number that we originally proposed was basically the excess property and sales tax from the prior fiscal year.
So I do need to ask our CAO relative to the FEMA funds and all those things that are in work. We do not have that declaration that we're gonna be assured that we get significant reimbursement for some of the I agree with putting this money in the contingency, but I'm trying to speculate if we do get that declaration, how much money that might free up, because we're getting true reimbursement from the federal government for those fires as opposed to it has to come out of county budgets.
So I think you need to be careful which declaration you're talking about.
Right?
We don't have. The one we don't have is for individual assistance. Doesn't impact us.
All right, so our assistance would not affect that at all. We're not providing any level of support with that individual assistance.
So there's multiple declarations as part of the FEMA process.
Right.
One is for public assistance. That has been approved. Your public sector agencies in El Dorado County, including us and the special districts, can all access FEMA reimbursement for the impacts to those agencies. Okay, so that's one piece of it.
You don't know the quantity that might be? I mean, it's all nebulous.
Way
too early?
What? The quantity of the cost impacts?
Yes.
No idea. Yeah, way too soon. The fire is still burning. We
Okay.
haven't even gotten into places.
I
to
thought
see.
maybe based on Butte County, we had a guesstimate, whatever. Okay. All right.
I would not, I have my guesstimates. I'm not going to give a number because it'd be wrong.
All right.
There is the individual assistance that
Right.
we're waiting on, that where individuals can get reimbursement. That has not been approved yet. And so one of the conversations the board may want to have, we're still hoping that gets approved. It's still with FEMA. As of yesterday, late afternoon, it was still with FEMA, hoping that gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, then locally, you will have some decisions to make of how much assistance you may or may not want to provide to individuals. Again, we have no estimates on this number. And that's, I recognize the frustration everyone has with that. It's just too soon right now to quantify those numbers.
Is it too soon to talk about developing out of this money, a fund just for Caldor expenses to give us, would that give us the ability to have a conversation with our businesses, to give them support now when they need it? Because we've got some money here. When would we talk about this? Because this is critical, I think, for our communities.
Yeah, so, and I think we're getting caught up in the timing of everything.
Yeah.
That makes it difficult.
Okay.
We had to have this posted last week. You have to have an adopted budget approved by October 2nd. And that's why we're recommending put it in contingency. So as soon as those needs become available, we can come back to the board to allocate them as they see fit.
I just hate to see it piecemeal. I'd rather have I would think fund, just as our communities are doing, have a Caldor fund.
Instead of general
a pot
fund
of money.
contingency, a Caldor fund.
Right.
You can set up a designation.
think
I don't
we
know
need-
that makes any difference.
Well,
Where-
I think it does because you're not
Okay.
piecemealing it. Then, it's not you taking it out of our contingency. There's actually money there and we know how much that is that we have and we can allot from.
So if the board would
allocate
rather it
from-
be in a designation than in contingency, that's an accounting perspective. I don't have a strong preference. Again, the timing of this to approve the budget.
Yeah, I'm saying in the near future.
Uh-huh.
Let's think about doing that, please.
Yep, absolutely.
I would think.
So like on that prior slide where you had the reserves and designations, like just stick it in one of those instead kind of thing? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. just a
So we can
specific
see it, I guess.
I mean,
and
that
the
doesn't
difference.
change today's conversation, but I think our
Right.
next conversation would be,
And that would be the full 8.5 million excess or something less?
we can choose. I mean.
Okay,
it's
so because
whatever
we can do an
want for
amended
general
budget,
fund.
we need to get this one approved ultimately on the
Right.
28th,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
But it is just, I think what you're saying is just so we can see it on a line item somewhere as a designation,
Well,
just
We,
kind
To
of,
set aside, then it's not just a
It's a set
general
aside.
fund.
yeah.
so and we talked about that. In our world, it doesn't matter if
Right.
it's contingency or designation from an operational perspective.
Right.
We set up a lot of designations. There's more designations here than I think this county has ever had.
Yes,
I think
there
the
are.
auditor sometimes gives me a little grief for setting up more. But we talked about, should we do that for Caldor Fire? For the purpose of today to get the budget approved, the easiest was.
I've got
contingency.
it, but I think there is a specific reason that we do all these special reserves, and that is because we want them to make sure they're identified, number one.
Yep.
And also that you have that specific amount, and you can then therefore understand
Right.
how much you have to work with. We don't want to drain our entire general fund contingency, and yet we want to help our businesses and our people as fast as we can. So.
It creates a greater focus to going back, how are we going to expend those funds as opposed to sitting in
I'm-
contingency for
Right.
various uses?
I'm not arguing. That's why we set up all these others.
Right, I understand, I understand.
It's-
The next meeting, I'd like.
I think it'll be important to understand what FEMA is doing with the personal support though, before we set that apart, because that will change the level of support the county, might
But
need
I
to
don't think
contribute.
that should necessarily change our conversation, saying we have X amount of money here, and then we can decide where it goes. But I think beyond what FEMA or state or whomever gives, we can have that, pot of money there. And understanding that we'd always put it back in the general fund, back in our general fund contingency, but we have that pot of money there. And it's specifically for the help.
So the individual reimbursement seems like it's imminent. Would we know that possibly by the 28th? Is
I'm
it
not
something?
going to say it's imminent,
It
Supervisor.
isn't.
No.
Well, I thought it was on the borderline, getting ready to sign, but no.
Well, no, borderline does not mean imminent to me. Borderline could mean,
Okay.
borderline could mean denial.
Well, yeah, but we would know. All I'm trying to say is we would know. Is it possible we would know by the 28th?
I would hope
Maybe.
so.
We hope so.
I would hope so,
We hope
but
so.
it's not. I talked to the sheriff. I talked to Garaducci last night. It is out of our hands. It is, and so I can't commit to a timeline.
Okay.
Well, and just to further complicate everything, the contingency that we're setting aside for the Caldor, also, so with FEMA, I mean, we have to track everything
Yes.
and submit things. So in my mind, the contingency is also there so we can take care of things, but then we have to submit, wait for reimbursement. So it's kind of we can't say that money is all going to be sitting there to spend if we have to front money, I
That's
guess,
true.
right? Because we've seen FEMA take a long time sometimes
Years.
to
Years,
reimburse.
yeah.
So
Absolutely.
That's a good point.
I guess that's just something that was in the back of my mind is it's nice that we have that money there so we can take care of things. But I'm guessing everyone's aware of the tracking requirements that come with FEMA. We've done several smaller, much
Onerous.
smaller.
Yes,
Yeah,
onerous. Yes.
so that's going to be critical to track that so we can submit for reimbursement, correct? And
One of
It's-
the things that I've
yes.
been doing is pushing, and Don knows this, that I've been pushing all the residents in Grizzly Flat that lost their homes to go ahead and fill out the FEMA application, even though we're not designated to get that yet.
Right.
So make sure that that's done, because when this does happen, it speeds up the process and we don't, and we can move forward with it. So that's what I've been encouraging. Also, I've been encouraging all the residents to make sure that they don't clean their own property. Let Cal OES do it, because the reason why they won't get reimbursed for that money. And that will take away from the money out of that they're getting from the insurance companies to rebuild.
So there's a lot going on and I've been pushing with McClintock's office. We're really working hard, but like Don says, it's out of our hands right now. We
Well, that's
can't do
why-
anything else.
That's
right
why I
now,
think
so
what we can do right now is set up this.
I agree with that.
You know,
yes.
because
So-
let's work with what we can.
Is that something we could establish today to come back on the 28th, or is it too tight a timeline to try to change something like that? To create a separate Caldor relief
Need to,
fund?
the auditor set, the one that sets up the designations. I don't know how long it takes them to do that.
Your board has the authority to do it.
All right, that's good to know.
To
So we can get into-
direct staff to put it in the designation today.
All right.
Yeah, okay,
So,
all right,
yes.
good to know.
All right.
I think that'd be a good recommendation. Okay. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah. we'll keep you-
Way off.
Let me- 3 more slides.
But I'll need additional staff.
Next year's budget.
The recommended changes include the addition of 5 full-time equivalent allocations. There's a couple add deletes throughout this list, but there's an addition of a senior deputy clerk of the Board of Supervisors to support boards and commissions and committees. There's an addition of a paralegal in the Public Defender's Office, which doesn't have a cost impact this year. 2 investigative assistants, as Dawn mentioned, for the body worn cameras, a deputy district attorney allocation, and those are the adds. The rest net out in allocations.
I do have a question on this slide. I know we've been talking all along during the Caldor, looking at the Caldor response, that additional staffing will be probably needed in building and planning. So we're continuing to evaluate that. Is that correct? And that is likely to come out of this contingency fund?
We are continuing to evaluate it. The department's requests for staffing or additional resources are due to me by September 30th. The difference you will see is we really, and this is based on advice from other counties who have gone through this, is we want to hire extra help and retired annuitant staff and not allocate positions.
Okay.
If you allocate and fund positions, you lose your reimbursement opportunity. So all this is extremely
Okay.
complex as to how we move forward. But the root of your question, Supervisor, is yes, we will be returning, and I'm hoping to return early October with an initial recommendation, keeping in mind there will be more recommendations coming as it evolves, but hopefully by no later than mid-October, an initial recommendation of how to spend some of that money to support our needs. The recommendations we received out of Butte County yesterday was hire staff, because you will burn out your existing staff and other things won't get done. We just have to figure out what those staff are. The other thing Butte County said is we are way ahead of the curve when in dealing with this response. So as much as we want more answers now, we're ahead of most counties when we did this.
That speaks volumes to your leadership and the leadership of our
County.
entire staff.
Stay out in front of
Just
it.
Really appreciate that. And so thank you for that helpful
Yeah.
clarification. I appreciate that we're being strategic about this and thoughtful in how we do this.
And so you are fully aware, I did offer that at least I would support other partners in hiring additional resources. The one that comes to mind is the RCD.
Yep.
Right,
If they need
absolutely,
resources, that we
absolutely.
would, the county is there to help them
Yes.
as well. So you don't get blindsided by that.
Fabulous. Good.
And I just got a text from Mark and he's, and we can talk about that at 2:00.
So Emma, with the previous action with the assessor, this number of 5 really becomes 8.2. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll return to the board with a resolution
Yeah,
after
I
this.
just want to make sure I was doing the math. Okay, so, all right.
We updated the 5-year general fund projection. As before, there's a conservative projection and a moderate projection. The assumptions for property tax shifted a little. We moved it up to 4%, as is in the recommended changes. In the moderate projection, it moves to 4.25% the next year, and then 4.5% growth after that. Then transient occupancy tax is 3% in the conservative projection and 5% growth in the moderate. And then cannabis, the assumptions haven't changed since the recommended, just the equivalent of adding another retail source in the moderate projection. So as you can see, both of these projections have a little shortfall in following years. They're not as big as has been in prior years. And again, this is projection, and it doesn't rely heavily on using any of those reserves and designations. But it is still in the negative if we don't supplant with some of those reserves and designations.
So the property tax one there, I think, looking at it 5 years is probably a volatile situation, recognizing with the fire, the property values in various parts of the county are going to be diminished with the difficulty in getting fire insurance. That's going to create a market shift, I believe. And so it all comes down to a lot of things that happen at the insurance commissioner's office and other things to try to make sure that reasonably priced fire insurance is available to the broader community of El Dorado County, because I can see the trends with insurance companies bailing out and just leaving the state of California. As the competition diminishes, those rates go up. And at some point, people decide, I can't pay for fire insurance anymore. I'm going to be self-insured, which means you're putting everything on the line. And if you do have a fire event, it's the end of it. I mean, and then it creates more need for affordable housing. It creates potentially homelessness. There's a whole lot of things that can happen. But to me, in looking at this, I mean, the sales tax revenues is another one that's a little bit volatile, but that property tax, and I don't know what Butte County's experience was with property tax where the fire went through, but I got to believe it's lower value for anyone considering purchasing a piece of property there. So that's not a huge segment of our county, but it is a significant segment, and there's a trend. And when you vacate South Lake Tahoe, it's kind of a wake-up call that, hey, we are very vulnerable, right? And we don't know what this is going to be. So I'm going to be curious to see what the fire insurance rates in South Lake Tahoe are going to jump to just based upon this close call.
Yeah, you guys understand that every one of my constituents was evacuated.
Yeah.
You know, so,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm acutely aware of what's been going on.
So we just have to be, on top of that and kind of understanding as year by year changes occur, because as we know with Butte County, they didn't see significant changes till like the second and third year.
Right.
And so I'm anticipating the same kind of thing. Some of these forecasts seem to be a little bit maybe on the less conservative as opposed to what reality might be. I'm not saying we change them, but I'm saying we got to watch them closely, right?
That's why they're projections. So it's
Right.
just good idea
Right.
to look at this, but understanding that
Yeah.
TOT is going to be crazy.
But I'm also looking at the
Yeah.
shortfalls, and what I'm saying, essentially, is those shortfall numbers might start growing substantially at some point with what we see these shifts to be when you get out to year 3, 4, 5.
And that,
Don't know.
you're right. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen next month versus 5 years from now. But it paints a picture of kind of where we're heading. But
Yeah, but that's why I've always insisted upon these 5-year projections, because
Yes.
it kind of gives you an overall
They do.
picture, understanding that this could all change, and I know it will. But it kind of gives you an idea, kind of a trend of, possibly where our concerns are, so.
well, and if you recall, what Supervisor Novosel may recall, others who paid more attention to the board probably recall, but it's 7 years ago, Supervisor Novosel, when you got on the board, these 5-year projections were showing $25-30 million deficits
Crazy
They were
amount.
in
huge.
5 years.
And
So
we were saying, well, maybe we shouldn't do the projections.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no.
This is much better.
and also when we talk about setting up the designation for the Caldor fire, and we're going to have to balance spending the money to address the response, but Supervisor Heidel, this is to your point. I would hope we can have some money to soften the blow if property taxes come in lower than anticipated, so we don't have to reduce services.
Right.
You know,
I would hope so too.
It's all that balancing act as we move forward.
Yeah, until we get to the items following this on the agenda. Then we have another dimension to discuss. So, okay. Sorry, Emma, please proceed.
Last slide. So what we need to accomplish today is direction from the board on any changes. I've mostly prepared an item to come back to the board next week on the 28th, which will be the adoption of the budget and the budget resolution. It'll include a budget amendment that outlines every one of the changes in the recommended budget pages that we published with this item. It also include the allocation resolution to add those 5 positions. The financial records closed on Friday. We can't incorporate all of that into something that needs to be published on Wednesday. So we'll return with that reconciliation in October, and the budget resolution will just delegate that any excess to contingency, and me and the auditor's office will work on that.
And I'll just add, I do have a request from the auditor to this is a little lightheartedness to the conversation, that I was wrong in my sales tax projections. He was more accurate than I would have been if we had listened to his recommendations
Well, that's
last
what came
year
with
at this
big
time.
bucks, right?
So I will beat him to the punch on that.
Good job.
But
I like the competition.
I know.
Little challenge there is good. right?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I just have to comment, our staff, this budget book is so well written. It's easy to read. It's
Yep.
well put together. Just really appreciate it. All
Very,
the
very
work that's involved in this. It was excellent.
And I have a comment after this, is that I still do feel we really need to set up a fund just for Caldor relief, and understanding that we don't know where exactly it's going. So it would be my,
So I think Supervisor, when we get to the appropriate time, your motion would be something to the effect, set the contingency based on policy of what our total appropriations are, and any surplus go to the Caldor Recovery Fund.
I was thinking about setting up a specific fund, Caldor fund.
No, but
with a
right now-
specific amount.
Right, but that amount currently in
Yeah.
our recommendation is in contingency.
Right.
So you're taking it from there
Mhm.
to move it into a Caldor Fire Fund, but we still need our contingency set per board policy to address other unanticipated needs,
Right, but we're above,
Makes sense.
we're above and beyond that though, aren't we?
because it's for Caldor.
Okay.
That's why take that, Pete, out.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
get
we'll work
there.
on it.
Okay.
Okay.
So before we take public comment, which Joe, you're going to get in, is there any other board comments for staff? I do have one reflecting on the budget book, and that's going back to page X5. It's Roman numeral 15, where we talk about the per resident funding available in El Dorado County. We are at the bottom of the list here. $810 per resident of funding we can collect for distribution. Nevada County is $912. Butte County is $1,107. Sacramento's 1064, Amador is 1273, Sutter is 1620, which is amazing. San Luis Obispo 1824, Placer, our neighbor, 2098. So they're almost 2.5 times the per resident expenditure what El Dorado County is. I keep getting emails all the time. I pay these great, very high property taxes, and you're not providing the service. The bottom line is we're not collecting the revenues to provide the service that people would like. So being on the bottom of the list is not a desirable thing, which is why we've always talked about how do we create new revenues to try to bring us back into that median range of the competitive counties. And I don't know where we'll ever get there, but I think we have to keep talking it.
Two ways to get there.
Yeah, there is. There's 2 ways to get there. And yeah, one of which I kind of
sure there
would hope
are.
would happen and one is not so desirable. So,
Right.
okay, with that, we'll turn it over to the public comment. Kim, if you would just announce it so Joe can be official here.
I don't want to be official.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Harn, County Auditor. One comment I'd make related to your last comment is we have quite a bit of revenue going to some special districts in the county that changes the dynamic. I've been getting along well with Supervisor Parlin this morning, but I'm frankly, Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling with you. Some of your comments.
Well, that's good.
Okay, some of your comments about the year-end close. This was one crazy year.
They always are.
When
Joe.
No. This was the craziest year since 1850 in many ways in El Dorado County. A lot of these budget estimates were started when the state was mandating lockdown, et cetera. So overall, the county department heads, the county staff deserve a lot of credit.
Granted.
The other thing, you made a comment about the late reports, which most of my I emailed you one yesterday and 3 or 4 this morning. I would talk to you about those reports if I thought there's some people that deserve a pat in the back, basically county staff, county department heads, but there's nothing of significance. Every department head in the county followed your budget direction last year. So there's nothing to talk about there. The only thing, and the CAO certainly touched on it, and you've touched on it, the only thing of concern of the information I gave you this morning was our continual struggle with our unfunded obligation with CalPERS.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you, CAO, for coming to taxpayers yesterday. Thought it was very enlightening, and we had a really good discussion there about what the future holds related to today's action. A couple of things I think that I wanted to bring up. There was a slide called reserves and designations. Essentially, I kind of totaled that up quickly, and it looks like it's around $60 million. I think it's important to recognize that whenever we have money that's not used for something particular, that's being set aside to be used later, that money is then invested through the treasurer, and that money is not just stagnant. It's producing additional monies, and I think that's important to recognize that when you see a large total in designations and reserves, that means that money is actually working until it's going to be used. If you understand what I'm saying. The other part of it is future revenues. I'm a believer that, and it's a controversial thing, but I believe that if cannabis was currently being practically processed here in the county through permits and through actions growers, that there would be money that we would be seeing as future revenues that we're not seeing today. You know, the longer it takes in order for us to resolve what the voters voted in, and I see the city of Placerville building their dispensaries, and they're gonna be seeing the future shortly in terms of additional revenue, I believe, but the county hasn't, and it's one of the biggest opportunities I think the county has, and it's just slow. I mean, it's been years since the vote was occurred, and yet we're still not there. So I'm just bringing it up as one of the things I see for future revenues that we're not talking about today. The other part of it is additional personnel. I've been to many board meetings, and there's some additional personnel that I don't see on this short list because this is a incremental part of the change at this point in time. But I've heard you talk about code enforcement, and I know that I don't see any additional code enforcement items being added at this time. Maybe there's enough in our general budget that you did earlier. But I think we need to look at code enforcement because of the policing necessity that we have. It ties into so many areas that it just seems like we should spend a little bit more time on maybe beefing up code enforcement. If we haven't already done it with this budget, hopefully this would kind of stimulate you in saying, hey, maybe we should appoint another position or two to code enforcement. I'm not talking a lot of positions. The other one is vegetation management. I'm part of the El Dorado County. Well, I founded the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. That made me have an opportunity to be part of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, which I'm a board member. We had a great discussion our last meeting last week, and RCD was there. Mark talked more than I had heard him talk about subjects that are important to us. But I think that vegetation management is inspectors. I'm speaking about inspectors, people who are field related, kind of what I did at DOT. I was an inspector when I first came, and then that meant that I was out there watching construction. And in this case, the inspectors would be out there helping people with their defensible space responsibilities and taking a look at problem areas before they become problem areas. The final thing is RCD. I heard you talk earlier about, and Mark was, I think, communicating, but RCD, that is a place where you need to do whatever you need because it's so important. I mean, it branches out in so many areas and has become significantly multi-millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. And, if county isn't helping them or helping them enough, then we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot because we're going to take advantage of all of that. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. I know sometimes you guys go, yeah, that's Chris. Okay. But it's serious. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me with this mask on. I actually just stopped by. I had no intention of coming and speaking, but I just would like to thank all of you in your respective districts. I'm from Pollock Pines. I'm here representing Pollock Pines this morning. If you haven't been up there, particularly over on Sly Park, to see where the backfire was done and how close that came to our community, it's nothing short of a miracle that we survived. I know all of you were involved in your respective districts doing something, so I'm thanking you for that, but I'm also here to support Supervisor Novosel and what she was talking about a contingency budget. We need it and we need it now. And I will be back next week in a different capacity, wearing a different hat, and I will also have an invitation for all of you at that time. But thank you all for what you did to help us.
And can you voluntarily give us your name? I didn't hear.
I'm sorry?
Can you voluntarily give us your name?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, staff, supervisors. I'm Maureen Dion Perry from Camino. And this is my first experience in delving into El Dorado County budget. And it is quite amazing to review that document, which I have to say I did. I didn't understand some of it, but I'm learning. The cover letter, CAO Ashton mentions the emergency and recovery our county is facing related to the Caldor fire. And I fully agree that this past year has been the craziest year that between COVID, the Caldor fire. And I would suggest that we have another crisis and emergency in our county. And that is that I see that affordable housing and services for homeless to obtain housing are dire. I was talking with Bill Roby the other day, and he has found no rentals in our county. That is really, really bad. And I feel that we have another crisis and emergency in our county that needs to be addressed specifically in the budget. Maybe it's a contingency fund. I'm not quite sure exactly how. But I don't see any specific funding allocated to help and deal with our homeless crisis that we have. Not just the Caldor fire crisis and certainly the large group of homeless people that have been created, but the existing homeless people that have been residents of our county for most of their lives, all of their lives, for over half of them, and that they need some specific allocation of funding. Yes, we're going to get the city and county strategic plan in the next few months. I understand that, but I believe now is the time for the county to allocate, in addition to the grant funding that the county has been applying for and receiving, that it is also the responsibility of the county to outlay some money to complement that and to join together with the state and federal funding we are receiving, and that the county would specifically allocate money to help deal with this homeless crisis. And knowing that, as we've said for many times, it's very difficult to have actually, as you are working with people to bring people out of homelessness, it's impossible to find a place for them to go live. And so your biggest policy decision is where you spend your money.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
And lastly, I ask that you add a statement regarding this crisis and some annual budgetary recommendation in wherever it was appropriate, a contingency line or somewhere in the budget that the county specifically is setting aside money to deal with this crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. You know, I agree totally with Maureen. I'm in simpatico with her. I learned so much. Thank you very much, staff, wherever you are. It was a great presentation. I really learned a lot. I had no idea of how a budget is formed, and the three big sources being the TOT money, the sales tax, the property tax. It seems elementary once you learn it, but I didn't know that. And I had no idea the sales tax was as much as it was. Being a merchant, I had no idea. Because that only represents 1%, correct? 1% of what's produced goes to the county. Wow. Multiply that out. There's a lot going on.
Yep.
I really appreciated Mr. Ashton, you telling about the FEMA and the individual assistance not yet being approved, how that impacts individuals that are impacted by Caldor fire. But as Maureen said, there are those that precede that as well, that have been without a home, not due to the fire, but due to other issues. And for me to hear that we have a $50 million surplus that was updated, it had been projected to be 39.5. I took a few notes. And now with the latest adjustments that staff has made, it makes me think that to not provide any monies for the homeless that I know of. I mean, I am not a scholar in your budget, nor do I know what you're doing exactly with your COVID relief monies. Isn't that 37 million in addition?
ARPA, yeah,
I really,
ARPA.
I don't really, I can't say I can know everything you're doing with that. But to not have money going towards roof over the heads of our homeless speaks to me that there must be a conscious decision to not. You cannot say it's a lack of money. You cannot say that. And I am stunned and disappointed. I know that the city in their extra monies for the COVID relief, I believe they had a line item of 250,000 for a navigation center. And quickly in my last few seconds, I want to say that what happened last winter, we had the Operation Turnkey, whatever it was from the state. Those were state monies. And then we had Maureen Dion Perry privately raise funds, of which I contributed, other private citizens contributed, so that Green Valley Church could house 20 people in houses on the gym floor. That's private, that's state. Where is the county? Come on. We need you to contribute to help house the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Morning, board.
Morning. Lars,
Lars Knutson, Pollock Pines. Want to thank staff for just your services for Colorado County. And back when the King Fire was here 7 years ago, I'll show you we can do more with less. The King Fire burned about 97,000 acres. It burned for approximately about 4 weeks. They had over 8,000 firefighters. At the peak of the Caldor fire, I believe they had around 5,500. I could be off on the numbers. I think they're down to about under 2,000 right now. God did a miracle, and I thank God for what he did for our county. And I give him all the praise. I give him all the glory. We've got to get this ship. The ship is upright. We just got to get in our position. God is a loving God. When you have a supervisor or a CEO that doesn't like things, I kind of like the way Joe Harn came in. I think that's first time I ever met him. But I can tell you, God is not happy. But he also loves us. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repentance. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to do this in half the time. I'm going to ask God to leave hope, light, love, faith, and liberty in this place. Thank you, Don, for meeting with the president. I've been praying for him and you. We got to get things in order. So thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Lars. Thanks.
Supervisors,
Mr. Chairman. My name is Don Vanderkar. I'm a 41-year resident of this county. Love it dearly. About a little over a decade ago, I was sleeping on the floor of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Camino, their recreation hall. Since then, I've been involved with Hangtown Haven, been involved with the nomadic shelter, and have worked significantly to do something to help those who are unsheltered in this county. A lot of funding was talked about today, and I'm certainly not qualified to deal with where funds should come from. But surely in this county, we can find funds to do something to shelter our homeless people. I was part of the march on City Hall way back in history regarding the issues of homeless. I worked with church members helping to organize and operate the nomadic shelter. I was involved with the Hangtown Haven project. I have some deep roots and concerns about our homeless people. Because of the COVID-19 issue, we were unable to operate the nomadic shelter last year because of the spacing issues related to dealing with the virus. Green Valley Church was able to shelter some people last year, and of course we had the issues of the funding for the domestics for the crisis and COVID-19. We are now faced with a new winter just around the corner. Right now, I see nothing that can be done to really deal with a large part of the issue. There may be some things we can do. But in looking over and listening to the discussion today, there's a lot of money out there. It's time for action. We need to do something. We need to release or ease the suffering of our people who do not have shelter. We need to deal and relieve local businesses of a nagging problem. I'm not sure what the solution is, but surely working together, we can find some solutions to shelter and care for these people who will otherwise suffer, and some will die because of the experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Sign. I'm Peg Vanderkar from Placerville. Thank you all for allowing public comment. And to the points raised by Mr. Hydall and Ms. Nosel, points of being lowest in the county in some expenditures and needing some specific funds for creative response to specific issues. Our county's budget needs to include general fund dollars for additional creative approaches to addressing the lodging and health situations of our homeless citizens, not just relying on federal and state grant funds with unique and stringent rules. Plus, it takes forever to get them. I know the weight of our county's world is on your shoulders. You 5 respected supervisors represent the breadth of our county's citizens. I wish to relate 2 stories. One very familiar, and one a fable, but so real anyway. So speaking to last week's anniversary, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty, etc. All of those things have to do with responding to homelessness or affordable housing, even if you're not homeless. The other story I want to tell is from a little bit from Barbara Kingsolver's book of 2018. It's fiction, but the depth of it is not fiction. So here's the blurb. How could two hardworking people do everything right in life, a woman asks, and end up destitute? Willa and her husband followed all the rules as responsible parents and professionals and have nothing to show for it but debts and an inherited brick house that's falling apart. The magazine where Willa worked has folded. The college where her husband had tenure has closed. Their dubious shelter is also the only option for a disabled father-in-law and an exasperating free-spirited daughter. Some of us have those. When the family's one success story, a college-educated son, is uprooted by tragedy, he seems likely to join them with dark complications of his own. That speaks to how events can tear down a family. So again, I would like to say, bookend with what I said at the beginning. Our county's budget needs to
Public
include
comment at 3 minutes.
general fund dollars for additional creative approaches to address the lodging and health situations of our homeless citizens, not just relying on state and federal grants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peg.
All right.
Yes, it is. Good morning, Jane McGinnis. We are going to be receiving the city and the county strategic plan soon. And we all spent some time here on that in recent weeks. You heard a lot of public comment about, my gosh, there's nothing in there about funding for the homeless. But it passed that way. So we know that when we receive the strategic plan, it's going to have something nice to say about the homeless, but nothing really that focuses on doing much about it. And so I understand now we're looking at a budget where there is no money set aside for the housing, rehabilitation, reeducation, help for the homeless to restore them into normal society. We have ARPA funds. We've seen them in the budget. I believe we need to use those funds now to invest in supportive housing, in interim housing, in counseling and resource services for our homeless. We are just 45 to 60 days away from rain and ice and cold. Now, I'm going to be back at the next meeting because I have something that I want to share with you, and I will have much more detail on it. But for today, I just wanted to give you a word of caution. We must not count on the proposal for a managed campground to somehow take care of this out of law enforcement budget so that we don't have to allocate a special fund or go into the general funds. This will not contain the problems of the unmanaged homeless camps, because I truly believe, I went back to it, I read it word for word, carefully assessed it. I do not believe it meets the requirements of Martin Boise, which is going to leave us in a position where we cannot deal with the issues of the unmanaged homeless camps. The county is going to be needed to rise up in the next 3 to 9 months and deal with this. And there are no funds allocated for it. So I am urging you, I think it's really important to fund this in the budget to either house the homeless on the county's dime. Yes, I mean, ARPA funds kind of become the county's dime once we get them. We can either use it to house the homeless or to pay legal fees. Because I believe if we try to enforce
public comment at 3 minutes,
any kind of camping ordinance on public property, that we are going to end up with legal settlements down the line. Because the issue, the problem still stands. We can't clean up the campgrounds till we satisfy Martin Boise. So please come back to us with a budget that has some ARPA money in it for now, in the next few months, to get people under shelter, get them off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Chair and Board, Jonathan Gainsborough. 100 days till Christmas. I saw that yesterday on YouTube. I thought we needed to pass it along. 100 days till Christmas, but only 40 days till the start of November. How would you like your grandson or granddaughter to be out in the snow or ice? And maybe it's not freezing all the time in November, but how would you like them to be out there without any shelter? Why are we the only one of 58 counties in California that have no year-round shelter for the homeless? We're the original county of California. We are the home of the gold rush. Why are we, El Dorado County, the only one of the 58 counties that has no year-round shelter for the homeless and the homeless crisis? I want to be proud of our county. I am proud of so many things about El Dorado County. What if we had no hospital? I repeat, what if we had no hospital? What if we had no police department or a fire department? We would be behind the times. We would be out of the current milieu of being on the cutting edge of culture and compassion. But in our budget, I see we have over $2 million of general fund, $2 million plus of general fund for animal control, but nothing for the homeless crisis. How is it that Tahoe has acquired 3 motels for the homeless with 20% of the 600 homeless population, and yet we have not acquired 1 motel? Will we spend $2 million on our animals and nothing on the homeless? I want to call for a cardiograph. Jesus' most important sermon was the Sermon on the Mount. Right in the heart of it is chapter 6, verse 21. Jesus said, "Where your treasures are, that's where your heart will be also." If we have $2 million in our budget for animals, that's where our treasure is. That's where our heart is. A cardiograph will show us where our dollars are is where our heart is. Our heart is for our animals. Again, I say our heart is for our animals, but $2 million for animals and no $2 or $3 million for the homeless. We have $50 million of general fund. We have $37 million of ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
That is given by God to you to dispense for the least, the last, and the lost, not the animals. I repeat, you can love your dogs, you can love your cats, but if you spend $2 million on animal control, you have got to at least match that or surpass it for the 500 West Slope homeless that will be out in the cold. They will die this winter and their blood will be on somebody's hands. I don't want it to be on mine, and I certainly don't want it to be on yours or the county. 194,000 people are looking to you to move and to act now with roofing emergency and for millions set aside for the homeless. God bless you in doing what God has given you life and breath to do. God bless you.
Seeing no further public comment in the boardroom, we'll take public comment from Zoom. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Oh, boy, pardon me, a little early. Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Yes, budget. That's the large molar that is always the toughest to come out of the back. And I don't envy you guys, the board, dealing with this issue. thank you for the discussion on the FEMA and such implications for several of my clients are going to be going through this process, and I will now encourage them to apply for FEMA very soon. Also, and sadly, our item on the ordinance, or not the ordinance, there is a 130 times certain. I will participate in that, but the other item about the, I lost my notes on that, on the vegetation ordinance really should have been a time certain also, so that we would know when to be able to listen for that. But yes, our funding for the homeless is probably not what it could or should be, as Jonathan aptly pointed out, with respect to animals getting higher budget. But there are some mandates there too. That's about all I can say on this. It is a difficult nut to crack, and the state is going to be mystic about their opportunities and coming up with that. I would also suggest that we get this marijuana ordinance resolved as a new source of revenue. Not sure exactly what the hangup is. We did vote for this. There is some golden opportunities out there, but there's also risks in this and that and the other thing, which I believe is and hope is part of the reason that it hasn't gotten passed yet. Anyway, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get through this whole thing here sometime soon. But the budget issues, no, they will never go away. They were important 30 years ago, and guess what? Here they are again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I'm going to go fast because I didn't want to, I just wanted to bring up what they were talking on the homeless real quick. They brought up the Tahoe hotels, and what happened with the hotels there is that they threw out the working class out of those buildings and put in the non-working class during Christmas, which was and it's caused an enormous economic issue for Tahoe, and having workers remain there, they're not there. So I would not advise that kind of program. And then the TRPA, the city didn't do it. TRPA is taking, because you have to have a jurisdiction fund that. And I guess they're going to be funding those after 2 years, they get federal funding, and then 43 years, they have to come up with the rest of it. I would not recommend that for our county. And I just feel like the lobbying going on is not to help those in pain, but to enable and monetize the pain. I looked at the budget. There is 64 million going to social services, 20 million to community service, 45 to behavioral health, and 32 million to public health, which is 161 going to health services. A lot of these people need mental health, and we have those programs if they wish to apply to them. And I would encourage the people concerned about these issues to look into those programs that the county does fund. What I really want to talk about, we had a huge painful discussion on the TOT going to the chambers this past year. And it was mentioned that we could really only bring that up during the budget. And so here we're at the budget, and I quickly, first I hate having such short time, but I do want to thank the county for keeping us in with a budget that is conservative, that we're not in debt. And I really appreciate the CAO and the staff that have worked really hard, and the auditor, to keep us that way. But back to the chamber, I think during that discussion, it was asked, there's like no criteria for them to have been given funds and no accountability. And I do want to take when I mentioned that before, South Lake Tahoe got upset, and I told him personally that I wasn't talking about him. He's done a great job with the South Lake Tahoe Chamber with his funds and their accounting to the Board of Supervisors. So my question is, when I didn't see it in the budget, all I saw was you have a special projects designation where there's now $2.3 million in there, and it's not really clear if the chamber, what was passed earlier this year, is that coming out of that? And if so, I still want to go back to what is the criteria for those funds for someone to
10
be able
seconds
to
remaining.
access? And what is the accountability? Because all of the years I've been watching this board, I have never seen the El Dorado County Chamber, El Dorado Hills Chamber have to give any accountability for those funds. And I'm asking for other organizations that could use small contributions. And I'll wrap this up really quick, but I did notice you do have 50,000 for the Caldor fire and 5,000 for past project. And then community funding request is 35,000. So I'm curious as to what that is for. And if there's these huge chunks of money going for the chamber, can other community groups, do they need to request help from the chamber or help from the county for maybe small events that are happening that are benefiting the community? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we'll bring it back for any staff comments, follow-ups to the public comments that were made or statements that were made. CAO, you want to start?
Sure, I'll go through the questions I had and then I'll ask Sue and Emma to jump in if I missed any. Regarding code enforcement officers, just a reminder, this is the changes you're discussing today are changes from the recommended budget. We did add 2 code enforcement officer positions in the recommended budget. Those recruitments are open and ongoing. So that answers Mr. Payne's questions. And in talking to the department head, they feel that's appropriate for right now. And we reevaluate it every year as needed. The vegetation management discussion is time certain at 2 o'clock. It was posted on agenda, so people probably missed it, but it is at 2 o'clock for those who want to participate. And along those lines, we did not talk about it specifically, but there in the recommendations today, there's 150,000 being recommended of general fund money to support vegetation management on county-owned properties. That is a new request, or it's a new recommendation. When the ordinance was set up, we never set aside money to clear county properties. So we're recommending we add some now. Will that be enough? Who knows? We'll play it as it goes. In regards to funding for the homelessness, it is completely within your board's discretion to allocate general fund money to the homelessness. My caution is it's much more complicated. And Mr. Gainsborough, I'd love to talk to you afterwards about how animal services funding differs completely from social services funding for the homeless. It simply is not a fair comparison to say we're doing general fund money for animals and nothing for the homelessness. On the surface, it's not an inaccurate statement when you look at the budget, but the funding streams are much more complex. So I would be happy to have that conversation offline with you. But it is in your discretion to do so. The other reason I would caution that is, our fund balances and our designations are very healthy right now. But if you look at our capital needs, we're not close to covering those. In a couple of weeks, we're going to bring an item to you regarding the juvenile hall. That's if you choose to move forward, that's a minimum $4 million coming out of your capital designation. And we haven't even talked about, well, we've talked about it, but the Spring Street facility at about 25 million estimates. We haven't really talked about the South Lake Tahoe jail, that's down the road. So we have significant needs that this board has set as priorities that we're not able to meet yet. So if there was an interest to take general fund money for homelessness, we have to look at that whole picture, the system, which is complex. In regards to the question about the community funding request, the 35,000, that is something money we have set aside for the board to address specific needs of your constituents that come up. 2 years ago, it was at 50,000. We never spent 50,000. When COVID hit, we reduced some expenditures. We lowered it to 35. In fiscal year 2021, it seemed like a good amount. I'm not aware of any requests that came that would have asked us to exceed that amount. So that's why we're recommending 35,000, but that is funding for you to address needs in your communities, and you have to come to the board. And I think policy maxes it out at $5,000 per request.
Yep.
The funds for the chambers coming out of the TOT designation, I believe that is correct. Am I wrong, Emma?
It was funded in the TOT org in the general fund, and it's unchanged from the recommended budget. So that
So it's
designation
already
is
there.
separate from what's funded.
So it's already there. So I believe that answers the questions I wrote down. If I missed any, someone please let me know. We'll do our best to answer them.
Just, we had a comment about South Lake Tahoe, and I do want to address that because we did not kick out middle class or working class people to develop a home for the homeless. That we have been helping with that through our county, helping the Tahoe Coalition of Homeless, and we are in unison in working with them. So to say that somehow we are not addressing that need up there is inaccurate. We are addressing the need through that coalition that we participate in, and the hotels are substandard properties that we've been talking about for a long time up there. Is get rid of these hellholes of, I don't know what else to say, but they're just very substandard, and taking them and reusing them for our low-income housing. I think it's a great idea. We've all addressed that up there, and I think it's a great program. So we have wholeheartedly been in support of that. TRPA has taken over the lead because you need a lead agency, and they are our general plan for Tahoe. They are a regional land use institutions, so it only made sense for them to take the lead. So I do want to say that I really very much support what we're doing up there in Tahoe, and I think it's a good start for all of us. Thank you.
Question I got, Don, is besides the sheriff's department, they don't use all their money in their budget. Is there any other departments to give back?
Every department gives back.
You know what the percentage is?
We got the spreadsheet from the auditor this morning. You always see that I don't have a
Yeah.
percentage number, but, and you want every department to give back, because if
Right.
departments don't give back, well, one, the department head can be held liable for overspending their budget, but it demonstrates fiscal prudence by the department heads as well, to some extent. And that's balancing what Supervisor Heidel raised earlier about ensuring how we get services out there.
Right.
For sure, but I believe every department gave back this year.
The public safety sales tax revenue that the DA and the sheriff and probation and others get, as the CAO acknowledged earlier, was grossly understated in the budget because of his poor skills. And that's a big portion of the savings in the sheriff's department.
Okay. Thanks, John.
And his staff also.
Okay. It is staff also.
So
Well, hang on, John. One of the things is it possible that with the, I think it was like $8.5 million the sheriff gave back? Isn't that accurate to say? Isn't that some of that money we could use out of that to be able to help the homeless? Is it a possibility or not a possibility?
So all that money is rolled up into our recommendation today.
Yeah.
So we haven't talked, the conversation we had talked about where my recommendations were based on our assumptions of how the books would close. Susan will talk in a minute, the books close Friday. So we have more money that our recommendation, if you had time to read my memo yesterday, is to still prioritize that for Caldor fire relief, then road maintenance and capital needs and broadband. Homeless is not in there. If the board wants to put homeless in there, that's your discretion to tell me to do that. So the short answer to your question is yes, you can, but don't pigeonhole it into this is what the sheriff gave back, so this is what goes to homeless, because it's all general fund money.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but that's a question I wanted to ask.
You could choose to do that. Yes,
All right.
sir.
Don, I'll just point out the sheet that the auditor provided us this morning says the one department that didn't make their budget was environmental management, and they were off by $427. So everybody else.
Oh, my.
Right?
So I was
And
wrong. I was wrong again. There was one.
No,
that
that
didn't-
exhibits great performance. I mean, I just got a chance to look at this
Yeah.
just a few minutes ago, but everybody is doing their best, in my opinion. But I think we really do need to look at the practicality of when we do allocations for staff, are we able to fill those? Because if we're not, we're really not making the best use of that money. And it can always be used in the year one time But it might mean a program that might get started on an annual basis that's a little different type of approach than just one-time expenditures at the end of the cycle. So
Absolutely.
whatever that may be. Correct. So, okay.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I asked that question. Just a clarification.
Yeah. So any other,
I do have a question. So as we look at closing out this recommended budget and taking action to do that, as needs arise in our community, what is the process for reallocating funds in different ways? And here's where I'm coming from. First of all, I so appreciate the passion and the dedication expressed in this room today regarding homeless. I know you've all been dedicated servants, and we appreciate your leadership in that area. As we all know, this county has been on a path to align ourselves with federal and state funding, and we've arrived at we're on the door of a really good path with that. And I think we all look forward to the strategic plan and seeing what that entails. We're not there yet as to what that looks like. As recently, we all know the city and the county came together through the leadership of the sheriff's office to explore a bold solution. We're still very much in the process of figuring out what that looks like. I have to express some disappointment that before we've even really delved into the details and talked about what that looks like, already the advocate community has come out against that. And we haven't even really looked at what we could do. It's just a concept. So, it's a frustrating position. It's kind of, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. So as we explore solutions, let's say this board decides that that's a path we want to embark on. Through collaborative relationships, we come up with what we think is a good path. What would the path be to funding that once our budget book is closed?
So I'm going to point you back to, I think, the first or second slide that Emma shared. You would, hopefully you would discuss it with the CAO's office first. At the end of the day, it would require a 4/5 vote to move money from one pot to another. And the advantage you have right now is you have all those designation lists. That's discretionary money. You can choose as a board to change anytime you want. Now, there's consequences to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to simplify it a lot, but someone brings an item asking for X number of dollars to go to X need in the community, and you get 3 more votes to do it, and then it's done.
So I think that's important for us all to remember that, if we decide to finalize this day, it's always a fluid process. The budget is always a fluid process. And it's really hard to throw money at something that we don't even know what it's for, So I think we're having a lot of discussions in the near future with the strategic plan, exploring the managed camp and all other solutions. So, I look forward to those discussions.
When there were comments about the American Rescue money, that's not being talked about today. My timelines on that got messed up because of the fire. We're going to be delayed, but that, again, in my memo I sent yesterday, I think I used the words this county has a very unique opportunity with our fund balance numbers and the American Rescue Plan money to make some significant investments in our community. And that can be very broad. And we're going to have those discussions, but hopefully, and I think we'll do it very strategically and thoughtfully.
And I personally want to have a more comprehensive discussion regarding all of our pots of monies rather than, piecemealing. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Any other board comment? I have one. Relative to homelessness, I've been monitoring this for like 4.5 years, and the issue has always been lack of money to really step up. And I guess I'm still in that situation that with the small amount of money that El Dorado County has to spend compared to other counties, to put money from the general fund to homelessness is not a bad thing to do, but it's where do you take the money away from? Because ultimately there's far more demand for those funds than there are resources. And I personally am waiting to see what the strategic plan holds. And maybe my expectations are greater than they should be, but I'm expecting to see a presentation that would show, here's the key elements you need to put in place for the homelessness. And it's going to have various aspects of how you do that. One of it's going to be transitional housing. One of it's going to be sustainable housing. One of it's going to be triage centers, those types of things. And you can use your terminology, navigation center. There's a lot of terminology, but I want to see what that total picture looks like and determine where is the most effective way for the county to add funds that aren't already provided by state or federal funding because we don't want to get in the way of not getting the best leverage, the best use of the funds, the limited funds the county could put into this. But we need to define and isolate where are those key areas the county could fund specific things to help with the homelessness as part of that overall integrated approach. I haven't seen that yet. I'm anxiously anticipating getting that. And that's when I think we start looking at how do we make changes in the budget with the 4/5 vote to put the appropriate resources in the place to get the most bang for the buck. Because we've seen a lot of other counties, cities spend a ton of money and they haven't solved the problem. I don't want to go down that same path. We have to be effective in what we're doing. And I guess I'm more hopeful maybe than others are that the strategic plan will give us that path to really define what it is we have to do and where the county's role is, where the nonprofits are, the faith-based, all the federal, state fund, all those things come together as a coalition to define what are the pieces that everybody can be accountable for and working together to achieve that end objective. But there is going to be a lot of resistance whenever you talk about affordable housing. I received a letter today that says one of the only affordable housing project I know of called El Dorado Haven is now being pursued for funding by Mercy Housing. That is a major change from what we've had in the last 5 years. I've not seen anything like that on the Western Slope. I mean, Tahoe has been doing some of those, but the Western Slope, this is the first non-SB 35 project that's come forward with some affordable housing. And so that's what I would like to see the trend be, is to help us, through our housing elements up, define the areas that we can really do some of these things, get the buy-in, get the support, do the mitigation that's necessary to make sure the community isn't harmed, but try to move forward in a positive direction. But it is a very complex piece. I mean, there's all kinds of pieces of the puzzle, and all you have to do is get a couple of them wrong and you'll throw out a lot of money and get nothing in return when it's all said and done. And I think the state has a lot of responsibility for mental health services. That's a big part of that, because we can't just have unlimited resources for the county to administer mental health services. It isn't going to work. I know that side of the equation too. So there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of parts, but I'm hopeful that once we get that strategic plan, we really can define these are the niches where the county can make an investment that will make a difference. That's what I'm hoping we'll get out of it.
And I just want to support what you're saying, is because if you remember going back to last year, we were rocking it. We were really moving fast on that strategic plan, and we were trying to accelerate our progress on it and get it done quickly. And unfortunately, COVID, we were advised to stop and wait until COVID was over so that we could bring all the interested parties together. So I just want to remind everybody that it is important to us, and we are trying to go as fast as we can. And nobody foresaw that we had to stop so suddenly. So I agree. I think it's critical that we get that planned in so that we use the resources we have thoughtfully and wisely. So thank you for that statement.
So John, I threw my button out there.
Yeah, sorry.
I know.
There it is, D5.
It's so exciting. to be
Sue,
back.
sorry.
Hit the button.
I gotta
That's
turn it so
okay.
I can see it. There we
Thank
go.
you. But I did want to find out, because I still think it's important that we honor those that have lost so much recently by having an amount set aside. And so that is the one request. Other than that, if we're ready for a motion, I'd like to go ahead with
I
that
think
motion.
we are.
And I'd like to make the motion.
Don's got a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like Sue to briefly comment on, because the year-end books closed and there's
Yes.
more money than what was presented here. Because remember the timing
Right.
issue. So Sue, can you talk about that?
Yes, as Emma noted, our whole presentation was based on the adopted budget and what was written up and provided to you last week. Dawn provided a memo yesterday letting you know that we have an additional $10 million and $10.5 million, I'm sorry, based on departmental savings. And so our recommendation for that has been to include that as well in the contingency. So you've got the 8.5 that we had in the adopted budget. This would be another 10.5. So that would bring the total excess contingency, if you want to say it that way, to 19 million on top of the 6 million that is our normal 3%. So I just wanted you to understand that, Supervisor Novosel, if you were going to make a motion for all or part of that to be in a separate fund, if you could just let us know what your proposal is.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I think my recommendation is to approve the changes as staff has presented.
This is a motion, right?
Yes, it's a motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve the budget with the changes that the staff has presented, and also to direct staff to return on September 28th with budget resolution budget amendment and corresponding personnel changes resolution based on discussions, including the direction that we put $5 million into a Caldor fund relief fund, that we create a special fund for that purpose, and that they come back with a direction on that and have a discussion in 28.
Did I hear you correct? Did you say a dollar amount to include in the
$5 million.
5 million in the Caldor
Please.
fund and then
Yep.
leave the rest in contingency?
Correct,
Right.
and the rest in
So
contingency.
14
as
million
approved.
would be moved to the general fund contingency, I guess.
Right.
And I'm interpreting that to mean a general fund designation.
Yes.
Rather than.
Yes,
this.
general
Yes.
fund designation. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
That's my motion.
That gives us great flexibility with all the monies, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a big, again, you know,
Right.
forfeit,
Put it
put
dedicated,
it back
yeah.
in, but at least it moves us forward, and I think.
Right. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, staff, for the wonderful
Mr.
presentation. And
Chairman,
Joe, for
there is a
contributing.
1 minute, 11 a.m. time certain
It is one.
involving an elected official who is in the county charter. You can't get rid of him. So I would urge you to take that 11 a.m. time certain.
We have other 9 a.m. time certain time allocations that haven't been completed. So I'm going to turn to the CAO and ask for his recommendation.
Take a 5-minute break in between all this.
This is 1 minute, 1 minute, no, 30 seconds.
We should hear item 39. If you want to break, that's up to you.
I promise to leave the room for the
5
day.
minutes. You've got 1 minute.
It goes fast.
She'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, Cam, would you please read item 39? Let's get
Sure.
get this
Item
done.
item 39 is a hearing from the auditor controller recommending the board authorize the disbursement of excess proceeds from the sale of tax defaulted property.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend you open the public hearing.
I hereby open the public hearing.
If you don't follow my recommendation, you will be in violation of state law and you will be
I don't want to
sued.
do that, Joe.
Okay. I recommend you close the budget hearing.
Well, we have to have public comment, so we have to ask for public comment.
All right.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's
Jane McGinnis, I would like to say that we probably have the best in Joe Harn that any county has, and whatever he tells you to do, probably you ought to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Yeah, right.
Not seeing any other public comment in the boardroom. We have anybody on Zoom?
We do not.
Okay, I hereby close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And so with that, we can bring it back to the auditor controller if he has any other comments, and then we'll take a,
I think we've identified a new candidate for CAO.
all right.
I move. I'll
So
move the item.
we're open to the board.
I'll
Board
second.
moving. We got a motion and a second. You get that, Kim?
The second was comment.
Yeah, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Hey, that was very efficient, Joe. Thank you for that.
Now we'd like
All
to
right.
take a break.
5-minute break.
5-minute break. So let's see, where are we? We
Yeah,
are
what are we
at,
doing?
I gotta look at the timeline here, 11:46. So let's be back at 11:51. Yeah, ish, right? Ish.
And what are we gonna do when we come back? Which ones? Where are we headed?
I'm assuming we're gonna go to 35 unless
Just keep
unless you
going
want to
in
take
that
them out of
order?
order.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I
I'm
think,
gonna
yeah.
get sued.
Okay, we are back from our break and we are going to take on number 35 at this point under the 9 a.m. time allocation since we're running significantly late. So Kim, if you'd read 35.
Of course. Item number 35 comes from the Chief Administrative Officer and the Director of Human Resources, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign the revised salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution revising the salary schedule for unrepresented classifications. 3, direct the Human Resources Department and Auditor Controller's Office to administer and implement the resolution provisions. And 4, receive an update from staff and provide direction regarding deferred compensation for unrepresented and elected department heads.
Morning, Board.
Morning,
Joey
Joey.
Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. Item 35, there are 3 key components to it, and I wanted to go through them one at a time. The first one is updating the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. Number 2 is updating the salary schedule for unrepresented classifications. And number 3 is seeking guidance from the board for deferred compensation for specifically for elected and appointed department heads. So those are the 3 pieces to item 35. I'll start with the first one, which is the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. You should all have a copy of it.
Yep.
A red line version and a clean version. Quick background, in April of this year, the board directed Human Resources to return with a new salary resolution that set the sheriff's compensation 2.5% above the undersheriff. It also linked the district attorney's salary to that of the sheriff, so they're the same. And the third piece of that was the public defender salary was established at 15% below the district attorney. So we did that while a new salary resolution was brought to the board in June of this year. It was also the board's direction to memorialize those changes that I just mentioned in the salary and benefits resolution, as well as giving HR the direction to maintain the base salaries of both the assessor and the treasurer tax collector. So we wanted to incorporate all of these changes into the new salary and benefits resolution. And while we were looking at the salary and benefits resolution, we thought it was a good time to make some other changes and bring them to the board for consideration. I can touch on a few of you'll see a lot of track changes in one of the documents that you have. A lot of them were cleanup items, housekeeping items, formatting changes, grammatical, minor things, I'll call it. A couple of the other items, I just want to point out they're a little bit more significant. One is we are requesting to establish a 10% pay differential for the communications and outreach manager classification when we are under a state of emergency, either a local or a state declared emergency. Obviously, the workload spikes for the incumbent in this classification during this time. So that's one request that we're making.
Can that be made retroactive as well? Or is it too late? You can't?
It's too late, unfortunately.
Darn, okay.
Yeah.
I just had to ask. I
Right.
didn't know if there was a provision we could do that somehow, but okay.
Take this off.
Yep.
Another change that we're requesting is to add language to allow for salary step movement for extra help employees. As it stands now, extra help employees stay at the same step. So this would give the hiring authority discretion to move them to the next step if they're eligible. And 3, we incorporated or replaced 2 existing resolutions. One was pertaining to deferred compensation for elected department heads. It no longer applies because that was a previous rule that we had. All the folks that were impacted by it are either no longer department heads or they've moved on to their next term. So it's kind of a moot issue. We wanted to clean it up. And then the other issue was aligning the snow removal extra help classification that we're currently hiring 10 of those classifications or individuals. We wanted to bump up the salary for that to align with the highway maintenance worker step 3 instead of step 2 where it is now. So that would give a slightly higher hourly rate to those folks. So those were the main changes and edits we made to the salary and benefits resolution, and I can answer any questions if you have any.
With respect to the sheriff's differential, there would be no decrement if a new deputy sheriff came in, not deputy sheriff, but under sheriff came into office that was a younger individual. It wasn't, I mean, there would never be a decrement from what it is. We're always maintaining a minimum of 2.5%.
Correct.
Isn't that the correct way to state it? All right, so I just want to make sure that
I
was
was thinking
clear.
the same thing, John, when we were
Yeah.
saying it. I went, wait a
Right.
minute, it won't go down.
It won't go down.
Okay.
It's to maintain at least 2.5%. I think
Right.
the intent is
It
not.
steps
for
up
that.
as
Right.
necessary, but never
But
goes
the
down.
undersheriff could change and,
Right.
and that's what
Yes.
happened. So.
That was
okay.
my interpretation of it,
yes.
but I just want to make sure Joey reinforced that statement.
So that,
yes.
okay, so it's worded so that will be reflected. Okay, got
Yeah.
it.
Any other questions about this?
I think you did exactly what the board asked you to do. So I'm very pleased that we're able to get to this point. And so any other board comments?
Just a comment, you know, like you say, I'm happy we're able to move from the 7% to 5%, recognizing that, you know, our employees are so valuable, and they've certainly proved that during this time of unexpected challenge and complexities. And this is, you know, in appreciation, acknowledgement of that. And we appreciate just all their service to our county. So happy we're able to get closer to the median.
I guess, Joe, I do have one question, and that's for people who we're not able to get comps for. There were certain classifications that was very difficult. What are we doing for them when we raise everybody else up? What are we doing for that specific group? Because I know you had some correspondence with our supervisor's assistants at one point in time saying we'd have to wait. So I'm hopeful that we've got something embedded in this to deal with that group of employees as well.
Yes, and that's actually part of item number 2. And
Okay.
and I'm happy to move on to that right now. It's actually good timing if there are no other
I
questions.
just
with
want to make
the-
sure we covered it before I forgot. So
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to go to item number 2. Okay, all right. Yeah,
Great.
please.
Well, let's address that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tricky part of the total compensation study that we did. So we can always take another look at those classifications that we feel aren't linked at a later time. But right now, for this item, we looked at all of our benchmark classifications and the ones that are linked to that. I can tell you that we will be, after this is done, kind of taking another close look at all of our classifications and the linkages and all of that, just to ensure that it's equitable for everyone. So that's a work in progress.
So what would be your expectation? You could come back to the board with a recommendation on that. We looking 2-3 months, 6 months, timing wise?
What I'd like to add, we did address, maybe not all, but a lot in this, and keeping in mind, this is only for your unrepresented groups.
Understand.
You know, there were a couple of classifications that weren't benchmarks and got left behind last time. This time, between my office and Joey and Lauren, we brainstormed ideas how to do it, and we set it to be a certain differential behind the person they report to. So if the person they report to is getting a 5% raise, and the one example I have is the subordinate was 35% behind their department head that they reported to. Well, if you look on average, we try to have 20% differential. So even though those two positions that were 35% behind weren't benchmarked, we said, well, let's move them to 20% behind their department head to be consistent. It's at least something to base it on.
Or equitable, yes.
So those two employees are getting a substantial increase, but I believe it's the right thing to do in these circumstances. I have asked Joey in regards to the represented classifications, to find all those others that weren't benchmarks, and we're going to figure out a way to link them to something so they don't get further behind. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Heidel?
It does, but I would hope they wouldn't be linked with supervisor salaries, the assistants. Because
We're gonna get to that.
I don't know
Well,
that that's a good deal.
Well, and that's a challenge we're gonna have, and Joey can address why. I'll have him speak to it first about
Sure.
where the struggle is with the supervisor's assistants.
Challenging.
There, right now, the supervisor's assistant hourly rate is very close to the supervisor's hourly rate, which is probably a segue for item number 36 when we're going to
Right.
talk about that more. But so any increase to the supervisor's assistant salary would have them making more than the board members. That's not consistent with how we handle other classifications.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's historic.
Yeah, we've had this situation before. This is not a first because
I've ever made as much as my sister.
It's a differential of $2.37 an hour.
And I love
Yeah.
it.
Right.
So, yeah.
So
okay, so
that's a problem. I mean, that's an issue that we have to consider.
So Supervisor Heidel, on your question about when could we address that, I think a lot of this, well, one, you could address it now and say you want to.
well, we're not prepared, so
Right.
I'm okay with
Right.
that.
But I think a lot of this will depend what action the board takes on item number 36.
Okay.
Because the board has made it clear, you do not want the boss making less than the subordinate. So that's why we didn't recommend an increase for the supervisor assistants. So you're Supervisor Nova, so you're looking at me.
No, I think they're worth a lot, and I hate the thought of them not making
Right.
more money because of what.
I know.
And then you look at the clerk of the
decided
board's
is okay
office,
for
which we all
us.
work in the same area and share responsibilities and all those kinds of things. It just seems disproportionate if we ignore one.
And then you
Almost bet we didn't have the other
and then-
discussion first.
well, and then you add the assistants for your department heads who make 10 or 15% less than your assistants. So all these, this is why compensation is so difficult.
Although that in thinking through that, because this is such a challenging issue. The assistants to the supervisors are a very unique and tenuous position because their work is based on us, and we can get reelected, we can get thrown out of office, we can get recalled, we can get all kinds of things, and that affects them. Whereas, the assistants to other departments are perhaps more stable than our assistants. So I think
Their position is more stable.
Thank
not
you.
they are.
No, right. Thank you for that. Nothing personal. Right. Thank you for that. Their position is more stable. So I think the fact that this classification represents a slightly elevated salary range, I think is indicative of that more tenuous
Yeah.
state of their employment.
When we have the term
Yeah.
limits.
Exactly.
We
Yeah.
we have a
It's
lot going
challenging.
on.
Right.
So, right.
And they have to deal with us.
But the
So,
prime-
you know.
So the only reason recommendations weren't made by Joey and I to address the supervisor assistants, because we didn't want to recommend they make more than you. Because that's contradictory to the prior direction this board has given. If you want to make an exception to that, and we're not ready to give a number, but it's your discretion to direct us to do so.
Thank you. Appreciate that, because I was just trying to get it in the right framework. So not only the supervisors have a clear understanding, but the public has a clear understanding too. Thank you.
What's wrong, Supervisor
No,
Thomas?
I'm just thinking, I'm just noodling it over it. Once we have the next discussion.
Right.
How could we talk about the supervisors, the assistants?
You can always give us direct,
Okay.
I believe council would be okay if during the next one, you directed staff to come back with recommendations for supervisor assistants. We could do that at a
Because
future
that
meeting.
might make sense depending on which way this board
Well,
is,
either way,
wants to go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
either way,
I almost think we need to have that discussion first,
Yep.
so.
So then the question is, would it be ready by the 28th, which would be the final budget approval? If
No.
we gave direction to staff, it's gonna take longer than a week, right?
Yeah, right. Well, because that would be posted tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
yeah.
But we always have addendum things, with-
Well.
yeah, but whatever. I understand, it's a tight timeline, so, okay, I'm not gonna have an expectation by the 28th. I
Thank you.
got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry, Joey.
Oh, that's okay. So, okay, number two, the actual salary schedule for the unrepresented classifications, that's also in your handouts. It
Yep.
lists all of the specific classifications, what the current salary range is, and the proposed salary range. So again, back to April of this year, the board directed HR to return to the board with an updated salary resolution, bringing all unrepresented classifications to within no less than 8% 8% of the median of our comparator agencies. So we prepared by looking at the benchmark classifications. We did a total compensation study. That's also attached. There's several attachments that you all have. And what we found as a result, several classifications were significantly below the median, more than 8%. And it varied, but some were pretty far below.
And you're using the total compensation column, right? Is the
Yes.
comparator, not just salary. So I think
That's correct.
that's the fairest.
That's the
way to
fairest
do it.
way. That's industry standard as to
Yep.
how these are compared. So in order to address the county's ongoing recruitment efforts and challenges that we've been having that was mentioned earlier today, and also in line with our the compensation philosophy, we're recommending that the board approve us coming to within 5% of the median to our market comparators. So that is addressed here in the salary resolution. Those new salaries, proposed new salaries, if approved by the board, are based upon the 5% within the median. I'll say that certain classifications that we studied that are already within 5% of the median, they would not be getting pay increases. So the list that you're looking at in front of you, it just addresses the classifications that were below that 5% mark.
Right. So if we don't see a number that's greater than minus 5.0%, then there would be no adjustment in that given category, right?
Correct.
Classification. Okay.
This is, I think this is a step in the right direction of our goal to eventually get to median. This is a great step.
Yeah. So let me ask the bigger question. Why didn't we consider just 5% for everybody? I mean, it's more money. And the board didn't give you direction for that, but I'm wondering if now is the time to consider it, of trying to get everybody within 5% of the meeting. Because you mentioned, I think, the unrepresentative, we're trying to get to 8%.
That was the direction given by the board, but what I'm proposing is for the unrepresented.
Right,
That's
5%.
within 5%, correct.
So all of these categories would be within 5%, if I understand you correctly.
All of the unrepresented classifications would
Okay,
be
all right.
within,
I
yes.
just needed to get that clarified. So thank you.
Sure.
I thought I heard you say give everybody 5%.
No. Within 5%,
Yeah.
within 5% of the meeting. This is not a 5-5-5 program. No. This is within 5% of the meeting. Thank you for that. If I misspoke, I didn't mean to. Anyway.
Wow, words matter today.
They do. They really matter. So Joey, please proceed. Sorry.
Well, with that, I was going to open it up to any questions about
Okay.
the classification, the study itself that we did, or any of the numbers that we came up with.
I guess, have you had any feedback from any of the unrepresented, any of the employees that said, hey, you guys got bad numbers? I know for a fact they just did this over here. Are you getting a lot of that feedback, or is there general consensus that the numbers we've looked at for the comps are the best and most accurate numbers that we can obtain? Because it's a huge effort to try to get every category you've got in here with the right numbers populated. So
it is a huge effort, and I'm confident in the numbers. Generally, staff were happy with this. There were a few classifications that weren't scheduled to get large increases, or in some cases, any increase, that asked questions. But as far as really challenging the validity or accuracy of it, I shared the study with all of the department heads, elected and appointed, for their classifications. And with the exception of really, one person, the rest were appreciative of it, and they didn't have a whole lot of questions. So, and I think it's very confusing to people, and I can totally understand why it is.
You gotta get used to it. It's different.
It
So,
is.
yeah.
And I think some of the questions that came up were just because they didn't understand what the total compensation, how we came to the numbers that we came to. So once I explained that, I think they felt a little bit better about it. But for the most part, I would say staff are generally pleased with this.
The other thing is the comparable counties, how we selected that unique list and which is in and which is out. And I mean, I can see a lot of conjecture on you got the wrong grouping here. It should be X, Y, and Z, not W, U, and V. So
That's a good point. And the 9 comparator agencies we use, there's 8 counties and then the state of California. Those were established several years ago, approved, it went through the board of supervisors, labor unions.
Yeah.
So that's how we arrived at these.
right, we're sticking with it. And I think it's the best benchmark we have right now. Maybe it changes over time, but the complexion of a given county compared to another county generally doesn't change a whole lot year over year. Maybe in a 10-year span it does, but in a short term, they're pretty consistent numbers. And that's, I think, all we're trying to look at is a balance of what we believe are the most comparable counties and not getting to too many in the list, because that's just more data gathering. But I feel good about the list we have. We can always do more or less, but I think it's a pretty solid list. I think when people understand why we're using those sets of county data as opposed to others, but
And that list was approved and vetted. I
Right,
think that's
yeah,
important.
right.
And we're being consistent.
it's not arbitrary. It's not
Yeah,
changing every year. This is what we're following. So
That's the best part. I mean, the fact that we haven't heard from employees and the fact that we are being consistent with and treating everybody the same. I think that's what's incredibly important.
Right.
Is we're treating everybody the same. We're losing the same data and we're using the same, we're trying to get to that same level. So I think that's the best we can do.
Right. And just to add one piece, you had asked, how employees feel about this. We did, it varied. Like I said, for the most part, employees were pleased with it. A couple other staff kind of questioned, why am I linked to this classification? That doesn't really make sense. That's something we're going to take a look at after this is done. So we can hopefully fix it if it needs to be fixed. So we do have a couple of those items floating around out
Is
there.
that, are you talking more like class and comp kind of look at again, like we did years ago?
Yes.
Because we did that, very comprehensive, and it took years to get there.
Right.
If you're gonna do that, just know that it took a long time to really do that.
They are. Yeah,
Okay,
we're
okay.
going, yeah, exactly. We're going to look at the linkages to make sure that they're.
But Joey, you are not proposing a full class comp study.
Oh, no.
No.
Correct.
No,
So-
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Sorry. No, I'm not.
You do not want to do
those are like every
It's very
decade, maybe,
comprehensive. It was very comprehensive.
Yes.
No, okay.
Yep. Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, Kim, would you please?
Thank you, Joey,
Yep.
for all your
Yeah,
hard work.
Joey.
Appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Please open this up for public comment then, Kim.
I don't think we're done, John, the list.
There's one last piece
one
of
that we
this.
didn't
Oh,
cover.
yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I know it's,
Sorry, I
a-
thought we got in there. Sorry.
no, that's okay. It was the deferred compensation
Yep, okay.
piece. So again, April of this year, the board directed HR to analyze the possibility of bringing department heads, elected and appointed, from 2.5% deferred comp contribution to 4% deferred comp. We costed that out. It's about $71,000 annually if we were to do that. However, given we kind of stepped back from that recommendation because we were moving from the 8% to the 5% model. But I did want to at least start the discussion to see if the board has any direction on how we handle that. Do we keep it status quo at 2.5%, or do we still want to move forward with changing it to 4%? It's something that.
Okay, that is a separate subject, so I'm glad we've got a chance to respond to that. So any,
SCA, where are we at with the rest of the employees on anything like this?
Yeah, and I think I believe the staff report says my office, definitely, I won't speak for Joey, is not recommending that at this time.
No.
What you have before you, I believe, is consistent with the direction you've been given to us for all employees. And if we were to deviate from that, I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that because
Yeah.
that's kind of where
Yeah,
we
it's
want
not
to
in there,
go.
but it's-
So
the only significant advantage I see with deferred compensation is not PERSable. And if you're going to give people money and salary as opposed to deferred compensation, ultimately it saves the county money because it's not PERSable upon retirement. So there is a trade there that I think we're all aware of. And that's the one thing I think we need to try to keep in balance, not necessarily in this cycle, but in a future cycle.
Yeah.
Because
I think that's a
we're going to
good
be
future
faced with that.
discussion.
Yeah.
I think that's a good future discussion.
I
Yeah.
too.
Well, and
Yeah.
you recall the board has made significant progress in that area for
Yep.
your unrepresented groups. And, you know, when you're 15% behind, giving a couple percent in deferred comp isn't to make us any more
No,
competitive.
no.
But when you start getting to the 5% behind and closer, now I think you can really start having those conversations, how to leverage that. So.
Right. Yep. Very good. Any other
Okay.
board comments or questions of Joey?
No.
Now.
Okay, now let's open it up for the public, please, Kim. Yep.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first for those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back, Chris.
Chris Payne of Diamond Springs. This item is interesting because of my involvement as being a county employee for 33 years, as I've told you many times. Because I founded with a couple other people, the Managers Association, which at that time we were unrepresented, and then we created some representation. I'm not sure we even have that classification anymore. But it's important to recognize that I just checked your closed session to see if you had any negotiations, instructions going on right now, and I see none, which is a good thing because, I mean, you're constantly negotiating with your representatives those are the employees' representatives, and that's not this group. Essentially, this group is the unrepresented, which is not represented. So it's important to recognize that as we speak about employees and how hard they're working, that we're talking about just a group of the broader amount of employees that we have that are doing work every day for us and doing a good job. So, but I wanted to be clear for the record that, and I'm just going to read it right out of the resolution. It says unrepresented employees means those employees or classifications that are not represented by a recognized employee organization, as I just said. For the purpose of this resolution, we're talking about then elected department heads, appointed department heads, administrative management, confidential employees, and extra health employees, excluding limited term. Those are the groups that you are taking action on right now. Obviously, the resolution itself speaks to all of the things in terms of salary and benefits. It speaks to those benefits that are designated for one of those 5 that I just read. And they're different because each one has a little bit different formula or a little bit different compensation. Which is, again, part of this discussion you're having. So as your HR director has said, there are things that are not going to be dealt with in this resolution, but rightfully so. Every time you deal with personnel related matters, salary and benefits, you're dealing with a subject that is very complex. And that question of your assistance and your compensation, we heard about that earlier. I mean, it is a problem. But at the same time, those people come in, not like I came in where I had to, there was a competitive a process where I was employed based on interviews, a series of interviews. The assistants are not interviewed in
10
per
seconds
se.
remaining.
They are essentially coming with you as a supervisor. They're coming with you because you know who you want as your assistant. So there's a little oddity there that you have I guess it's not as clear how much they should make or how that relationship with you should be established. I don't believe it should be established as the other classifications, distinctly identifying what the relationships are. I think you choose those relationships because those are the people that are coming in and supporting your
Public comment at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, how comes I don't have a? Okay.
Knocks us out sometimes,
Because
Chris.
I gauge myself based on that.
Please finish up.
Okay, but I think that the clarity that I want to make related to you and your assistants is that there is a distinct difference in my mind as being a former employee, that you do have a choice. You can decide what kind of relationship you want to have. And it's not HR that will decide. It'll be you that decides. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Chris. Not seeing any more public comment from the boardroom, Kim. I don't see anybody Zoom that's got their hand raised, but maybe there's somebody.
Sure. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
Okay,
Nice.
so back to the board.
So we didn't recommend any changes, did we? No. Oh, I would like to move to approve this as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Boy, this has been a
Nice.
real good thing today. We're moving along. Thank
It
you.
feels good again to do that. I love it.
Yeah, so, and I think this is doing the right thing. I think that'll be recognized over time, and we've got more of this to do,
Oh,
but
it's a good direction.
start,
we're
good
headed.
start.
Absolutely.
okay, Kim, I think unless Joey has another comment, we're ready to go to 36. Okay, Kim, if you read 36.
Item 36 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Department of Human Resources, recommending the board receive an update from staff and provide direction to the staff regarding the Board of Supervisors' total compensation.
Thank you. Afternoon, board. Joey Carrasco, HR Director. Item 36, rewind back to April yet again. We were instructed by the board to complete a total compensation study specifically to the Board of Supervisors. So we use the same 9 agencies. Actually, it's 8 because the state doesn't have Board of Supervisors. So we completed that study, and the results of that study did show that your current salaries are 13.98% below the median of our comparators.
Total comp, not salary.
Total
comp.
compensation is 13.98% below the median. So we are looking for direction from the board on whether any changes need to be made. We've identified in previous board meetings, there are 2 options. I'm happy to explain both of those options, and you can proceed with one of those or not. That's absolutely your discretion. One was to bring the salary of the Board of Supervisors similar to what we're doing with the other unrepresented employees to within 5% of the median. And that would mean almost a 9% one-time pay adjustment to your salaries. The other option was to tie your salaries or your salary increases to those of Superior Court judges. And we looked into this. So judges get pay increases every July 1st typically, and their salary, their pay raises are based on statewide union bargaining. They take an average of all the unions in the state, whatever they got or for their employees, that's what the judges get. So that's one thought of maybe linking your salaries to an outside agency such as the Superior Court. So when they get an adjustment every July 1st, your salaries would be adjusted as well. And it ranges, I looked back to, I think, fiscal year 8-9, and they've ranged from a fraction of a percent all the way up to 4.3%, and it kind of runs the gamut in between. So it really varies. So that's another option, but I'm open to answer any questions and participate in the conversation.
The county charter, I think, needs to be quoted here because the Board of Supervisors by the charter cannot establish the salary based upon what other employees are getting, because I guess the concern was you might give your assistant a higher salary, so you would have even a greater salary, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of counties and the interest has been looking at something that totally takes it to a third-party comparative and doesn't deal with the internal workings of how you set salaries internal. And that's why some counties have gone to this, using the Superior Court judge's salary as the basis to be consistent with the charter. I personally favor that, but then you have to determine what is that relevant percentage, which other counties have determined, that we could do a survey to look at that. But to me, that takes it totally consistent with the charter, takes it totally out of this this series where you're looking at somebody else's salary and you might end up at some point where the assistant's salary exceeds the supervisor's salary because of that link to the Superior Court judges.
Right.
Or you might find it goes a different direction. But it's an option is all I'm trying to say, as opposed to the difficulty of bringing the subject of the Board of Supervisors increasing their own salary and then be accused of linking it to something else because the charter doesn't allow that. So,
right. I pushed my button.
yes, please, Lori.
And I did have a couple of thoughts on this.
It didn't
did
go
it
off?
not go off?
No, there it is now.
I've been disconnected. No.
Okay.
Kind of like our AT&T connection,
Yeah.
right? So, whatever. I personally, well, I have two thoughts on it. I like the item 1 suggestion here of keeping the Board of Supervisors with the same philosophy as we have with our employees. I think that's the most fair thing to do in my mind. That's just how I see it. I like that, like Supervisor Novosel says, like we're trying to, make everybody kind of treated the same so nobody feels special or left out or anything. And so to me, it makes sense just to follow that same philosophy of if we're headed for 5% below the median, that's where the board should be too. That's just how I see it. My only little concern is, and we've had this discussion before with other salary conversations, is with electeds, especially, we've talked about in the past, and I think I was in the minority at that time, and that's fine, but I just wanted to bring it up, is perhaps instead of making it an immediate thing, because when we're elected, we know what our salary is, and make it for the next term to make that increase, so that we're not, people don't like it when we're sitting here giving ourselves a raise, and I get that. But at the same time, maybe if we're just being consistent with the rest of the employees, in the whole county, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad lens for the public. So that's just where I'm at. I personally don't like the judge one because it changes and fluctuates and could be different and make things out of whack and all of that. And it's and so I guess my question then is to probably county council or the CAO, I'm confused by what the chair said about setting the salaries. I mean, we can follow the same philosophy with our salaries as the rest of the employees, right? With the median and all that. Does the charter prevent us from doing that?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
I'm actually not familiar with a charter provision that might expressly preclude the connection, though I think that
We
because.
ought to read it, is all I'm suggesting. We ought to read it because.
Yeah, and
maybe it's interpretable, but to me, it was pretty clear.
Well,
It
can
can't be
you tell us
associated
what
with.
section you're looking at, or what are you looking
Yeah.
at? Where is it?
So the charter does certainly require that the board salaries, and this is consistent with the state constitution, that the board salaries be established by ordinance. So that is both in the county charter and within the county's ordinance code, confirming that. I would certainly agree that a practice of tying your salary to another classification over which you have complete control and discretion with
That's what
respect
it
to the
says.
authority,
Okay.
that whether it's a function of charter or not, I would certainly discourage you from doing that, because I think that the intent of requiring that your salaries be set by ordinance is so that there's transparency, so that there could theoretically be a referendum done on that ordinance. So to establish your salaries and allow you to increase your salaries in that manner, it would certainly be contrary to the intent of the restrictions on setting your salary. Now, establishing it consistent with the judicial salary that is completely beyond your control, I think is a different situation. I think so long as you're absolutely clear in establishing that, it's my understanding that that is the practice in a number of other counties, to establish it as a percentage of the judicial salaries, or as Joey noted, such that it's subject to the same increases given. I think either way, how you structure it gives you the same net effect of tying for future increases to increases in the judicial salaries. So I think that's certainly permissible, so long as it is done, again, by ordinance, which the charter otherwise requires. As far as the notion of deferring the increase until the commencement of a new term, I think that's also permissible if that's what you choose to do. The primary restrictions on supervisorial salaries really come when you are electing to decrease a salary. In that case, there are a couple of things that come into play. There's a statutory provision that would prohibit you from decreasing a salary in an election year after the time that a particular individual has filed paperwork to run for that particular office. there is a general notion based upon the Constitution's contracts clause that generally provides that upon assuming the office, that you have something akin to a contractual right to the salary that was in effect at the time you assumed the office. And so it couldn't be decreased during the duration of that term. The Attorney General has confirmed, however, that similar restriction doesn't apply if you're electing to increase a salary, because it's really about burdening your contractual rights that you may otherwise have. So I think that since we're talking about increases, some of that line of authority isn't terribly relevant to our discussion today. So I think you do have, a fair degree of flexibility. The primary, constraint being ensuring that whatever you do, it is done by ordinance. And as noted in the staff report, that that ordinance wouldn't be effective for 60 days following its adoption.
Okay. So there's nothing precluding us though from making the Board of Supervisors salaries consistent with the same philosophy of the median, there's nothing in the charter preventing us from doing
I
that.
think what you would do is you would establish it as a one-time increase intended to align with that 5% below the median. I would not suggest that you then provide for some form of automatic adjustment in the future, because I think that again, could have issues with the transparency of setting your salaries. Again, in that case, it could be construed as tying it to your subordinate employees. So I think that if that's the goal, I think that it would just, it could certainly be expressed similar to how budget policies may be expressed. But I think that the way you would effectuate that in the future would be to have an item come before the board wherein you would align your salaries to the extent it requires an increase with that, to bring it back within 5% of the median to the extent that you've lost market position over time.
Okay.
So I'm going to piggyback on that. Oops, I'm going to piggyback on that. How would we deal with our assistant salaries? And do you have any recommendations? Let's, kind of chat about that. Because I think, first of all, I hate this conversation. I think we all do. Because I firmly believe that you don't do this job for the money, and you shouldn't. You are here to serve your county. And so it's a very, very uncomfortable conversation. That said, I think it's critically important. I was dead set against it initially. But as I dug into it, I think it's really important for our community to understand that the Board of Supervisors positions have not raised in 14 years. 14 years. Is that correct? Yeah. So I think what was a change of heart and thought to me, to allow myself to just be open to this discussion, was the fact that our assistants are hamstrung by us. And like I said, the differential between our base salaries is $2.37. And so if we don't look at increasing this, there's no cost of living raise, there's nothing, then our assistants are stuck. So, and that's not a fair.
Or we actually could be okay with them having a salary more than us. We could do that, but that's true. Odd.
It's odd. And we're trying to get away from that in other parts of the county where that's happened. So once again, being consistent across our organization, I think it's important for us to have this discussion. So do you have any recommendations for how we might handle that differential?
My suggestion would be, well, one is give yourselves a raise, and then staff can come back with a recommendation of how far below you want your assistant to be. We could also look at how assistants in other counties are compensated. That I think that's going to be difficult drawing a direct parallel, because other counties, Supervisor Novosel and I talk about this all the time. Other counties have more assistants for their board members.
They have staff.
Boston has 3 assistants.
Right.
And how different board members use their assistants. And that's even true amongst you guys.
Oh, you guys, it's even worse than that. Some counties get no assistants.
Yep.
True.
The bigger counties, I was talking to, and I can't remember which one it was. I remember at my CSAC orientation, she goes, I'm going to have 12 assistants.
Oh my gosh.
And I went, what? I mean, it's mind boggling how different the counties are. So that's a really good point.
So, but we can look at that to set parameters of how they're paid. So you guys can then have that information and give us some direction on how you want to proceed.
Okay.
I mean, when Joey and I talk about this a lot, when you're doing compensation, especially, It's as much art as it is science.
Yeah.
And, there's not going to be a prescriptive way to address every single person the exact same way. You have to have some flexibility, and this is one of those cases.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, especially when it comes to our assistants.
John,
It really does.
I haven't had my light on. for a while.
Yes.
But sorry.
Oh, too. Sorry.
We need to turn
That's
that
all right.
toward
I
you.
just-
Turn away
I-
from
I've
you.
got, I was looking at the chart. I was trying to find the specific language that was requested. Go- I'm sorry,
So,
sir.
I just wanted to point out, because when I look at the chart, what I saw and what I heard in Placer, because every time I go to a meeting, she drives up in this really nice, pretty little car that says Placer County on the side. And I just have all this envy going, you get your own car? But I mean, that's kind of silly, but this is what I see on the chart is they have an auto allowance here that takes them up 4%.
Right.
And then they have their health benefits that take them up to end up being 14%.
Yep.
So it's not about the money per se. When you look at the money, the monthly salary, we're only 1.7% behind. I just wanted to note that. So if you want to have that discussion, that's,
But-
somewhere else we could go.
Yeah, but I'm in favor of keeping it simple. I mean,
I-
whenever you
I'm fine. I
put
just thought
separate
I'd point it out.
allocations out there and stuff, it's kind of like you're hiding stuff from the public because they want to know what the salary is. But the state reporting that goes into California Transparent California
Mhm.
is total compensation. So
Okay.
to
yeah,
me,
I don't care
it's
either way.
better-
I just thought I'd point it
Yeah.
out.
right, as long as it's comparable, I don't care what category it fits in. I think, it's the same, it's compensation is what it is.
Yeah, it is definitely. It comes out the same.
To try to break it down into, allowances
still
for
would like a
cars
double
and, it
allocation.
just sounds, to me, that's not going the right direction.
Complex.
Let's just keep it simple if we can. But no, I agree with you. I mean, that's where you see the difference in the breakout is
It is.
Yeah.
That's-
just the
that's what it
salary
is.
versus total compensation are
right.
substantially different. So, yeah. So I think we've had our discussion and we haven't taken public input yet, correct? So I think at this time, Kim, we can open up for public input and then we can have the final discussion and a motion. And so please open up for public comment. And Chris left.
I know, I figured he was.
Gayla too. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my microphone died.
Oh,
It died.
whoops.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board. Since Chris and Gay left, I thought somebody had to.
How you doing, Andy? All
Thank
right.
you, Andy.
But no, first of all, I just want to thank you for making this, a very dispassionate discussion. I recognize this is a really awkward topic. That said, I did a couple of things for you guys to think about. One, with the judicial option, I think it's important to realize, of course, as you all know, that the state budget is very different than the county budget in how the revenue works. And so it's possible that judges are getting raises because the state budget is in a good place, but the county budget is in not so great of a place. So I think if you do choose to go that route, it should not be automatic. It should have to come back to the board before each annual increase or whatever it happens to be. And then the second thing I wanted to bring up, and you guys just talked about it a little bit, but I do think it's worth exploring the idea of non-PERSable benefits, as you guys have talked about in the last discussion. You're trying to set us, you're trying to encourage your bargaining units and your employees to start looking at forms of compensation that won't increase the long-term liabilities for the county. And as that chart shows, it really is the benefits where the Board of Supervisors is starting to fall short. And so to the extent it doesn't make things too complicated and it's doable, I think looking at taking any increase you might decide is appropriate, making at least some of that in the form of a non-PERSable benefit might set a good example for other employees. But with that, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, so back to the board for any further.
There's no
discussion?
additional public comment.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Pam.
you. I was looking at the screen. There wasn't anybody with their hand raised. but Okay. So back to the board.
Well, do
Additional
we have like
discussion.
a kind of a consensus even amongst ourselves on which of the two philosophies we kind of even like? Because I do like the one where we're trying to be consistent with our employees.
Mhm.
If we're gonna do this, which I think we kind of do need to do this.
I think Andy made a really good point that the state's budget could be very different than the county's.
Right.
And so if it's tied to that, that's a very difficult
But
thing.
I think if you looked at the history of the counties that have gone to this, they've not gone back. They're using the Superior Court. So it depends on what you believe is advantages versus disadvantages. It's going to vary year by year.
Well, I think the idea that we're going by ordinance anyhow. We're
Right.
gonna
Mhm.
set a amount. It
Right.
doesn't really matter.
Right.
It's truly what we decide the amount is. It's not really how you get there because it's gonna be by ordinance, a specific amount is what we've been told.
Right.
So
I also think it sets a dangerous precedence. If we tie it to the judicial salary that goes up every year, no matter what, that's a really difficult thing. If we have down years and our employees aren't getting raises and we are,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
not right.
that's- no.
That is not right.
I think
agree on
that's
that.
kind of where my
Yeah.
brain was going to. I want to be consistent in that, because we keep saying that we want to be consistent with everyone. And I want to be in everyone.
Yeah, and
I
very
just feel-
respectful
I
of,
just feel that way
and
very
very
strongly.
respectful of our county employees.
So
that
the
are-
other thing that Andy brought up, which I'm shocked that I'm agreeing with everything he's saying right now, but that was the non-perishable. So, we could split this. One of my thoughts is we could split this, do part of it as the auto, what do they call, allowance or whatever it is, and then the other part, an actual raise so that, it's non-pers as part of it. It's what I'm assuming that that's a non-perishable if you do an auto allowance.
You could, you absolutely could, and not the auto allowance is non-purchasable. You could also do a deferred comp for you guys as well,
Okay.
similar to your department heads and unrepresented management.
Oh,
employees.
okay.
That's non-purchasable.
Because what does an auto allowance actually mean? Do you have to spend it on a car?
No.
So.
It's like the phone allowance we get.
So it's,
Spend it on
okay,
that
because
is
I'm
your
like,
pay
going,
every month.
ew, don't want
Or
that.
6 months or whatever it
And
is.
you'll notice every supervisor that we have comparable had it, except for Placer, because they give her a car. So,
And you will see that amongst all your department heads as well for
Oh.
those counties.
yeah, they have cars too. I
they-
know.
It's
It's
and I will,
just
it's
not
something we have talked about with the department head leadership team here. And it's just not something the department heads, as your leadership team, was supportive of for a wide variety of reasons. They preferred the deferred comp approach,
Yeah.
but this is for you guys. So I just wanted to have
Oh,
that.
so they don't have the auto, they just have deferred.
Deferred.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
They don't have auto, they just have the deferred,
Correct,
no auto allowance. Okay.
correct.
It says here we already have some deferred.
If I can't remember, does the
That's
board?
what it says on
That's
our
what it
sheet.
says, but I don't know what it is.
Is that,
Get up
because
to the
like
microphone.
Supervisor Thomas said, we just do this because we love it. So we don't even know what we get paid.
Because we have $67 in annual deferred comp. Not sure what that.
No, that sounds right, because before the department heads used to get a little tiny bit.
Oh,
and Then we
okay.
made it 2.5%, which was a significant difference. So we haven't touched the board members since
Oh, okay.
2007. So
So if we went to 2.5%, we'd be consistent with what employees are
with your
currently-
unrepresented employees,
unrepresented employees are receiving, and that would be part of the
total comp.
comp. And if we take that part
Oh,
out,
and
then the
then
rest
just
of
make
it
it
is just
total.
in salary.
That sounds more in line with what we're doing with everyone else.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that if we think it
That works.
it meets the ordinance, because the ordinance, when you actually read it, the resolution rather, I think gives more descriptive language. And I was looking for the resolution here on Legistar, and I didn't see it, but I've got a copy at my office. I didn't just bring it out. So, but I'm a good with if county council believes this is consistent with what's in that ordinance, we can change the ordinance, right?
Well, I think no matter what we're going to do, we're going to have to
We
change
can
the
change the
ordinance.
numbers,
Correct.
but I think there's additional language in the ordinance that talks about it should not be tied at all to employees. That's the part I'm
You're talking
concerned
about the
with.
charter?
We're not,
Oh,
You said-
Talking about really I guess it's a resolution. No, it's ordinance established by ordinance or resolution. I'm not sure
Mhm.
which it is.
Right.
We have a document that gives us that detail that isn't part of Legistar my recollection is there's something in there defines that whatever that compensation is for the Board of Supervisors
Well,
should not be tied to employee salaries.
and we wouldn't be if we did this.
Yeah, it
This would not be any.
Because this is a one-time thing.
Right, it's a
It's a
one-time
one-time
thing,
adjustment.
and this still has to come back, and he can do his research, because we still have to come back with it.
Right.
Agreed. Yeah, I completely agree with the notion that you should not try to make this some sort of
Right.
automatic connection to.
Right,
your
that's where we
employees.
get in trouble.
But as a one-time adjustment, if you're
Okay.
using as the metric, your either your employees, or I think what you're really doing is you're using comparable data from other supervisors. You're just using a philosophy that is similar to that which you have applied to your employees.
Yes.
I do not see a prohibition of
Okay.
that, so long as you do adopt those revisions to your salary and compensation package via ordinance.
And then too, in the future, instead of waiting 14 years, it seems like it would be more palatable too, if we're consistent with the philosophy with the employees, and we want to maintain that, updating it more often and frequently as we move our employees towards the median, just seems like it'd be more palatable and not so awkward all the time. So I think this is a good strategy.
And more helpful to our assistant salaries. which-
Yeah, I agree with you, as long as it doesn't go 13 years again.
Yeah.
Because when I look at inflation and just cost of living and everything else, supervisors must have been hugely overcompensated 13 years ago.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, they must have been hugely overcompensated because this job grows in requirements
All the time.
all the
yeah.
time. It isn't a diminishing job. It isn't a part-time job, in my opinion.
No, it's not.
So
So
we all have experienced, it. Maybe at one time it was a part-time job, but I don't think today
it's
to
not
to
anymore.
do it
Not
right.
at all.
it's that. So
So given that
What'd you say?
I'm
oh.
sorry, I was just noting
Oh.
to Don that you get $800 per year of deferred compensation as a function of the ordinance establishing your compensation. That nets out to the $67 per
Oh,
month that's shown on.
okay.
There it is. Okay,
Got it.
that makes
Okay.
sense.
All right, all right.
Okay, okay,
It's about 1%.
Okay.
got it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So I think we can make a decision, given direction to staff and, basically culminate our decision here and let them work the numbers.
Yep.
And
Right.
bring it back to
To
us
bring it.
with the final result. Is that something we could do? Rather than continue it?
That's exactly what we're looking for today, is your direction of what you want us to
Okay.
bring.
And I
Right.
direct you to bring back a recommendation on the assistant salaries, because right now there's no escalator for them.
Let's start with yours.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
And then go
We
from
don't
there.
want
Take
to
it back
want
off
to
of
tie that again.
Okay.
And then the only
So-
other question I had though was about the term part. Again, that's another philosophical question as to whether we want to just change the salaries currently, or as electeds, we knew what our salary was, because that's why we set salaries before the next election. I mean, that's a thing. So do we want to set it so that the next term is who actually gets the benefit? I don't know. That's a tough one. I struggle with that one. I think everybody knows I do. So
Yeah,
do you guys have thoughts on that?
Well, the only question I have is like Sue and John, I mean, they're gonna be terming out here pretty soon. So I mean,
I got 3.5 years.
well,
so
I
don't
know.
make it too quick.
Okay.
Sue doesn't quite
But
have that.
well, Sue doesn't have, but I'm just saying, I just don't think it's, I mean, we gotta base it on what's fair to them. So.
You know,
He was gonna say something. I'm not
it's
saying-
totally,
I know, it's
it
like
is
this.
100% your call. It starts getting more complicated if you do that, because if you
Yes.
say, what term, is it when districts who runs next year,
4 and 5.
4 and 5 run, that it doesn't apply to 1, 2, and 3,
Oh.
Right,
because you're not all in the same election cycle.
right.
So anything can be done. It's just, my caution is, don't make it too complicated, because then we tend to
Okay.
forget and mess things up.
Effective with
Okay.
establishment of the
Yeah.
approval of the resolution or the ordinance, whichever it is. And
Then that would be 16 years.
Yeah, it's like, what? So okay, so that's a good point, and probably, I think I do feel better though, just in the fact that we're looking at trying to be equal to what we're doing with our other employees and being fair. So it's not as cringeworthy, I guess, if you look at it that way. I don't know, no matter what we do,
Yeah,
it's tough.
that's a tough decision.
so we ready for motion?
Yeah, go for it, John.
Yeah, whatever you do it.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we direct staff to come back to us with actions that would be consistent with the dialogue, i.e. we put in 2.5% deferred compensation. And we use the getting within 5% of the median. So if it's 13.98 minus the 5, that's what, 8.98. If you put 2.5 over here, 8.98 minus 2.5 is what, 6 point,
So
whatever
We'll
it
let
is.
them do the math.
So-
We'll just give them a
So,
contract.
but I want to make sure that deferred compensation was separate from the other.
I
Right.
make this suggestion.
Yes.
Chair. The motion be that you direct staff to return to increase the board's total compensation to 5% below the median, including in which it includes 2.5% towards deferred comp.
Right.
Okay. Because we have to take out the 800, the 1% that's there. There's gonna be some math, but
Right.
this.
So it's simpler. So
Yep.
I agree
That's
with
a good way to put it.
that
Okay.
motion. So
All right, second.
You got that, Joey? Got it. Lauren? All right.
thank you for the suggested wording. I was trying to get very specific with
Yeah.
things, but okay.
We'll
I
let them do
think,
that
I
part.
think we are ready. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
We've already had it.
You already
Yeah.
Yeah, you were outside the room.
You went somewhere. We did.
We said, where's Chris? He was here.
You did say, where's Chris?
You did.
You did. And
Go back
Andy
and listen to the
represented
recording.
you.
Andy represented you.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
so-
We'll talk to you later.
Don or Joey, would this item also allow us to direct staff to bring back a recommendation on the assistance?
So let's approve it.
Let's get this done.
We already did.
I haven't voted yet.
We didn't take the
Oh, I
vote.
thought we did.
All those in favor
Okay.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
We
opposed?
did. We did.
Motion carries unanimously.
Stumbled.
Did.
So now.
Okay.
You're right.
I'd like to make a
Direct-
second motion, or like to make a
Just
second
direct
motion,
staff.
or direct staff to bring back a future agenda item to explore, yes, how we handle the assistants. Your recommendations for our assistant salaries based on consistency with our compensation philosophy.
There you go.
Does that work?
That sounds good.
Okay,
That works.
Sounds good.
all right.
That's just direction. Do we
That's
need,
just direction.
we don't need to vote on it,
We don't
right?
need to vote.
Okay, great.
I think
Good
as long
direction.
as long as staff accepts it, I see Don's nodding his head, so.
That was good.
And
All
Joey
right.
was nodding his head, I think, kind of right.
Thanks for helping us.
So
think
we
through that,
understand the
Joey.
direction, so I think that we can leave it at that.
Yeah, and we'll read those minutes really careful, Kim, to help you out. I promise.
Well, you got the stink eye. Sorry, Kim.
I'm sorry, one more thing. I never like receiving direction without some timelines on it.
Oh,
I
right.
appreciate you not saying that. I'm gonna ask Joey, what's a
Yeah,
reasonable
10 days.
time frame? It's not by the 28th.
I agree, it's good to have an expectation.
Yeah.
I have a clarifying question. Are we looking at doing any kind of study of the supervisor assistant classification to our comparators? Because if we need to
Because that
study,
was, as our board direction or discussion was, it's very complex and different with all the different counties they have. So I think based on more of our,
Well, let me ask you the opposite question. How much work would it be to do that?
well,
If it
we're talking
isn't-
about one classification. So
One
it-
classification.
it's just time.
It's finding comparatives too. Do you
Right.
have to find-
someone that
Yeah,
has
one
5
person.
staff or 2
Right.
staff, or, that's.
There's a lot of variables, so I don't,
Right.
you have an estimate how long that would take? December?
That's if you want the full.
The full
I
compensation.
don't think we
study.
need it, but if it was easy to get, I would say let's have
I
it, but
just hate to have to wait that long
Did-
when they're the
Yeah.
last ones out, you know?
You said something earlier about a 20% thing, or what was
We
that?
can- If we do the math to see where your compensation ends up,
Uh-huh.
then we find out how far below your assistants are to your new compensation amount. We can come with some recommendations of what an appropriate spread is.
Okay,
Based on consistency with our organization.
Right?
okay.
Yeah.
And we'll do
There
the
it
best
is.
we
Yeah.
can. Now, the flaw with that is they're still tied to you guys. They're still, I think
Right.
Supervisor Thomas, you used the word hamstrung. That doesn't address that issue.
I think they will always be.
Yeah,
Isn't there?
probably.
Yeah.
Well, and we won't really know what that is until we see.
I would say
some
not
numbers,
necessarily.
right?
Well, we get in trouble with,
if you consider this, the career ladder from a supervisor might be to an assistant. Okay, so you're termed out. No.
Well, and that's not inconsistent, though. I mean, we have the
Right, don't like
sheriff,
this conversation.
2.5 above his under sheriff. I
Right.
mean, we have a lot of those linkages,
Mhm.
so I don't see why we can't.
How about
explore
if,
some
if
of
we don't
those.
need to do the full compensation
No.
comparison, what if the
Let's do
board,
that.
did- within 60 days, we come
Then
back
let's do
with
it
some.
I think that's-
60
I'd rather
days.
do
I think
that.
that's
60
preferred.
days and-
And we'll
Right.
brainstorm on some options and see.
Great,
what-
like that.
Right.
Sounds good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Excellent.
you.
So I think
Kim's
we
like
have,
going, what?
we have our direction, it's clear, right? So, all right, so with that, we got to talk about our lunch break, knowing we have a 1 o'clock time
I'd
allocation.
say
That isn't
a
going to
half
happen.
hour.
Half
1:30.
hour, so we come
Okay.
back at, well, it's 12:58, so we come back at 1:30.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Kim, if you
All
just
right.
show that, please, we'll be back for our 1 o'clock at 1:30. Pick it up there. Yeah. Okay, we're unmuted, everyone, so we need to bring it back to order, please. Okay, so if we could have a little bit of quiet in the audience, please. We're bringing the meeting back to order here. We have had our lunch break and now we're back to picking up our 1 p.m. item, a little bit late, about a half an hour late. And that is our open forum. So Kim, if you would just announce whatever we need to take comment on open forum.
Of course. Not taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone present in the boardroom would come forward, please. Yes.
I'm glad you had lunch. Jane McGinnis. I think this is what I gathered from this morning. And not for the world would I distress you, Wendy. I am so sorry that I empathize with what you had to say, but I think it brought to my mind what I needed to say. In your work toward benefiting the homeless, I think you need to allow the advocates and the nonprofits in as stakeholders, not just as people standing in front of you saying, have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? You don't have access to their knowledge and their experience. And, you know, the Vandekars, my goodness, extensive experience. You don't have access to that in the planning process here, and they don't have access to yours. I mean, literally, we're sitting here asking questions like, what's the next step? And, you know, as Don very honestly said, you know, we've kind of been busy with the Caldor fire. Yes, we have to see it from your point of view also. But it's so hard when you're trying to rush forward to beat the weather to be told, well, the next meetings, we're going to ask each other questions on October 22nd. It's like, really? So plans are being formed and discussed and analyzed in a vacuum. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And the result is pretty much what John said. People sitting here saying, we don't know the pieces that we need. We don't know the process, the people, we don't know the shape of it. So how can we possibly budget for it? Fair question. Absolutely true. But how wasteful of your time and effort and ours to have you go down that road for 3 or 4 months and then have someone come in and say, well, you know, here's a different way that has worked really well someplace else, but that's the first time they were invited to speak up. What a huge waste of all of this talent and brain power. The county staff right now is seeking clarification on statements that were made in the recent letter that you guys received from Upper Room and Housing El Dorado, having to do with perhaps an impediment to federal funding. Well, we don't know what that means. And so somebody's trying to look into that. Wouldn't it have been great to pick up the phone and say, guys, you who wrote the letter, please give us in writing what it is you have found so we don't have to do it again. And work with us. Let us work with you. I think if you could bring us into the planning process and ask us, and we can ask you and we can work together, then we wouldn't be sitting here in a vacuum wondering what's going on or feeling like nothing's going on and everybody's acting unilaterally. It's the old silo complex. Everyone is trying to do the same things.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
So there is one thing that I would like to recommend, and that's Pastor Doug Zeck in Woodland, who faced this problem 4 to 5 years ago. We'll be happy to put him in touch with you. In fact, we visited him several months ago, and in 4 to 5 years, he has managed to put together the coalition of the city, the county. They have basically no homeless on their streets now. They are housed, they're in camps, they have gone with the faith community, the secular community, federal and state and county funding as a cooperative, everybody working together, and they've pulled it off. And it is a thing of beauty. So it's not undoable. even in a small county with a lot of assets to cover it, it can be done. So I guess what I'm saying is, come on, guys, invite us into this. Let us work with you on this so that we're not always on an opposite side of the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
My name is Steve Brown.
Okay, Steve.
Jonathan Gainsborough. Doug Zeck's operation is called Forth and Hope. And he would be willing, we spent a couple hours with him, he would be willing to come here to meet with you all or with a joint meeting, not just the 2x2, but with the council. He's doing amazing work. But as I said, or previously, after my 75th birthday, my son flew me to Texas to see my grandgirls, and I got to visit Community First Village. I want to encourage you to watch the 9-minute video, Community First Village 2020 video tour. Community First Village 2020 video tour. It is the largest tiny home and homeless community in America, perhaps in the world. He's written a book called Welcome Homeless. Alan Graham is the founder's name. I got to spend an hour with him, but he's forgotten more. He's forgotten more than you and I, and perhaps everyone in the county will ever know about dealing with the homeless. The average of the homeless he deals with is 10 years homelessness. Looking for the numbers, there. It's stuck at 1:38, the clock timer. This shit right here?
That's not it. The clock timer's not working.
Oh, okay,
You're at a minute 43.
okay. Give me back 3.5 seconds. Okay, 2.5. The traumatic, the PTSD of the homeless and the mental health factor, dealing with a property called the sheriff's, this is the sheriff's property or labeled next to that, would be like in a desegregation situation in Alabama with George Wallace. It just, there's just tectonic plates that don't match there with the mentality. We can't say the operations is a success if the patient dies. And if the homeless won't go because of the law enforcement overhang, I'm glad if the sheriff has had a change of heart, because God should be changing all of our hearts. And he was very strongly anti-homeless 2 years ago, as the Mountain Democrat has an article. So moving right ahead, I don't see the timer.
It's not working.
Oh, okay, that's why I don't see it.
You're right at 3 minutes. Right now.
Okay, so I just want to say that there is other property such as the 10-acre Shin Ranch. We built a multi-million-dollar animal shelter. Why can't we creatively and compassionately move and consider the possibility of the 10 acres at the El Dorado Y called the Shin Ranch? And that could, it has enough property to be out of sight even of the public. And if a shuttle was involved to run people into town every half hour or whatever, it could certainly work. So let's consider that to eliminate the disopprobrium of law enforcement, which the Bible says in Romans 13 are ministers of righteousness. And I believe that they are. But in the case of the homeless, it's just not a connect at that location, I believe. So, but let's move ahead and let's involve the rest of the community in the continuum of care, because Daniel Del Monte and Don Simone, as good as they are.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
And the EDOK, we've got to involve more of the community, because we're not involved at all. And I've been here every week for the last 2 or 3 years. So let's involve more people.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Outside this house. Thank you for your patience. Let's get that clock fixed for obvious reasons.
I didn't get a phone call this time, so I'm here. I wasn't going to comment, but Jonathan just said something that I thought was pertinent. The county does have property at the Y, Pleasant Valley, Motherlode Y. JNC Automotive 5716 Pleasant Valley Road in back of that, which would be the south side of it, is where they were going to build the animal shelter. I ought to know because I was project manager. As you know, it ended up in Park West, and they ended up properly at the place where I think they should have been originally. But what about the property that's still there, owned by the county, the 10 acres? I just, Jonathan brought it up, but I have specific knowledge of the property. It could work. Tiny homes, whatever you want. You have enough property there. But also, as you know, Cal Fire is right down the block from there. And also Eagle Radiator. If you know my area, that's what I'm describing. So think about that. It's a possibility if you can't do it, which I like up there by the jail, because I thought that was a nice place because of convenience of being able to get people in and out and feel secure. But if you can't do it that way, then what about another piece of property? You know, and keep looking at these as possibilities, not as you know, contradictions to what the issue is, which is to find some place for the homeless. So, Jonathan, there you go.
Thank you, Chris.
You forgot your super secret paperwork. Is that yours?
No.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Mandy Rodriguez here. And let's see, I'm just gonna play a little something for you guys right here.
No, you gotta wear it on, honey. No, you gotta keep it on. Put your mask on. There you go. Keep it right there. Yay, Mason! Yay! Keep it on, Mason. Look, we're gonna keep it right here. Peekaboo, I see you. Keep your mask on. Put your mask back on. What are you looking at? Keep it on your face. You gotta keep it on your face. Put it outside. There you go. Mason. No, keep it on.
That's a 2-year-old. And you heard the kid, he said he couldn't breathe. A year and a half ago, a daycare worker would have been put in jail. That would have been child abuse. And now we're doing this to our kids every single day. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So, remind you guys, just 15 days to slow the spread. Just a few more weeks to slow things down. Wear your mask until we get a vaccine. You got the vaccine? You can take your mask off. Oops, wait, put the mask back on. There won't be mandatory vaccines. Oh, we're doing mandatory vaccines. Now mandatory testing, even if you have the vaccine. Now you need a booster. Now you need a second booster. For a year and a half, myself and a small group of people have been calling out every one of these steps. And you guys looked at us and you didn't believe us. And here we are. Here we are. It might not be this vaccine that you don't want, but it could be the next one or the next one. And then what? We've already given up all of these freedoms and we're not getting them back. It's very obvious that we're not. You know, I have friends who have kids in school that have spent more time in quarantine
than they've been in school this year. And now there's no homeschool learning. So it's like, get with their teacher and figure out what homework you have.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
What is happening to our kids, what is happening to these kids is not going to be reversed. It's long-term damage. And I'll be quick. I know the timer's broken, so I'll be quick. You guys arranged a meeting with concerned mothers. You got them a picture with Kevin Kiley, right? You helped them with the resolution. And right before that resolution was put before the board, you gutted it, right? And you gave him a warm and fuzzy, you threw him a bone, and you got him to shut up. I'm not shutting up, and I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you,
This
Mandy.
is child abuse.
Any other comments from the boardroom? Open forum.
Seeing no further public from the boardroom, we'll begin public participation from our Zoom. Now taking public comment from 390.
Thank you, Mandy, for reminding us that we have been dealing with this for 18 months with seemingly no resolution. And child abuse indeed. Anyway, I apologize this morning. I didn't notice item 38, but I would have asked it on the agenda that it be given a time certain. There's some very important discussion to be had there, and I think the public should have known when it might be. Sorry, item 2.
Just a
I
reminder,
misspoke with
Ken, just a reminder, it was made time certain for 2 o'clock.
And Don told that earlier.
Okay, and I missed that very first part of the meeting, so I apologize. I also apologize about the budget addressing homelessness or the issues associated with homelessness. Yeah, the HOT group, the health department, mental and otherwise, providing services for homeless people. A lot of it's there. It's just not coordinated. And I think that's maybe the line item that we're looking at. And item 3, the display that went on at the Board of Supervisors 3 weeks ago, the 31st of August, was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my 30 years of dealing with the Board of Supervisors. I have seen some pretty raw politics before, but that was the rawest, most disgusting I've ever seen. And I think that it was just a bad day in that respect. You can muster 3 votes to do a ISIS-like public execution, and establish this caliphate, districts 1, 3, and 5. And but you can't pull 3 votes for a fallover setback for wireless telecommunication or cell towers. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And if you did do a fallover setback for the cell towers, that would probably take care of most of the issues. Yes, it would. Finally, the Snows Road AT&T site is not finished. They did some paving. They have not finished up down below. I still haven't received a real answer to my letter. I will send it again. And I just don't understand why AT&T is getting away with fraud that is being assisted, fraud of the federal government for the CAF funds, and it's being assisted by, and knowingly now, by the board, the building department, the planning department, and who the heck knows who else. AT&T is subject to fraud lawsuits from attorneys general in 6 states now. So I think we really should get on the right side of this whole thing and make them accountable. I'm sure that our former planning commissioners would have liked to have seen it that way. And yes, I'd like to see you guys wrap it up. when you wrap it up, I'll quit talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Barbara Bryden.
Hello, my name is Barbara Bryden, and I live in Shingle Springs, and I'm concerned about the county level of climate change resilience. It is increasingly observable that rampant CO2 emissions are leading to consequences that threaten our basic needs of clean air, water supply, and environmental biodiversity. I've lived in the county for 27 years, and over that time, I've watched large die-off of pine trees, extensive wildfire, declining snowfall at my home, and earlier snowmelt at higher elevations, along with ever-increasing heat and drought. According to the most recent report from the IPCC, unless there are immediate and rapid large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to close to 1.5 or even 2 degrees Celsius will be beyond our reach. Also, for each 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, there will be increasing heat waves, longer warm seasons, and shorter cold seasons, which will negatively impact El Dorado County. The State of California Climate Scoping Plan calls for local governments to adopt goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 15% below the 1990 levels by 2020, and then 40% below those levels by 2030. I haven't been able to find the current information regarding progress on the county's climate action plan. I looked on the website in a number of places. I tried communicating with my supervisor, and all I have found is resolution number 29-2008, which is dated in 2008. I would like to see a progress report on the climate action plan from that time. And I would like the report to include actions taken by the county to achieve the goals of the climate action plan, data on progress toward decreasing countywide greenhouse gas emissions, plans by the county to update the climate action plan based on the most recent guidance from the state and the IPCC. And I'd like to see the report widely disseminated to the public and be readily available at the county website, easy to find. So I would also like it if a revised climate action plan specifically addressed baseline greenhouse gas inventories, targets for the future, a forecast of emissions, strategies, funding, and management necessary to meet those goals. And
10 seconds remaining.
Progress. And I look forward to receiving current information on county actions along with the plan for future action. Thank you so much for your time. Also, thank you very much for the work you do on our behalf. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Barbara.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So I'm just going to run this by because half the time I throw stuff out, nobody may know what I'm talking about, but I'll follow up with an email. But basically, the state passed, I guess it's Senate Bill number 9, where you can put 2 duplexes or 2 house attached or with attached units or combination on single family lots across California without local approval. So these are only allowed in areas that are urban clusters or urban area. As designated by the U.S. Census Bureau or the federal government. So if you go on to the website to find out where that is in our county, there's a really nice map with a big black or green line around it, that it's around Placerville, Diamond Springs, and then it goes up along Highway 50 all the way to Pollock Pines, and then it wraps around Sly Park. So it's really ironic that we are just facing this massive fire in this area. And this is where the state has determined we can put our highest density by right. The only thing that protects that area by the county is if you were to put a historic district overlay. That's the only exemption they're giving on this policy, is if it's a historic district, which since Camino Pollock Pines was designated as a rural center, any day at the Board of Supervisors, the 3 of you could designate that rural center as a historic district because that's allowed in our general plan. In fact, it's asked for in our general plan, which we had a pretty heated discussion about that. That was also pretty ugly. And in a way to protect those historic town sites, there's maybe 20 rural districts, and you could simply make them historic districts with some design guidelines that would all be similar, instead of putting it back in the black hole with a budget that nobody's moving on. So I just thought I'd run that by you. I'll send you the map. It's pretty horrifying. And I think you need to get back on that because this just passed, I think, a few days ago. And the other thing is they mentioned the 10 acres for the animal shelter that they could now use for the homeless, which ironically, I also worked on that project when I worked for the county. And that's basically sits on a knoll in a very isolated area without services. So the only reason they put it in there is so that they would get the county to pay for a $2.5 million road to access it, which you don't have yet. So that may not be the best choice. I think you need to let the sheriff follow through with his plan. And I'm excited to see how that helps with our community. And I think that, did you guys, I don't know if you talked 38 yet, because I haven't been.
10 seconds remaining.
Just real quickly, 38 is vegetation management, and nobody ever talks about the elephant in the room except me. And that is, in the old days, if you had timber on your property that you needed removed, you could call up your local lumber mill to come and pay you to take it. Well, that's not available anymore. SBI only works, they work with the Forest Service in their own lands. So recently, we spent a fortune to clear out bark beetles on our property, about 20 trees that took us a couple of years and a lot of money. Well, we just found 6 more trees that have been attacked by the bark beetle with the drought. So where do you go? You want to do the good thing, but there's, without having a mill in this county or an organization that cares about the community to make that an economic product again in our county, how do we solve that problem? Thank
It
you.
is coming up as a 2 o'clock time allocated. I guess people didn't get the word of the
Oh,
change.
I'm sorry.
So if you hang on, we'll get to that subject matter pretty soon, hopefully. But thank you.
Is
for
that
your-
38? John, is that?
38.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Now taking public comment from Krista.
Hello, supervisors. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm having to call from the road, unfortunately. I just wanted to call in and urge you guys to come out with a united stand against the forced vaccines. We're going to a lot of meetings and seeing a lot of concern from parents and non-parents. This is a personal health choice, and each person is responsible for their own choices in lives. If you haven't seen the recent expose from Project Veritas, it's really good. It's concerning the COVID shots. I would highly recommend it. We went to a meeting last night. There was a nurse from Marshall there, and she basically discussed the same things that I'm seeing from my friends who are working in the hospitals and healthcare facilities. People are coming in sick. They're vaccinated. They are not being treated for their illness. These cases aren't being reported accurately. I've heard of so many cases where people have been admitted to hospitals. Their family is not allowed to visit them. They get worse, they're not treated appropriately, and they die. So I think, or I hope, that people are starting to wake up as to what's happening. And I feel like this is an opportunity for us to really get united on this. I'm concerned about the kids in school. We see other counties, other states that are forcing these vaccines and coming onto school grounds, which is absolutely unacceptable. You see the federal government now adding measles to the list of quarantinable communicable diseases, which is just crazy. There's bills, you can't even keep up with all the COVID bills that are coming up. There's one in Washington, a bill in Washington state that passed recently that basically removes people's rights to determine their own health care. So a healthcare provider, a doctor, if they don't agree with your choices, they override you and you get treated the way they see fit. So that's in Washington State. California is definitely not any better than Washington. So I'm just concerned because this all ties into the power of our public health officer. You know, she's definitely aligned with the WHO, the CDC, and the CDPH, and those are compromised. Those are biased agencies and have nothing to gain except money and power. And I really want the supervisors to be aware of what's going on. I hope you all are paying attention, and it would be great to have you all make some sort of public statement or show support for supporting people's rights and freedoms, because that's a big concern out there for everyone right now. So I just wanted to say that much, and we hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, staff entity comments to the open forum comments, anyone? All right, seeing none, thank you for that. So I think we're ready to move on to our 1:30 time allocation, number 40. Kim, would you read that please for us?
Item 40 comes from Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign urgency ordinance entitled Caldor Fire Consolidated Debris Removal Program to establish requirements for the Caldor Fire Consolidated Debris Removal Program, and 2, find that the urgency ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon, board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. As promised at the September 10th special meeting, I'm presenting you today Ordinance 5151, the entitled Caldor Fire Consolidated Debris Removal Program. The ordinance is based on a Cal OES template, which outlines and defines the activities within the Phase 2 recovery process, which includes the following: the State Consolidated Debris Removal Program, the alternative program for those who opt out or not qualified for the state program, enforcement and abatement, and the right of entry form. This ordinance, which is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or the CEQA, will create clear standards and procedures for the removal of fire debris and hazard trees and facilitate coordinated, timely, and effective mitigation to the risk of public health and the environment from the health hazards generated by the Caldor fire. This ordinance will be a key for a faster recovery and the resilience to the communities. With the anticipated start of the rainy season is also offering little time to mitigate further environmental contamination resulting from the fire, including contamination of the watershed areas. Environmental Management is asking the board to adopt and authorize the chair to sign this urgency ordinance and become effective immediately to mitigate the harm that could be caused to the public health and safety and to the environment from the improper disturbance, removal, and or disposal of debris containing hazardous materials, and to facilitate the orderly response to the Caldor fire by utilizing state and federal resources to do so. I'd like to open it for any questions from the board.
A question I got, you were talking about people that wouldn't qualify for the state program. What do you mean by that?
The qualifications for the state program would be the structure of 120 square feet of a structure. Right now, we are also dealing with the Forest Service lands as well too. So that is one that last Friday we had a meeting with Cal OES and the Forest Service. They're still negotiating those terms and developing a program. So there is a possibility that if a cabin is on a forest property, they may not qualify for the state assistance. They will fall into the alternate program. And also, if as the message has gone out from the sheriff, from Cal OES, and your supervisors here of disturbing the footprint. So if someone was to go into their property and bring a tractor in or bring something else in to move that ash footprint, which that could possibly disqualify from the state resources as well.
Yeah, it's been real frustrating just, because it's, there's been, it's tough. For these people who have cabins, some of them are third generation cabins they've had up there. And I drove through there today, they're completely destroyed in some of these areas. There's one tract that has 51 of the 57 cabins are gone. And these are, 100 years old. And the issue is, how do we get cleanup when they're actually owned underneath by the Forest Service? And it is an issue. I made that call on Friday talking to Cal OES and Forest Service, and it's tough. It's not an easy answer for them right now. I'm trying to figure it out.
Anyway, thank you for that, clarification. So that's one of the
Absolutely.
questions I wanted to ask. So.
Yeah.
So now that we have the ordinances, assuming it gets approved and stuff, I want to make sure that we look at our public communications aspect. That I would hope our public communications officer would somehow get this out in the hands of the public, because I think the more emphasis the fire victims have to understand what the right procedures are, coming from Cal OES, coming from the Board of Supervisors, coming from their neighbors, the more, I guess, consistency we're going to get in the way people apply for, the applications and stuff, and grant the rights for access to property and all those kinds of things. So I would hope we have a way of getting this circulated to the public beyond just, the board approving it here. We don't normally do that with ordinances, but somehow it seems like there should be some kind of a press release.
We are working very closely with the EOC, which involves our PIO
Okay.
and the Operations Center. So I'm working very close with them. And as we discussed in our situational meetings last week, is the unified voice of the EOC, and what message that my department and all the other departments and your board are putting out are all consistent with each other. So we were trying to make this as a one-shop clearinghouse. So if I have a document on my page, it's linked to all the other ones. So if there's an update, it gets pushed out to all the other ones. So we're trying to minimize documents going here and there, but keeping one clearinghouse for all that. And as far as the right of entry forms, we are working with those. We're brainstorming on different ways to help make it a little bit easier for people to come in, because it is very frustrating. So we have to make a lot of phone calls to get that information. So we're trying to find ways, knowing what we know now. I've reached out to other counties to see what their process was and get some best managed practices as well too. So we're going to be looking upon those, and we're trying to stay ahead of the game.
Yeah, one of the things I also want to ask you, Jeff, is in that packet that the EOC passes out, they gave it to all of those people who lost their homes and stuff. Is this in that packet that explains that to them?
This ordinance?
Yes.
Not yet. No, the ordinance will be made public on the website once it's approved.
Okay.
But this is the foundation that puts everything together. Without this ordinance, there will be no right of entry.
I see, understand.
There'll
I understand.
be no state consolidated program. It would be on a burden of the county itself to oversee
Okay.
all of the
All
debris
right.
removal and rebuilding.
Yeah, okay, understand.
Any other board questions or comments? Okay, Kim, if you'd please open up to the public.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment from the room. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, District 2. As I mentioned before, I have some clients and friends who are facing this daunting task of cleaning up their lifetime accumulation, if you will, of stuff, some of which apparently I didn't know empty, burned up propane tanks were considered hazardous materials. Interestingly enough, and if you can clarify that, Mr. Warren, I would appreciate it. But seeing some of the pictures of these white suited people on TV, yeah, they're picking out propane exploded, if you will, or burst propane tanks as if they were hazardous material. Anyway, what is the timing on this? If we approve this ordinance today, which I would urge you to do just to get the ball rolling, then when can we get this information out in those packages as suggested? And when can somebody actually expect the white suit people to show up? Because yes, it's going to rain. And number two, there's stuff in that in there that needs to be removed or should be removed or could be removed. But if you're waiting for the white suits to show up, you could be waiting quite a long time. And is there an ability to get in line today in anticipation of this? There's a ton of questions that I haven't seen answered in the presentation or in the paperwork. And I appreciate it from that respect. And again, if somebody does go in and happens to move an ash footprint, I just learned something new, and move the ash footprint with some sort of mechanized device or something, does that totally eliminate them from this program? And quite honestly, what is this program worth? If you don't have the white suits come and do this and or sign off on your property, can you do anything? Can you apply for funds, or what funds can't you apply for, or are you disqualified for? Those are some clarification issues that I think everybody needs to know, because I've seen a lot of discussion of this on social media and elsewhere and amongst people, particularly at the evacuation centers and such like that, as to just absolute confusion as
Seconds
to
remaining.
what, thank you, the step-by-step program would be. So a user's guide, an idiot's user's guide, if you will, or for dummies, a user's guide would be, I think, really good, a one-page checklist and reminder to these people who have seen their entire life go up in flames and been reduced to a thin layer of ash. And also don't forget the aluminum rivers flowing out of all the cars. Anyway, I've gone to a couple of sites and it's amazing. So thank you very much. And there's some serious questions here that need to be brought out to the public. And I hope that we can get that done as part of the implementation of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
I want to thank you for working so quick to pull this together. And I know it's taken a lot of work out of the county's normal processes. And so I'm really excited about it because it shows that county is really moving on it. There was something I was a little confused about that was said earlier. So do we have the federal funds that Cal OES can actually start doing this work, or is that still pending? Because I guess I got a little confused by something said earlier that it wasn't quite, one of them wasn't quite authorized yet. So I just want to say that if the county can put together a public release regarding all this information, so people are, if Cal OES is rearing to go and they just need people to get in there and sign up, it'd be nice if it comes from one source like the county, that information that people need to know. And if there's a lot of us that would be happy to help get that information out if this kind of, I know you have to do steps first, and this is one of the steps to be able to get to the next step that you can tell people what they can do. So hopefully this is getting us there, and I appreciate the speed. It'd be horrible to be like Paradise where they were held up so long because they didn't have any water and so many things. And I do appreciate the work the county's done to help the people that have been harmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
So Jeff, do you choose to respond to any of those public comments?
Okay, so as the caller is referring to with the white suits and the propane tanks, that's going to be falling, that's under phase one, which is happening right now. Currently, there are two teams from the Department of Toxic Substance Control out there in staff. So phase one is independent of this ordinance. This is happening regardless because of the public health declaration. And what
Jeff, is that for the entire county?
Yes, it's for the entire county.
All the way up to Echo Summit, they're doing this right now.
Yes, what the ordinance is really concerned with is the phase two, which is the mitigation and
I just
removal.
wanna make sure
But
we're
yes, phase
putting
one
the
is going to take care of
entire county.
all
All right,
those, yes.
Thank you.
So these teams are going out looking for the hazards on the property, such as gas cylinders, propane tanks is one of those. So they look at that as a mitigating risk factor. Once they devalve those propane tanks, they're considered to be scrap metal. And so that's where that consolidated debris removal will come in and take that out because they could be compromised for future use. So phase one is happening currently now. And just to kind of give a little bit update that we found out today is we'll be increasing with 4 teams. So by next week or so, 4 of the federal EPA teams will be out there as well. So we'll have a total of 6 teams to canvass the county, and they're going to hit on Grizzly Flats as much as they can to get through. And the whole process of phase one does not have to be complete before phase two can start, but it's just that they need to have enough space ahead so that they can work in that same area as far as having the machinery and the trucks go back and forth. So it is not going to be like once phase one is done, we're going to come back in at phase two and start. So they're going to try to leapfrog and try to work in stages. We also found out today that the Cal OES has put a deadline for the right of entry forms to be submitted to the county, and that would be November 15th. So I've put that on our forms as well. So this is where the urgency comes in to make sure that we have people sign up and make sure it's very clear that they get their application in on time. We'll have time as a county to review them and upload them to the state database for phase two starting. As far as the ash footprint goes of how much, that is going to be a determination made by Cal OES on their team when they go on the property. I think they're looking for more of egregious, not just they move something and something falls off. But I think it's what they're, from the presentation from before, it was more of if you decided to move a tractor on your property and try to move things and push things out, that's the concern of disturbing the ash footprint that they're concerned about. And as far as the total cost, the number has been bounced around, but usually the state spends about $70,000 to $90,000 on each parcel to do the cleaning. Yeah, and this program, if I can reiterate, this program is at no cost to the homeowners. So if they sign up for the state consolidated debris removal program, this is done at their no expense. The only thing that they ask for is if the insurance policy has a debris removal clause in it and they have money set aside for it, it is by law that they have to be reimbursed by the state. So as the county would oversee that program, we would have probably a third party take over the insurance claims and reimburse the state. So there's no duplication of funds issued. But the homeowners can also use that debris removal portion of the policy for other items that are not covered in the debris removal program. So if they had a swimming pool, Cal OES is not going to take your swimming pool. So if you want to use that for debris removal, you can use that fund for it. And as far as the checklist, we've added the checklist of the items needed for the right of entry, and we're trying to make it as simple as possible for people to have the information to do the check boxes when they submit their information. And I believe one of the last questions, I refer over to the CEO as far as the funding for the federal individual assistance. Is that what the reference was?
I don't think that was her question. I think her question was, is there funding available for the debris removal program? And that's not individual assistance. There is funding available for the debris removal program that has been approved in the declaration.
Okay. Yes. Well, Jeff, I think the timeliness of all this is the biggest consideration because it will take time for all of this to happen. So for people to properly benefit from the Cal OES services and stuff, they're probably looking at 6 months, a year. I'm just guessing it isn't going to happen overnight, right? For each parcel. So there's a stacking order. I mean, there's a first in and then there's the last in. And if you signed up on November 15th for right of entry, I'm assuming that puts you towards the last part of that sequence. And so the further you delay in signing for that right of entry permit, the longer you are going to be waiting would be my presumption, unless there's some randomness in terms of how Cal OES would process these.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know the process that they take those in, but the message that we've been told, and as even if the sheriff mentioned on the September 10th meeting, was let's not wait. The more we get in, the bigger workload that they can predict. So if they start trickling in and wait till last minute, then the state may send resources to other areas that may be under a fire. So we may not have those resources. But if we know that we have a big tsunami wave of ROEs coming in to review, they know that how many people to have on the program, they can plan accordingly and put resources to it.
Jeff, did they do that? How did they decide November 15th?
I'm sorry?
How did they decide November 15th?
It was done by an email this morning from Cal OES. So
My concern is
I don't know the answer to that,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
my concern is we just started letting people in yesterday
Mhm.
at the Echo Summit, and there's been a lot of loss up there too. So, they're weeks behind the other areas, and I am concerned because a lot of them haven't had that opportunity to even get up there and take a look. In fact, they're still not allowed to get into their properties at all. So, again, my concern is, if they're needing to sign forms to get in and start that process, it's very difficult. there any waivers on any of that in case, you know, we come across this? Because some of those are second homes and who knows when they're gonna be able to get up to them.
Yes, I think that's something that once we get closer, if we find out those informations, that's something we can reach out to Cal OES and see if there's
Okay.
a request that we can get granted to have an
Very
extension.
good. Because I've asked for, and we've had Cali OS has talked about doing possible meetings with some of the different HOAs and things like that,
Mhm.
trying to get that information out, but it's going to be slow going for a lot of them because they just are learning about some of this.
Yes, understand. So if that's something that with the homeowners going up there, just being allowed up there, that's something we can have. My staff up in the Tahoe area can help out with bringing forms down or having some kind of a center there in conjunction with the,
Yeah, that
with
Kybers
the EOC.
Yeah, that Kybers to Echo Summit is just, you know, like I said, they're just starting to realize what's going on up there.
Right. And I'm sure there's gonna be, like I said, other issues with those cabins beyond forest land to know exactly what are they going to fall into? Are they going to fall into an alternate program? Or can
Yeah.
we write a letter to the state requesting assistance on helping them?
Well, I've
get on with the
I've
program?
already learned one really harsh issue going on right now is that Sierra Tahoe's had a very, very massive destruction up there. And the US Forest Service already said that those hazardous trees are not their issue. And that's a huge economic producer up there for us. And the fact that Forest Service is saying that it's not their issue, that they're gonna try to make this private company get rid of 80% of their trees or hazardous trees or having issues, and it's devastating. So I don't know if there's anything we can do, but writing letters is gonna be my first response. Not good. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I want to correct the statement about first in, first out. That's, and any misconceptions are with that. That is simply not the case. And like Jeff said, we just got the November 15th date this morning.
Yep.
The EOC is trying to react to that. So the message needs to be, get your right of entry forms in as soon as possible. The point being is because the more they have in, the more crews they will send in at one time to do everything.
Right.
So please don't, I appreciate that date being out there. Tell it, please, to the public, do not wait. Get those in now. What we learned from Butte County, they hired 40 staff to process right of entry forms to get that done. Now, their scope of damage was significantly worse. So I've talked to Jeff, Mr. Warren, about getting me his resource needs, because that is, those right of entry forms are the, I guess, the critical point in allowing us to move forward with debris removal. If people wait, it is going to delay it and delay it extensively. So again, recognize that November 15th date is there. Everyone, please get them in as soon as you can. The Forest Service lands, and Supervisor Novosel, we were on that call on Friday. It was pretty discouraging.
It's frustrating.
Because it feels like they are getting kind of left out of the conversation right now. And we are trying with Cal OES and the US Forest Service, but the message was made clear on Friday that this will be the first time that if Cal OES is allowed to assist with debris removal on Forest Service land, this would be the first time that has happened in all the fires.
Yeah.
And it's really, I mean, we need to advocate because they're our constituents, they're your constituents, but it's an issue between Cal OES and the Forest Service of resolving their policies.
The least we can do is advocate because
Yep.
it's wrong, what's going on, and, you know, it's just kind of both of them washing their hands saying, you know, that-
And then Sierra Tahoe is a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
And I have asked our economic development team to see if they can start looking at economic impacts. If that worst case scenario can't open, but again, it's lobbying and advocating with the Forest Service for that.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah.
One of the questions I want to ask is, what about the people that didn't have insurance? Will they still qualify for this program?
For this consolidated debris, yes, they will.
Okay.
This, again, this is reiterate, this is at no cost to the homeowner, insurance or not. So if they don't have insurance, there's not going to be any collections of insurance claims because there's no duplication of policies.
So on the timeline, what was the history in Butte County of when someone signed a right of entry form and when they actually finished the clearing on their lot typically? Isn't that months?
Cal OES said they want people on the ground in mid-October clearing property, remediating
When did the
properties.
snow start?
We can't control the time of the fire. I just, you want a timeline of when they start. They want to be on the ground cleaning in October. Now, but to answer your question, I think it was said earlier today, there's still properties in Butte being remediated because they didn't do it correctly.
Do it right.
They didn't do it right. So I can't give you a timeline.
Indeterminate, okay.
But what I can say is Cal OES has been very proactive. They already have the contract solicitations out to have people in. And their hope was to have, at least as of last week, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, to have people on the ground doing phase 2 by mid-October.
Yes.
Okay.
And John, you
So,
brought up,
That's good to know.
Yeah.
brought up a good point, because
The
that's,
snow.
that's the talk we have is, we've got snow seasons right around the corner. And most importantly, probably is the fact of runoff that could harm our runoff areas. We've got our water systems up there that are going to be in danger between the dozer lines and the destruction. They understand there's a short window here, so I think they're trying to go as fast as they can.
And prevent silt and debris running down into the water stream. It seems like you ought to be tarping the whole thing as much as you can and containing it for the winter season, but I'm no expert, but it
Yeah,
seems
no.
like that would prevent a lot of the contamination that may happen into Lake Tahoe and other tributaries that is our water supply. So, I mean, this is a big picture thing in terms of how you address it all.
Yeah, the US Forest Service, I was at their meeting last week, their cooperatives meeting at base camp at Heavenly last Thursday. And the US Forest Service manager up there made a point of explaining to me how concerned they are about exactly that, and that they are trying to address it.
Okay, I think any more board comments or questions?
We move to approve. Is it
Yeah,
time?
I'll make a motion that we adopt this plan, the 5151, entitled Caldor Constellation Debris Removal Program.
It's not 5150, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's 5151.
It's 5151.
We can thank the clerk of the board for not making it 5151.
I was like, what?
Just skated by.
You skated by.
I'd like to
Lori,
second-
did you second it?
I'd like to second that.
Okay.
5151.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's funny,
Opposed?
Lori.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff, for all the good work. and
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you for getting on
Getting
this
this
so
to us quickly. I
quickly.
mean, this is, like Donna said before, we're way ahead of the game, but we've got a lot more to do. So
Yes.
And
we'd
I-
rather be ahead than behind.
I do want to say that up in Tahoe too, I have had nothing but accolades about our staff, about Don personally, and all of our staff saying, you guys, we're way ahead of the game. And they so appreciate, from Forest Service to the state, to everyone I've dealt with. So I've got a pen from the 4th unit. They were so proud of us, saying that we've done an excellent job of staying involved. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank council for helping push this through, working with Calios Council too. So, it's a team effort to get this through and you get everyone back on their feet.
Yeah.
So thank you all.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, with that, we're ready for our 2 o'clock time allocation number 38. Kim.
Item 38 comes from Supervisors Thomas and Heidel, recommending the board direct the Chief Administrative Office to convene an El Dorado County Vegetation Management and Resiliency Working Group.
Go ahead, Wendy. Why
All
don't you
right.
lead into it.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Little background. I think the thing that we all feared erupted on August 14th, and that was wildfire. And we've all been just scared to death of that for years. And it was also, it was a wake-up call to us. The loss to communities of Grizzly Flats along the American River Canyon up to Echo Summit was beyond heartbreaking. And I have no doubt, especially given all the conversation today and all the good work of our staff, that we will bounce back stronger and more resilient, but the journey ahead will be really hard. But like I said, it was also a wake-up call, because I think in this process, we also realized that the loss could have been so much deeper in our county. Were it not for the Herculean efforts of the fire crews. We all saw the pictures, saw the news clips of the firefighters pulling, furniture off the porches and scraping debris around the houses and limbing up trees and doing the vegetation management work around structures and on public lands, very frankly, that we should have done, that homeowners should have done, that the county should have done. And the good thing is that it worked. Those measures, I think we could safely say, certainly saved Pollock Pines, Christmas Valley, the Desolation Wilderness, and perhaps certainly the Tahoe Basin and many more communities, perhaps in El Dorado County. And I know all of us supervisors had a chance to go around and tour the fire area shortly after it kind of swept through the western front. And, you know, those vegetation management efforts could be clearly seen throughout our county. And, you know, we realized that those were measures that we should have been more intentional about. And I think at this point, we have two choices as a county. We can be glad that the fire is over and go back to the way it's been and wait for the next fire, because I think we know this will not be the last fire in El Dorado County. Or I think we can work together to aggressively manage both on public and private property, our lands, with a goal of creating a more fire adapted county. And the county had a good start in 2019 when you adopted the vegetation management ordinance, and that provided a solid education and foundation for property owners to know what a resilient landscape looked like and how to get there. So this board item builds on that platform. And, you know, now it's time to work with our partner agencies to implement fuel reduction measures and ongoing maintenance, you know, countywide. And that's not to say that work isn't being done. I think there's incredible vegetation management that's gone on the last, you know, several years through entities like the Fire Safe Councils. They've done amazing work in neighborhoods, and certainly through the El Dorado, Georgetown Resource Conservation District. I mean, Mark, your efforts have been amazing. The fact that I think we've allocated $100,000 to you a year, and you have leveraged that over to $20 million with the vegetation management. It's, I mean, just absolutely incredible. And so the goal of this board item is to direct the CAO's office to convene a working group comprised of public and private agencies to, number one, let me get my glasses here so I get this right, debrief on lessons learned from the Caldor fire, understand what efforts are currently underway with fuel reduction and vegetation management, because there's a lot of efforts going on that are happening in silos. Understand the current funding streams that are available to us, develop a comprehensive work plan, and implement that both on private and public lands. The Lake Tahoe Basin multi-jurisdictional fuel reduction plan, you know, could be an effective model to inform a path forward on the Western Slope. I've heard really good things about that. And this board item is intentionally left flexible for the CAO's office to convene, you know, those people in the room to help craft a path forward. So, you know, I think we're in a unique moment. There's an intense realization from our entire community that, you know, we need to tackle it. They want to see us take, you know, a strong, I think, lead in this, and because we've seen how critical it is. So that's what this board item is about. And John, you might have other thoughts on this.
Let me add to that. One of the key aspects of this is to put an umbrella over all the good work that everybody's been doing, right? The county's been working on things. The Resource Conservation District's been working. There's many groups, Forestry Service, have all been working on things, but there hasn't been an integrated effort to really get the talk going amongst all of us in terms of how do we do the best we can with the resources, not only that are available, but how do we open it up for new resources, hopefully to come in from the federal and state government. And if we really get a coalition of Forestry Service, conservation districts, Cal OES, the county, nonprofits, well, even the people who specialize in tree removal, right? Vegetation management. And in this context, I'd like to clarify, we have a vegetation management ordinance that doesn't talk about forest, but normally vegetation management, when you use the term, includes forest lands, because it's all about maintaining the forest, maintaining the grass fuels, keeping everything to a minimum. So in this application, it's the big vegetation management. It's not restricted to our ordinance. It's umbrella everything. And the thing that I think that I hold the most hope for is we're able to bring in new resources. And a big part of that is we have a wonderful county. We have a beautiful Lake Tahoe. We were so close to losing so many homes, and the damage has already been significant. We can't let that happen by complacency. We really have to step up our game. We've been moving too slowly. This is an approach to try to get things accelerated by bringing everybody together through a working group and having those conversations about how do we pull more revenue and how do we do a more effective job on the thing, to include cogeneration and a lot of other things. Right. That needs to be a piece of it. We know that's an interest a lot of us have, but it hasn't been tied together into a macro planning type of tool. There's various things going on. Pioneer Energy is committed to put in, resources and stuff to come up with a cogeneration plan, but this is that opportunity to bring it all together. So
Yeah.
that's what I do.
Yeah, and I agree with you, John. I think that we got to look at it because good forest management is a big issue in
Yep.
here. Let me say, I got a memo here, that I want to read. I'll just brief it is what it is. And it came from Randy Moore. I don't know if anybody knows, he's the head of the Forest Service. Okay, the chief. All right. This memo was sent 8/2/2021. They had a let it burn policy. They stopped it on 8/2/21. The problem is, this should have never happened. This policy should have never been put in place. And here, they had a policy, it's what it's called. It's called the 10 a.m. policy. Let me read it to you. In 1935, the Forest Service established the so-called 10 a.m. policy, which is decreed that every fire should be suppressed by 10 a.m. the day following the initial report. Other federal land management agencies quickly followed suit and joined the campaign to eliminate fire from the landscape. The problem is, he says, let me be clear, this is not a return to the 10 a.m. policy. I think something we need to do is put pressure on the Forest Service to make sure they go back to the 10 a.m. policy. Because there's issues here that I know for a fact. There were 3 logging companies that were there. You had Woodland Enterprises, you had Emerson Logging, which is not Red Emerson's, that's another Emerson Logging Company. And then you had Du Bois, West Point, out of West Point, George Du Bois. They had logging companies there that could have put this fire out. They were told to stand down. This is some of the issues that we need to address in our county, especially when it comes to people's livelihood, their personal property, because this is just totally wrong to me. And I think we need to look into this and make sure this doesn't happen, because I can tell you a story that happened on the Cleveland fire. When that Cleveland fire broke out, Ron Hayden had his logging company that was up on top, and they could have put it out. Forest Service told him to stand down, and that fire ended up being horrific. Another horrific fire. These are the kind of policies that have to stop. And with the pressure, so we need to get all the other agencies to work together with our county to make sure this doesn't happen again. That's all I have to say.
You're exactly right. Working with the national, the federal government and trying to get changes in policy with the Forestry Service has been going on for many, many years. It's not an easy undertaking, but I think we have to stay vigilant.
We have to put pressure
apply
on them.
as
Yes.
much pressure as we can to get them to recognize that continuation of what we've seen in the last 3 years, but particularly this year, with the type of wildfire we're facing, we've got to change our mode of attack. We've got to be different. We've got to go back to what worked in the past, perhaps. But anyway.
I will have to say, I had a conversation with Jeff Marsley, the supervisor at El Dorado National Forest, about this item, and he is very, enthusiastic to participate. And, so I've had a really productive conversation with Jeff. So, sorry, Sue.
No, you're fine.
Sue,
And-
District 5.
Thank you. And what I want to say is, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team has been unbelievable. As we all know, FireNet has no boundaries, knows no boundaries. And the fact that we need to take it out of politics, guys. Talking about policy, the ones that should be making policy are the ones that know what the fire is doing. And that's a combination. No one person should make that decision. We should be talking to all the professionals, making it a scientific background type of decision. Which is what they've done up there. And it's been excellent. One of the reasons that my home was saved is because they were doing fuels reduction after Angora. They learned from Angora and they started doing fuels reduction. And it was Jeff Marsolek who pointed to me 5 years ago when he was up in Tahoe as a manager up there. And he said, Sue, you should, and I did. I walked down my property, just another 500 feet. And there they were out there doing fuels reductions. And they did it for entire Christmas Valley, not entire, but a lot of Christmas Valley area. And I tell you, that's what saved that. It wasn't a miracle. That was a lot of hard work from our Forest Service. They do have the ability to do that. The idea is you get the science behind it. And if you want to create a policy, don't have us do it. Make sure the professionals or telling us what needs to be done. Because those foresters out there, they know.
Yeah, they
what's going
know.
on.
They've lived with it.
They've lived
Yeah,
with
for a
it.
whole lifetime.
So
basically.
That's what this board item is all about, is bringing those experts to the table to
Absolutely.
craft a path forward.
Yeah, and it's
Absolutely.
work. And yeah, definitely take a look at the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. It's a great
I've
team.
looked at it. It's pretty impressive.
It's excellent. It's
It is.
excellent. Okay.
And the other thing I'll note is this isn't restricted to El Dorado County. If we really get this up and going, it could be a regional approach. It could include other counties that are adjacent to it that have the same kind of topography and the same kind of risks to fire. And in this case, Caldor hit El Dorado County, but it doesn't say it won't be Placer County or Nevada County. They've had some of their instances as well, but it doesn't say they're not next in line for a Caldor type of fire, which I think was 15th largest in the state, if I remember right still. So that's a significant event. And we were very fortunate not to lose more structures, to be perfectly honest. We had outstanding firefighter services, but this is trying to get out in front of that a little bit and figure out how we build a bigger coalition to pull this all together, work together, working. That's why the working group team, right?
Well, thank you.
Roll your sleeves up and get to work.
I appreciate you bringing this because it's exactly where we need to go with it. And I really appreciate you bringing this to the board.
Thank you.
100% behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, one more thing I want to say. Hey, Mark, thank you for all your hard work. You have done a great job. And you know what? We're going to work with you to make sure this doesn't happen again, especially in these areas like Georgetown and stuff. And also the other areas in Grizzly Flat and some of those areas around Oma Ranch and stuff that are impacted, especially if a wildfire comes through. So with the help with him, I think we can, you know, make sure that he gets the grant money that he needs to be able to do these projects. So these fires don't ever happen and destroy, you know, people's homes again. So I want to thank you for all your hard work. It was beautiful what you did around Sly Park, you know, and Iron Mountain Road. You did a great job. And that fire just basically cruised along the ground and never got into the trees. And that's what we want to see. Thank you, Mark.
The other advantage is employment in El Dorado County, which we could use some of that. So even though it may not go on forever, it will go on for several years, I'm sure. And that's another benefit. Put our youth to work and let them learn some of the
Well,
hard.
why not
work
have
ethics.
another biomass? Do another one, say at Camino at the old. Place there.
Well, we're working on it. That's what we're working on, Sue. Just telling you right now. So.
I know.
Okay, all right.
There's a lot of options out there, yes.
I have a few questions and comments, I guess. Yes, an article just came out about that Tahoe fire,
Fire and Fuels team.
that one, and it was
CFFT.
amazing model. I think that's probably a good one for us to follow. And I'm trying to understand though. Hold on. I'm trying to understand when we have this working group, there has to be a lead, and I don't. Who's going to take the lead? I really don't think it should be the county. I feel like it should be some type of a fire entity, and we have many in our county. So I'm a little not clear on that, because in Tahoe, I think you said the article I read said the Lake Valley Fire had a big part of.
Yeah, there's actually 7 fire chiefs and they meet regularly.
Okay, and so they kind of did this.
They got together and said, we're gonna do something.
So that's kind of where I'm headed, is I feel that our local fire departments really need to step up and kind of be the leads on this, in my mind, and work with our fire safe councils that are out there already doing fabulous work. There's tons of money out there right now from the feds and the state. So because there's such a need, and I keep asking, how do we get the money from where it is to down on the ground? So and Mark knows that I've been pushing for this, and that's why that position to oversee all the fire safe councils, I think, is so important. And I've been advocating for that since I got on the board, and I was amazed that the state actually is funding that. So yay. And I hope we get one, because you have to apply for it, correct? So another piece of the puzzle is our roadside vegetation management. Like I went up to Georgetown Sunday, and again, I drove up, is it Black Oak Mine Road? I think it is a tunnel, an absolute tunnel. And a lot of our rural roads are just tunnels. So where's the money? How do we get that taken care of too? And I think I'm sure our fire departments would love for those roads to be cleared. So there's just a lot going on. And I just in my mind, and I hate saying it the way I'm going to say it, but I do tend to blurt things out. I don't think the county should be the lead on this. I just don't think
We're
we
not saying the
should.
county is the lead.
Okay,
No,
good.
saying-
absolutely not. Yeah.
Gather a
So-
working group.
Well, that's an interesting word. Somebody has to take the lead, and I don't, in that word, I don't see it. So I'm still a little wary.
I think Cal OES plays a big role. I think Forestry Service plays a big role. So I'm not sure who will ultimately take the lead.
Right. So that's the thing. And then also the other piece of the puzzle is the individual properties.
Mhm.
And when we passed that vegetation ordinance, I mean, I was here, I was very concerned. I still am. I hear it all the time. We have residents that, for whatever reason, they own a piece of property, their money poor, they have a piece of property though, they're older. I mean, my husband and I were out there trying to do our own vegetation management, and our neighbors kept walking by saying, don't kill yourself. So it's, you know, it's hard work out there, and you get to an age where you really shouldn't be doing it, but you don't have fun. So where's that coming from? There's just, there's a lot of need. And I just don't know how we get the money connected to on the ground. So, and I know that's what you want to do here, but I still, in my mind, I don't see where the lead's coming from. I just don't see it yet. And I know it's in the works, but I don't want it to fall on the CAO, because this item says for the CAO to convene something. And then how do are you gonna be able to hand it off to somebody, Dawn? Or do you have thoughts on this? Because I just, I feel like you're pointed out in here, I guess, and I'm concerned.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on
Okay.
this. First is you don't want my office leading it. We don't have the expertise to
We
lead it.
don't.
I don't believe that was the intent.
No.
I believe the intent was to have the CEO's office coordinate, bringing everyone together and figure and identify who those leads are, which
Absolutely.
is an appropriate ask of the CAO's office.
Right.
Just during this conversation, I've had 2 people reach out volunteering to help lead this effort. I had a great conversation this morning with Mark Egbert about how we could lead this effort. I don't have answers right now. I don't believe that was the expectation of the. two
No,
board
and I
members
get
who
that,
brought
but
it.
I want to make sure that there's a path for you not to be, because right now it's on you to convene, and then somehow you're gonna have to hand this off.
Yep.
And honestly, I guess my concern was the request is coming from the county. We're asking for somebody to come lead this, is basically what we're
Right.
doing. So I'm hoping somebody steps up, and I'm glad people are texting you. So that's a good sign.
'Cause we have to bring all the key players into the room to have that critical conversation. And it's directing our CAO to do that. And then to bring back a recommendation for how we can best accomplish these tasks with the funding streams to, develop a comprehensive vegetation management and resiliency program throughout our county, which will probably be multi-layered, probably involve, volunteer efforts through fire safe councils to help the folks,
Right.
manage their
'Cause
lands
they're
and
our
be public
conduit
agencies.
to our
Absolutely.
communities. And then what do other counties do? And I wanted to bring up that we do have a couple different joint agreements with different entities and different counties already in
Right.
place.
Yep.
And I know the last time I was in a meeting, they were like, going, so what does El Dorado County do? And I went, well, nothing yet, because we've been kind of busy. So now I
This
can.
could lead into a JPA at some level. But
Yeah,
again,
well,
I'm not.
we actually
agree.
have one to build off of. I
And
think.
my caution to all of you, you're already seeing it.
Yeah.
What's the scope of this going to be?
There it is.
Right.
Because
That's it.
you've seen some groups, and Supervisor Parlin's aware of some, that have tried to bite off way too much
Yeah.
and nothing ever happens.
Right.
So,
We don't want that.
Right.
so it's, but we will have to have someone lead it, facilitate these working group discussions, and I'm excited to see some people are interested in that. So,
All right,
I
that's
wanna-
good. That's what I wanted to hear. So thank you. That makes me feel a little better.
Good.
I'm very worried.
To say, we don't need to reinvent the wheel,
Right.
just looking again, they have an action plan from the Tahoe Fuels.
Right,
It
exactly.
goes over it, it
Mhm.
specifies how you go about doing this work,
Right,
Yep.
and, it.
If
again,
that's the
it's
best
just-
practices,
it's
we got to take
convenient.
it and make that the foundation. Absolutely.
exactly, exactly.
But we
And-
need to get some buy-in. We need to get consensus on that is a really good valid plan, and we ought to just move with it it as opposed to creating something slightly different or whatever it is. But you got to bring everybody together for that discussion. That's what this is trying to
That's what this is
accomplish.
about, yeah. And I also wanted to say that I also had a critical conversation with Mark Egbert this week and about this, and just, really encouraged about what you've done and what you can do with a larger collaborative. And also want everyone to know I did have a conversation with the city of Placerville. So our city manager, Cleve Morris, is here because certainly El Dorado County surrounds the city, and perhaps there's ways that we could, partner with the city because we have common ground here.
Mutual interest, yes.
That's
yes,
right.
Yeah.
Both cities, right?
Both
Yeah,
cities,
both
both
cities.
cities, well, certainly
Yeah.
both cities, sorry.
Thanks, Don. I was gonna-
Absolutely. Sorry, Sue.
So Lori, to kind of set an equivalent, what we did with the mobile home parks is we set up the El Dorado Community Foundation as really the lead group, coordinated with everybody, but we did appoint an ad hoc committee to get staff on board so the county could participate for our level of participation. And I would see this maybe unfolding that same way, maybe not, but that's kind of the model I think it could evolve to.
So
we would have a
link,
direct
but we're not
involvement, but we wouldn't be leading the charge. We would look to an agency that really has the resources and the experience, knowledge to do it better than we could possibly do it, to be the lead.
Right.
Okay, so any other board comment or questions? If you'd open it up for public comment then, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'll have to get Mark up here.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mark Egbert. I'm the district manager with the El Dorado and Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts. I do want to say that collaborative forest management efforts do work, but we are a part of the South Fork American River Cohesive Strategy, and there are anywhere between 40 and 50 people in the room at one time talking about collaborative forest management. And when I ask the question, who can do any work on non-industrial private land in this county, there are 2 people who raise their hand, the Fire Safe Councils and the RCD. So you have a volunteer organization and a resource conservation district. And we do want to collaborate and be a part of that, but that load, that bowling ball on top of that needle is real. And so we need to strengthen our partnerships, and we need to design projects that prioritize geographic areas. And this is a big deal on the post-fire recovery efforts. We need to identify scale.
Yep.
Because these fires are large. We need to identify what the scope of work is. So we complement what the private sector can do and what government can do. And we need to identify our long-term maintenance strategies, because we need to invest in the maintenance, and we need to protect the investment and the installation of the public investment. Our goals have been pretty consistent between our collaboratives of ingress and egress and wildland fire protection, fire behavior modeling, all of those things. But we have to go further and make sure that these landscapes are productive. We have to have long-term productivity of these landscapes, not just stopping at resiliency.
Right.
Or, we need to measure our successes in economic productivity. Hydrologic productivity. We need to have recreational productivity, ecological productivity, and we have cultural productivity, not just archaeologically speaking, but a sense of place. When you look at these forests, our sense of place is dramatically changing. From the King Fire to this fire, the heritage of our actions are long-term. So these projects have to be designed to take into consideration those things. Multi-jurisdictional landscapes are managed landscapes. So management activities without grant investments have to be supported as well. Prescribed burning is a big topic. That is a management tool. Grazing, talking about grazing allowance, talking about all the management tools that we need to bring in over time, not just a one-stop shop sort of scenario. So we need coordination, we need partnerships. What are the mechanisms to formulate those partnerships? We need funding strategies, and we need long-term investments. And I think that this effort is going to identify representation, and because and ultimately it's going to have leadership. When we go and we have CAL FIRE, the Forest Service, Randy Moore, we have the state forester, we have all leadership at the county level too. And we need that because we need direction. We need to know where to go. We need to make sure we align our priorities. And ultimately we have to have accountability for our actions. And that accountability is going to be measured in acres treated, number of, people, with number of landowners, things like that. But ultimately, it's going to be measured when the next event happens, whether or not those actions protected a community, because that's going to be all of our shared accountability. So I look forward to contributing and taking us to that level. And just want to let you know the RCD is here.
Thanks, Mark.
Anyone else in the boardroom would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, open it up, please, Kim, for Zoom.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Next in line, now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor, and I appreciate Mark, what he shared. And for years, I was a member of it's the SOFAR project. And there, like you said, there's about 40 organizations that attend those meetings from every industry you can imagine. SBI's in there, the utility companies, the county. There's about 4 private citizens that actually attend. And Lori, before she became board, and I think she's still attending those members since she's become a supervisor, were members. And the question I brought up over and over and over, where's the funds for the private property owner? And like Mark said, it's not there. He knows I've been hammering on this for years, if not a decade. And my biggest issue is we don't have a local mill in our county to handle the timber anymore. If SBI's got their interest in different places, if they're the only game in town now. And when we bring that up, there's just never an answer. It's just, you've got to take care of this stuff. So everything that's been done with the vegetation that was so great and wonderful, they were grant funded. And those grants are available for nonprofits, other organizations, but they're not available for the private property owner. And that was one of my biggest concerns when I've never been so afraid of fire in Camino in my whole life. When Michigan Cow was up here, the employees were all firefighters. And we had this huge alarm horn that would go off if there was an emergency that the whole town could hear, and people would go down. Now that's been taken down. We don't have a fire department in our town anymore. We are now overlooked by CAL FIRE. I went and asked them if they don't keep engines up there all year long. So I went up and asked if, since they're taking over the duty for firefighting in Camino, do we still have engines up there? And I really didn't get an answer. What do you do with an 80-foot tree? It's overwhelming. We had a neighbor, an elderly lady, that PG&E came down and cut down about 5 of her trees and left them in her property. I harassed the county so far, everybody, and that was PG&E. Finally, thanks to Supervisor Veerkamp, he finally got a hold of PG&E and had them removed for her. You've got to to take care of this
10 seconds
vegetation,
remaining.
there's got to be an industry, and the county does have to step in at some point and say, we are important. The people in our county are important. These 40 organizations, the reason they join together is because if you have more organizations in the group, you're more likely to get grants. And so they're all feathering for grants. That's why I kind of gave up, because they weren't helping us in this county. They were working on each other. And you'll see where all these things were improved were selectively favored areas. And lastly, I'll just say that when we overhauled the general plan in 2015, we were screaming and yelling about the SBI wanted their properties to be more valuable and allowing resorts to go out into our forest. And I brought it up to the SOFAR group, and I was that this was a fire hazard, that we need to talk to the county about rescinding that. So if you don't want to take care of those kind of issues, this is all just a waste of time. And I will say it again, we need to retract putting resorts out into our forest. That is just ludicrous when you see
Public
what
comment
just
at 4
happened.
minutes.
Anyway, I would, after spending over 10 years on this, and the issues that we said were concerned, the disaster that came about by not heeding those warnings, I would be happy to help with your group also, because I have the contacts and the people, and we have one person left in this county that knows how to run a mill, and he should be listened to. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
My cousin Larry.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken, you're still muted.
Okay. Had to do a little technological thing there with the keyboard. Yeah, this Ken Greenwood. How'd you know? Wait a minute. Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 2. Actually, hey, come on. Anyway, I know somebody who has a mill also and knows how to run it. Problem is it burnt down in the fire, but that's another story. Yes, we do need another mill. In fact, this person was complaining and had once testified back east in Washington, D.C., along with Georgia Pacific, about how SBI had kind of cornered the market in the state of California with respect to owning every mill in the state almost. Anyway, yeah, this is great. I'm glad to see that something's being done. But I don't know how many of you were sitting in the boardroom back in 1993 after the Cleveland fire. I was. And we were given directions to do this and that and the other thing, and all of these wonderful, oh God, it sounded just like today, but 30 years ago or 27 years ago. And as I warned you, what, a couple of months ago, that if you let what happened up in Whitehall over the bridge with those expanded footprint cabins that are now spacious, probably resort properties these days, or whatever we call them, VHRs, there we are, or whatever that's being done. We didn't make sure that they didn't maintain fuel clearance, did we? Because they had to go in and waste firefighters' time to go in and do that. And Supervisor Thomas, I'm glad that you mentioned that right off the top, that the efforts of those engine crews was, I'll say it, wasted. We had 600 engines on this fire. We had close to 6,000 people on it, I believe. I spent a week down in the fire camp working for a contractor. And I talked to these fire people. I talked to hotshot crews. I talked to everybody because I really wanted to know what was going on in Section Delta or Division Delta, because that's where my house was that I had evacuated from. And yeah, it came within a quarter mile of my house. But we need to get serious about this. We don't need just to, as soon as the fires burn out and the stump holes cool off. I was just out in the woods yesterday. Couldn't believe it. It's ash
10
everywhere.
seconds remaining.
And if I may have a little extra time, because I don't see that we got a bunch of people in line. Anyway, what we did that time around before was and I warned you about it a couple weeks ago, got all soft and fuzzy, let everybody have, special considerations for their building permits. And yeah, I agree, 100%. But we need to put some restrictions on those properties that they must maintain clearance. Mm-hmm. Yes, we have an ordinance. Yes, we have CAL FIRE. Yes, we have this. Yes, we have that. But the more you pile it on, the better it's going to be. But no, I'm glad, and I would be happy to participate in this, and I know people who also would be. But I think the SOFAR group, I went in on a couple of those meetings. But the cooperators meetings that were kind of not public at the fire camp, I poached in on those because I happened to be sleeping right next to where their thing was, where they met.
Public comment at 4
Those would
minutes.
be- Thank you. And I think those would be a good group to include with all of this, as well as the so far type of groups. But we got to get serious about it. We have to maintain long-term seriousness about it, because the same discussion happened 30 years ago or 27 years ago, and a lot of mistakes were made because of some allowances that were never followed through on. So thank you very much, and let's make this work and design it for the long term, and make sure that there's adequate deed restrictions and conditions, if you will, to maintain these things, and get some money for the small people. Sue's absolutely right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Mo Johnson.
Hey, good afternoon, Chief. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Now you're muted. You're still muted, Mo. Is there a dial-in number? I would really like to hear Chief Johnson's comments at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would be good.
How do we get them?
There it goes.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, there you go. Yay, you're on. Thanks.
Oh,
Mo.
my goodness. Modern technology. You think I'd be ready for this? No, just good afternoon, supervisors. Maurice Johnson, Fire Chief of the El Dorado Hills and Rescue Fire Departments. I just wanted to make a quick couple of comments, and that is just to thank you for looking into this very important topic. It is a massive, massive undertaking. And to CEO Ashton's point, and it is really easy to want to boil the ocean. And so we do need to take it one bite at a time. I can tell you that there's a relevant example now in our county, and now is the time for us to look at this and look at this seriously. I can tell you that EDH Fire and Rescue Fire stands by to assist in any way that we possibly can. And then finally, just as a good relevant example, if you look at the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, that is something that was grant funded, and there's a number of board members that come from every one of the fire agencies, the U.S. Forest Service, and all of the cooperators. That might be a good model to look at down the road. So that's it. That's my comments. I just want to applaud you for looking at this, taking it seriously, and I hope we can make something happen. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Marin. Thank you, Chief.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I don't think staff probably needs to respond to anything, or really no questions. Board members, any other thoughts before we
Ready to
provide direction? Okay, go ahead.
take a stab at this?
Yep.
All right. Direct the CAO's office to convene an El Dorado County Vegetation Management and Resiliency Working Group comprised of public agencies and private entities to collaborate on lessons learned from the Caldor fire in order to identify scale and scope, define funding streams, develop a comprehensive work plan, including maintenance, and implement resiliency measures to create a safer, more fire-adapted county with productive lands.
I'll second, and I just want to echo Mark Egbert's comments. Sustainability, to me, is built into resiliency. Maybe you have a slightly different interpretation, but you have to have sustainability. These programs don't work. It doesn't. You don't accomplish much to do something in one period, and then 5 years later, you got the same problem back, right?
Right.
So that continued maintenance and diligence is part of the resiliency, at least in our interpretation.
And that's what I put maintenance in the
Yep.
board drive too.
Okay.
Is there going to be like we're still fighting a fire and we're still starting recovery and stuff. So what kind of time frame are we thinking to convene this working group?
It's a
I
good
just want to be
question.
realistic.
Right.
We didn't want to overburden the CAO.
Well,
so we gave him some
I want to be, I want to be fair,
Right,
like
no, it's good.
all the people that are going to be a part of this are kind of busy right now. So I wanted to
Right.
be thoughtful of that. That's all.
Most I don't know that all the people are part of it are busy on the Caldor fire right now, because I think a lot of the response is done.
Okay, good.
Okay. The way I envision doing this is calling a couple of the key stakeholders. Mr. Egbert's one of them. Chief Johnson offered up one of his assistant chiefs. Everyone's a chief in the fire world. That's my joke with them, but to help lead it. So call up coordinate a first discussion with some of the key stakeholders to again use their expertise to say what this would look like. Maybe look at other counties to see what programs they have.
Right.
And then we'd have to pull the big group together, and that's going to take some time to coordinate and and figure out how that's going to work. If you have a room full of 30 people, you better have someone who can facilitate it with a specific objective and getting those calendars scheduled. So this is going to be, it's going to take time.
Right.
I would hope to have that first discussion with the key stakeholders, I would say within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That would, but beyond that, I couldn't give you a timeline.
And I'm just gonna go out on a limb here, Mark, actually, because we do have the so far collaborative meetings, and a lot of the big agencies are already there, and those meetings are already scheduled. So keep that in mind, that it's like when Ken Peen from the Water Agency wanted to start something that was countywide with all the agencies, he just started going to those meetings because he's like, all those people are already there. Jeff Marcellet, I mean, so that keep that in mind as a place to go to get on the agenda, since those folks already have those meetings on their calendar. I just thought of that when you were saying it out loud, and that's what they're there for, as a resource. So we'll keep that in mind. That's a good place, and our meeting's already on our calendar, so that's kind of cool.
Can I add real quick? Jeff Marsley was in on this Tahoe Fires and Fuel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then
He's a key
also-
stakeholder we have to have.
Yeah.
And I had a conversation with him, yes.
Yeah, and then Lake Valley Fire Chief Brad, again, I think it'd be good to get somebody who's got some experience from the other side to help.
Yeah, his name was all over in that article too, Brad.
Yeah, I never can say his name. I just
Yeah.
said Chief Brad.
Would it be reasonable to perhaps have an update by the end of the year?
That's very reasonable. Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable, yeah. I mean, this isn't gonna happen quickly. We recognize that, but.
We want it
it's
done
building
right,
blocks.
make sure everyone's that needs to be in the room, is in the room. That will take some time, but yeah.
Yeah, and the conversation's probably already been started amongst smaller groups and stuff. This is trying to, how do we get that bigger conversation? That's what we're really trying to achieve, so, yeah, okay. Excellent, so you have sufficient direction at this point?
Yes, sir. You guys started naming all the players already, so I think we should do it.
Maybe we'll all submit our private list to Dawn. Right? Who are the key players? Yeah, right. Key stakeholders, whatever you want to call it. Very good. So I think we accomplished
So there's a
that.
motion on the floor. Do we need?
It's just direction to staff.
We don't need a.
It's direction to staff is what I thought it was, but if you want to make a motion, I guess you can.
You already did. You put it on the
You put a
agenda. I make it a motion.
All right.
I did. I already made the.
I made a second, so let's all vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, good.
Unanimous. Okay, very
Thank
good.
you all. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Mark. So I think we're ready to go back and pick up 37 department matters. Is that
Yes.
where we go next?
Dying to do that.
Oh,
Yeah. Right. Wait, cemeteries. All right, they've been waiting.
End of the day.
Oh, that's bad.
Can we do please read 37 for us?
Item
Chris,
37 comes from Planning and Building Department, Cemeteries Division, recommending the board receive and file an update to review the attached work plan for administration of El Dorado County managed cemeteries.
We've been like this all day. Just being honest. We have.
No
It's
problem.
Joe Harn's fault. I think.
Right.
Yes.
He started it.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, as it were now. I'm Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, and for purposes of this discussion, Cemetery Director. I brought the entire cemeteries team with me today.
Welcome.
This is Julianne Melchor, Administrative Analyst, and that's Sherry Busby, who splits her time between airports and cemeteries. So thank you both for being here. You'll recall that on June 7th, when we talked budget last time, there was a question that came up about unmet needs. At that point, I had mentioned we're going to be bringing an item to your board on an updated work plan. So here we are, a few months later. I wanted to provide some context to the work plan because there may be some things that are obvious about cemeteries, maybe some that aren't. So if you'll indulge me just for a minute, I'd be remiss if I didn't
go through a few of the nuts and bolts of how our cemeteries division works. So I think it'll color the work plan a bit. So some basic stuff here. We manage 17 public cemeteries. 8 of those cemeteries are considered active. And what that means is we're still accepting burials in those cemeteries. As far as landscape maintenance goes, of the 17, 10 of them are our facilities division handles maintenance. 5 of them are contracts managed by our staff, and the remaining 2 are all volunteer based. So that's how our maintenance program currently breaks up amongst our cemeteries. We do raise a small amount of money, albeit modest. We sell plots, crypts, niches. We make arrangements. We do research. Julianne's definitely got her hands full with all those inquiries. So we also administer 2 advisory committees. One is the Georgetown Zone of Benefit Advisory Committee, and then the county-wide Cemetery Advisory Committee. We hold title to 13 of our 17 cemeteries. The other 4 are held in name only with the cemetery itself. We are currently in the process of going through a quiet title process. That's roughly takes about a year. We're closely working with Roger Runkle at County Council to make that happen. So again, we're looking at a 2025 to get caught up as far as our titles go. But we're actively engaged in that effort, and you've heard about one of those recently within the last 6 months. Again, here's our staff. We have 1.5 FTEs that administer all of what you have had a chance to see in the work plan. Let me take you back a little bit to color this even more. In 2018 was the last time there was a general update on the cemeteries division to the board. At that point in time, there was a survey brought forward of comparator counties and local jurisdictions that kind of match ours. And not surprisingly, some of the other jurisdictions are very well staffed, and most of them have a significant drop off of the number of cemeteries that they manage. For instance, the Newcastle Rockland district has 5 cemeteries and 9 staff. Nevada County has 1 public cemetery and 4 staff. So again, just a sense of scale when you look at our 17 that we manage with our 1.5 FTEs. So
Is it like super active there or what? I mean, I read that in the report, I went, what are they doing there at one cemetery with 4 people?
very well maintained, no doubt. We do have, and those are special districts, okay? And we'll get into that real briefly here.
There is a
but
distinction there.
Yes, yeah. So
I know
these are special districts, right? Our cemeteries are administered by general fund, by and large. In fact, completely by general fund, the exception of what we raise from plots.
If I remember, it, we're the only county that supports all the cemeteries by general fund monies. The only county.
That is correct. So we do have some cemetery special districts. One is in Kelsey on the west slope. The other is Happy Homestead in Tahoe. And of course, we do have the Georgetown Zone of Benefit, which includes 3 of our 17 cemeteries. So for everything else, countywide, 100% reliant on general fund. That's where we are at this point in time. So in September of 2019, the board directed staff to formulate a plan to form a West Slope Cemetery Zone of Benefit. In November of the same year, in 2019, the then board approved a parcel tax to be placed on the November 2022 ballot. That parcel tax would be roughly $9 annually as a special tax, and that would raise revenue. So again, just walking you through some of the history of this to flavor this a bit. And obviously that funding pays for capital improvements, administration, so on and so forth, if that were the way this ends up going. We've obviously been working really closely with the Cemetery Advisory Committee. We always try to find alternatives to ballot initiatives and whatnot, and do the best we can with what we have. To that end, we've been talking a lot about marketing and how we can better market cemeteries. They are obviously a fantastic way to learn about the history of El Dorado County, a very unique way to do it. So we thought a great partnership would be with the El Dorado County Chamber and of course the Visitors Authority. So we're in the infant stages of that, but we've had those discussions, and I think that's a really exciting angle to kind of increase tourism with our cemeteries because they have a lot to offer with history. We continue to have conversations, obviously, with folks that reach out to our office and cemetery advisory committees about things that they want to see in their cemeteries. And there is demand. There's demand for new niches, developing new sections for interments and cremains. That exists, and you'll see some of that in the work plan as well. And finally, we're under a wider effort, department-wide, for planning and building and surveyor for our fee and nexus study. And of course, one of the divisions that's being studied in there is cemeteries. So that effort is underway, and we should be getting a report out hopefully in January, February of next year. So that'll be exciting to get a third-party feedback on what the world looks like from their perspective. So I do want to transition over to the work plan itself. There are 37 tasks in here, so I will not painfully take you through every one of those tasks. But I will highlight a few of them and just at least some of the themes. I mean, if you're to look at tasks 1 through 6, they're basically all just either maintenance or deferred maintenance needs, railings, asphalt, driveways, fence repair. We're talking signage, wayfinding, kind of very basic things that cemeteries need to be successful and to make sure that citizens have appropriate access to them. I'll highlight tasks 7 and 8 because I mentioned it. 7 is quite title. I mentioned that we roughly can get through one, from a legal perspective, 1 a year is what we've been told by council. Well, obviously, we'll do our best to move those along as expeditiously as we can, but that's kind of where we are right now. So you'll see Fair Play and Cold Springs is on there for FY 21-22 as part of the work plan. And for those of you that are following along, this is attachment B, by the way, in the Legistar item. Task 8 is updating the fee schedules. And again, I just mentioned we're already in that process from a department-wide perspective. So we're well on our way with that item. On task 10 on page 2, this one's really interesting because we do work with Buried History, which is a local volunteer group that puts on a lot of really neat kind of reenactments and stuff to kind of generate that excitement about the historical perspective that the cemeteries bring. In fact, I'd be remiss if I didn't plug the event coming up on October 15th and 16th. It's a Save the Graves event at Placerville Union, which is obviously one of our flagships right off Highway 50, so real easy to get to. They're doing great work, and some of the funds that they raise, we put directly back into maintenance needs in the cemeteries. So again, just trying to be creative with what we have from the public and volunteer base, as well as obviously general fund.
That's a great event. That's fabulous.
Yes.
Last year, really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Task 12, this is a theme you'll see running through the out years, 22 through 25 as well. Perform ground penetrating radar surveys. I mean, after all, some of these cemeteries are over 150 years old. So, we have really good information, but then sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
And we want to be absolutely certain of what we're doing in these airports, particularly, the cemeteries. I'm looking over here, I see airports.
I see
Airports and cemeteries. We want to make sure, obviously, at the active cemeteries that we have the absolute best information, for selling plots. And of course, we're working on a database where folks will be able to go online and just be able to locate, relatives, loved ones, just historical markers, so on and so forth. And we need to make sure that we have a good grasp of what's going on below the surface, so to speak. So you'll see this as a theme on task 12 for this fiscal year, but again, it repeats itself in the out years. And task 13 is the last one I'll mention from this year. Proactively advertise cemetery services. This gets at some of that kind of marketing that I was talking about earlier. Website development, kind of making it a little bit more interesting from a historical perspective, getting our database up and online so folks can kind of peruse through there before they go and visit our cemeteries. Other things with the chamber and the Visitors Authority, a rack card, a brochure, something that generates excitement about that. And then advertising in church bulletins, because again, after all, folks do want to be a part of our cemeteries with their families and lineages. So. And then the last thing I'll mention on the out years on page 3, again, you'll see the ground penetrating radar. Task 22 is a big one. This is revise and update the cemetery ordinance. It is something we are laser focused on now. There have been many conversations with the Cemetery Advisory Committee. It's nothing new, but we need to continue to push it forward. And in fact, it's something that was identified in the latest grand jury report that we're going to make sure that we're on top of. So by the end of this year, we want to be sharing at least some bullet points and ideas back and forth with the Cemetery Advisory Committee so we can start to make forward progress on that ordinance. So that's a big task in the coming year or two. Then you'll see some kind of bigger ticket items, at least it is for our division. Task 28 is repair, replace watering system at Placerville Union. It's $50,000. When you look at our budget, that's almost 1/6 of what we allocate to our cemeteries, period. So it becomes apparent that our needs, we have a ways to go to meet some of these things, but that's a pretty important item. So it's on our work plan, and obviously we'll continue to work towards obtaining appropriate resources to make sure these things happen. Again, so when folks come and live the history of El Dorado County, they're not going into a flooded out, marquee Placerville Union Cemetery, right? So again, I'll stop there. We could talk a long time about these items. Obviously, I know I threw a lot at you with kind of the review and overview of the division and then some of these tasks. So I'll go ahead and pause.
Rob, have you ever looked into any of the private cemeteries and the things that they have done, especially our cemetery? Because we own it. I'm the president of the Frenchtown Cemetery Association. And we bought it for $10 in gold in 1908, and we put our bylaws and we formed an association in 1915. So it's been still going on, and we clean our own cemetery and we do a great job. And then a lot of the members and stuff is just donations to be able to help with the cleanup and stuff that we do there. So
the answer is yes. How much we've replicated that at this point in time, obviously we're still getting there.
Yeah.
But we're at this point in time, we want to be as efficient as possible with the resources that we have.
Totally understand.
So absolutely, the answer is yes. Private, we have, over 100 pioneer cemeteries that we don't manage, but exist. And there's some great examples in there of some that are doing well that we can take as well. So any and all examples that make sense from an efficiency standpoint, we're all ears.
Have you ever visited that Frenchtown Cemetery?
I've not.
Well, you need to go up there and look at it. It's beautiful. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll mark that down as
mark it down.
a field trip.
Yeah, a field trip. Yeah.
We have a lot of those. Oh my gosh, I had a thought and it left my head. Oh, that's
Looking for a light. I'm looking for a light.
I was like,
Oh.
what was- Go for it.
Okay.
It left. That's bad.
All right, so thank you, Chris. Appreciate you guys being here today. So you say that our staff goes out and mows the lawns and does that kind of thing. Because I don't see that type of vegetation and ongoing maintenance in the work plan. Is that just consumed by our normal day-to-day?
Correct. So yeah. So if you look at, just for example, our 10 of 17 are managed by our facilities division. They have their own internal program, how they maintain all county properties. Cemeteries have their own protocols. They try to get out there 3 times a year. It's mostly 2, sometimes as needed. It just, just like everyone else, I mean, resources are a challenge in facilities. If they were standing here next to me, they would admit the same. There's a lot of facilities maintained and, just not an abundant amount of resources to maintain them. The maintenance costs, a fair amount of money, and you have to stay on top of it. If you have a particularly wet year, you could do a spring mow and then by June, it's popped up again, but they weren't planning on going in again until the fall. But now there's going to be, maybe a midterm landscape project that might have to come up. So again, it's kind of, the program is twice a year, 3 is ideal. Sometimes it's 1. Sometimes volunteers are going in there and doing it. It is not as consistent as we like, but it does have its own structure to it that
It's not
isn't necessarily
reflected in the work
captured
plan.
in the work plan.
Great. That's what I figured. Just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure. And I did reach out to my appointee on the Cemetery Advisory Committee on this item. And he did reiterate how important that $30,000 for a radar is to understand what's going on, as you say, underneath the ground. And so it was, he definitely concurred.
Absolutely. Julianne can attest to this. She goes out and marks plots. So we're only as good as the information that we have from some documents that are admittedly quite old. So we want to be absolutely certain that when we're digging up ground, we know what we're doing. And, even for the ones that are not active, we want to know how accurate is this? What kind of information can we put online that's the truth and as accurate as we can be. So it's a really important exercise that will continue through, next several fiscal years.
My last comment is, I noticed that we're putting quite a bit of stock on the Save the Graves event. I mean, we're saying, whatever is that's going to come in is going to, do work on the rest of this list. And we probably realize it's probably a more modest profit, model. So I think looking forward, I'd like the board to consider that perhaps we, in next year's budget, do allocate some money toward funding our cemeteries. And, we can talk about that later as to what that looks like. But I think it would perhaps behoove us to make that a priority of some sort next year, recognizing that the needs are just going to grow and the revenue is just not there, as the grand jury report, did.
I'll piggyback on that.
Yeah, please.
Because I asked, I don't know what I'm thinking. I asked to be on the cemetery advisory committee this year, and because I do love our history and our cemeteries. And one of the things that we were talking about was perhaps asking for a little bit of that TOT money. And I kind of stressed with the group, I said, if we can start working on promoting the cemeteries as more of a historical asset to bring in the tourism, do some cards, in hotels to promote, then I could see the nexus there and make that an easier ask of some TOT funding on a more regular basis. So that's something that I think would be very exciting and fun. I think the group's interested in doing that, because you're right, we do need that. But when they said TOT, I go, well, we kind of need to show a little bit of a connection, and I think we can make it with the history in our county. It shouldn't be that hard. And then I remember the thing that I forgot was that right before COVID was hit the county last year, Julianne, I think you had started putting together a volunteer, like a adopt a cemetery program or something like that. But then COVID hit and we had to stop. So, but I think I read in the staff report, and we all know that if we go out and start promoting it, you need staff to help support it. So how are we going to balance that? Because I would love to, promote and try to get volunteers on a more regular basis. But if staff's not ready, how do we do this? How do we do that part? How are we going to get there? How do we do this, Chris?
Yeah, so you'll see in the work plan, there is a column that says constraints, and I can tell you, there's not. Admittedly, we didn't say much there other than requires additional staff, and because that's kind of the truth.
Right.
And obviously, we don't want to make excuses. We want to run fantastic cemeteries, but there is a limit to how much we can do with what we have right now. And we want to be very aggressive in our work plan. We want to be able to execute it. It's tough though. And it's kind of the chicken or the egg thing, right? So we're trying to create excitement around the cemeteries, right? From some of the marketing things that we can be doing,
right,
to hopefully increase that volunteer base. But then, yes, we might get 25, 30 eager people who want to help, and then it's us.
Right.
So,
yeah,
that's a tough question to answer right now. I mean, we are where we are right now with our general fund. And, like I said, we offset that slightly with plot sales and whatnot, but that's obviously a limited growth ability there.
right.
So, if Save the Graves becomes, the largest event in Northern California, then obviously we got a lot more donations than we might have expected, but obviously we have to be realistic about what we're dealing with here. So,
Well, like for Chili Bar too, there was somebody that wanted to do a cleanup one day. And so Vicky arranged it. I just threw it out on Facebook. We had like a dozen people show up unexpectedly. It was awesome. And I just put a list of bring your weed eaters, loppers, gloves, wheelbarrows. And I'm just wondering if we just want to do some of those every once in a while, even where we just pick a cemetery, tell people what to bring and what to expect for the day. I mean, I'll be there, unless I have another commitment, of course. But I'll be there because I think that's kind of a fun thing to do, to bring the community out like that as an event.
Yes.
Kind of clean up. The folks that came out to Chili Bar that day were just so happy to be there to help out. And they came from far away. I was really impressed. So, we can get creative, I think, a little bit.
absolutely.
And I promise I'll be there to support. And my husband is, like you guys know, voluntold to do things. So he'll be there.
So I had a comment and a question, I guess. Happy Homestead. It's a special district. I believe we have to pay a tax or some sort of fee on it in order to maintain. And it makes more money than this, and it's just one cemetery. Have we, I know T is an awful word on the West Slope here, but taxing people works as far as getting these districts, without having to cut into our TOT, because we don't use TOT up there, we get taxed for it. And it's a very successful, very well-run cemetery district, and it has a volunteer board that makes sure that it's done properly, and it's great. So, I know we talked about this in the past, but we've never gone anywhere.
Well,
Is this the
you
time-
mentioned it.
Yeah.
Chris mentioned it.
Well, is this a good time then to not just mention it, but to really move it forward?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the November 5th, 2019 action that the board took did approve putting the parcel tax on the November 2022 would form the zone of benefit for the West Slope.
Okay.
And that would be for
forget.
within
Yeah,
County Service 9,
He
County
reminded
Service
us.
Area 9, correct? So the answer is yeah, and that would be obviously similar to Happy Homestead, a new source of funding that would not rely on general fund.
And it's not a
correct?
lot of money from what I recall.
It was $9.
Right,
was
$9,
what
and it pays for its, I mean, it's excellent. And like I said, I've never heard anyone complain about Happy Homestead up in Tahoe.
Yeah.
Because it works so well.
When was that established though?
Gosh, that's been there forever.
See, that's
My whole family's buried there.
That's the problem though, is that was established, I think, when the cemetery was more, a long time ago. Where this would be retroactively imposing a CSD.
Yeah.
It's different. And we do
Yeah.
have Kelsey Cemetery as a CSD also.
Okay.
So we do have another CSD, teeny tiny, but their cemetery is amazing and awesome. And
It works.
but they struggle to get board members and stuff. People come and go, and it's
die.
yeah, well, that too. And they're in the cemetery. So
Yeah.
so it isn't, it is different, I think, because I do remember those conversations, and we had a lot of backlash on that conversation.
Well, and that's why I bring it up, because I know it's not a.
Even though we said it was
popular-
only $9, there
Right,
was a
but it
lot of
works.
backlash.
It works. It's a very successful model in that you're not looking at fundraisers or private, or volunteers. It's out there.
Yeah.
And it works really well. So I think
Yeah.
it is. So it's gonna go on November 2020.
November 2022,
That's right,
based on
November. Okay.
the board's November 2019
Right,
action.
right.
It,
Okay.
obviously, the thought initially going back to 2019 was to try to get it on the 2020 ballot, but it was just too quick.
There's no way.
So,
Yeah, so, okay. Good.
So I agree with Sue. We have to come up with a sustainable funding source, because we keep trying to Band-Aid this thing, and we're just never going to get there. It's always going to be beg, borrow, and steal. And all the volunteer resources and stuff, that's great, but we need to find the sustainable funding. And unfortunately, our cemeteries are real historical value than they are new cemetery burials, right? Because a lot of people are being cremated today, and they want the ashes delivered in an urn to their home, and so they're not buying burial plots. So there's no revenue associated with that. It really is a historical preservation effort that we have to put in place somehow. And I don't know, I've struggled with what is the right funding mechanism to do that. Never come up with anything short of what we've talked about in the past.
Yeah.
But there's got to be some way to get a small amount of funding for just sustained annual budget that then, the general fund can be used to augment some of those things, and volunteers can be, but we need that base foundation of funding that we don't have today. And other counties have been able to do it. So I don't know why it's so difficult here, but it's been a real struggle.
so to give you hard numbers on that, the FY 21-22 budget was $389,555. And our total revenue was $34,000, and that's from interments, disinterments, plot sales, so on and so forth. So your net is 355,555. So it is small as it relates to the total amount, but I mean, I'm sure Julianne has an exact number of how many. No, putting you on the spot.
But that's the struggle, finding
it
that
is.
base foundation funding that
Right.
isn't general fund, for the general fund to augment.
Yeah.
As opposed to provide, 90% of it. It's just,
It's a service we provide. And it's
Yeah,
important,
it is.
very important.
Yes.
and we
need
have,
to pay for it.
and we have travelers who come, who visit our cemeteries, and so there is a TOT connectivity there that I think is supportable, but is that a huge impact on our roads and stuff?
Probably
You're
not. when you
talking
get
about a lot of
realistic about
TOT,
it.
you're talking about a lot of TOT, you know, annually.
I understand, but that's one
That's what
possible
makes me
discussion
nervous.
we need to expand.
Right.
Well, we don't want any EHRs in our cemeteries, so we're not doing that. That's not gonna work. But it's up to the voters if they're gonna go that
Think
route.
of three-dimensional
Yeah.
development, we could put
Yeah, I know.
condos over
We're
there.
gonna- I was like, oh, no, that's the way the state's going. But anyway, we're not gonna go there.
Mixed-use development.
Sorry.
Never mind.
That's my only concern is the option that we're looking at is truly up to the voters. And it felt pretty lukewarm last time. So unless we find a community group out there that's going to carry the torch
Right.
and really advocate for us. And I haven't seen anybody step up that's strong. So I'm just trying to keep it real. Yes, that would be ideal, but I don't
May not
know.
happen,
And so we need a plan B. That's all.
I'm surprised the Historical Society, you know, so strong as it is, has not stepped up.
They
to say
haven't,
would.
I know.
Yeah.
I
that's
kind of
true.
did point them out in the room last time too. I remember that. I was like going, you guys need to step up. So
Well, Save the Graves was really kind of their answer. I think they brought that to the county. I don't think the county invented that. That was their contribution of reaching out, looking at how other cemeteries are being,
Right.
how they're being maintained, what their funding source is, and found that was a viable alternative. So they brought that to the table. And that's a help. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
start, right?
That's not the end all.
But it's
No,
not the
it's
answer.
not the answer,
Right.
not the answer.
It's never going to get us there. So. Okay, so at this point, I think we're ready to open up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the
Nobody
board.
likes
Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment from the
Looks like we
boardroom.
have one on Zoom though.
And now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, 390.
Oh, surprise. Ken, please unmute yourself.
I'm dying to get in, okay?
There we go. All right.
I guess I was waiting all day for that one. But I remember working on peripherally in some of the cemeteries years ago, and it is a fascinating opportunity for people to learn more about the history and such. George, there is out by your church, there's a large cemetery top of the hill there in El Dorado. And I stumbled across that when I was looking at that WTF that's across from your church there. Anyway, it had a pretty good little historical opportunity there with who's buried there and the plots and maps and stuff like that. And I think there's some good opportunity to get people excited about this, if you will. Not necessarily dying to get in, but to go out and help, as Supervisor Parlin suggested. So, yeah, everything costs money, darn it, just like everything we've been talking about all day, right? But if volunteerism is focused, is a really valuable tool. And hopefully we can promote some of that, save the county a little bit of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
And then, can I ask really quick? Elaine, did you have something you wanted to, there was a couple times where it looked like you wanted to interject something, and we were very chatty today. Was there something you wanted to throw at us to let us know? Because
Turn your mic on. There you go.
Julianne Melchor, staff. I would like to make the point that I think there are some development opportunities which could raise some additional funds. I don't think it would ever pay for our whole cemetery program, but we do have land associated with several of our active cemeteries. And we are not providing services for our citizens as we could be if we developed our cemeteries a little more. For instance, you mentioned cremation. It is true that has taken over full burials, but we don't have many services related to cremation, such as scattering grounds, or here's kind of an idea that's used in Europe a lot, not much here, although it is gaining ground, and that would be an ossuary, which is a collecting point for cremains.
Right.
It's less
They have
expensive
that at
than,
Happy Homestead. yeah.
I'm sorry?
They have that at Happy Homestead.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah. But it's also a less expensive way to dispose. When I say dispose of, I don't mean,
Yeah.
disposition of human remains is a term, but it's a less expensive way for people to avail themselves of the disposition of cremains, other than storing them at home. So I think there are some opportunities there. We have one cemetery in the county, private cemetery, that is doing a lot more of that and is making it successful. So I think there's a good example. And with the numbers of elderly people in this county, which you're probably all more familiar with than I am, I think there's a lot of opportunity. I do a fair amount of plot sales from outside of the county because our fees are so low. You know, there's a concern with raising fees that might cut some people out of the process, but I think we need to look at that too, to help increase our income a little bit more. So we do have some opportunities.
Yeah, we do the same thing. Right. With the cremation there. We have one particular family, my cousins, you know, Robinsons and stuff, they have actually a vault is what it is with different cylinders, which the ashes, you know, the urns are put in these special vaults and stuff with their names on it. So
There's many different ways it can be
so that's what we
done.
do.
The other aspect of that, though, and we know we've had vandalism with our cemeteries, even though it's gravestones and stuff. And so anytime you build a structure that's
Right.
available for the public to come in, you have to provide some level of security or you won't have it very long. That's just an unfortunate fact of where we are as a society today. So all these things add costs,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because now you have a security
yeah.
provision if you're going to really have those and expect to preserve them. So it's a tough equation to try to get through. But anyway.
And we're working on that issue too. We have some things going.
Thank you.
Well, if you have people living there nearby, you're probably better suited to offset the vandalism, the threat of
Yeah.
vandalism. But if it's an isolated cemetery somewhere, you know,
Yeah.
it's open house, unfortunately. That's just
Yeah,
the way it
Someone's
works.
keeping an eye on it.
Yeah.
It helps.
Chris, another thing, have you guys reached out to youth groups and stuff like that, or schools or whatever to, you know, to get them involved a little bit, especially when it comes to our history?
Defer to Julianne on that question. because
Okay.
She would have been in
We-
contact.
We don't have a concerted effort from the county towards that, but the Cemetery Advisory Committee members, some of them have done that. It requires a large effort to gather volunteers, especially with the number of cemeteries that we have and that we're managing, and the size of some of our cemeteries, because we have some of the largest cemeteries in the county that we're handling. So, you know, we have the Adopt a Cemetery program, and we did not suspend that with COVID because some of it fit in quite well with COVID restrictions. It's never been as successful as the Parks Adopt a Trail program, which is what we copied, you know, based our program on. Part of that is there just isn't as much knowledge of it. But also part of it is, you know, cemeteries don't drop quite as much volunteerism as parks, but they tend to be a little more popular things to work on than cemeteries. You have to have the right frame of mind to be a cemetery volunteer. And those people are out there and they're very dedicated. We have to reach them, which takes quite a bit of effort.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, very good. I think this was a receive and file. So if we're pretty much concluded the discussion, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great
Thank
summary
you.
presentation and a great work plan. It's just
Yeah, we're excellent.
all the question marks about funding and sources. That's the part that's to be determined, right? That's difficult. But anyway, thank you for the plan presentation, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to find some ways to accomplish some of that. So.
We'll cross
Thank
our
you.
fingers. Thank you.
So I think we've completed everything but items to and from the CAO update and closed session. So I'm going to suggest we do to and from the CAO update and then go to closed session and we'll handle that accordingly. So with that, who would like to start? District 5, welcome back to the
Thank
boardroom,
you.
Sue.
Thank you. Well, I was evacuated for 17 days, stayed in 8 different locations.
Oh,
My
gosh.
car broke down. My refrigerator is just finally alive again yesterday.
Oh.
It's my house smells.
Wow.
But
So smoke or some other
Yeah, no, just.
Other stuff,
yeah,
okay.
Just shorts, yeah.
The
everything.
smoke damage is something a lot
No,
of
it's
people don't
just-
think about with
We had the power
fires.
going in and out, and
Yeah.
it's shorted everybody's
Oh.
refrigerators and all kinds of things, so.
Yeah, it's true.
But, very, very, very lucky. And it's not a miracle is what my firefighter friend says. It was everybody standing on every roof. In Christmas Valley, where I've lived for 40 years. The only reason that my house and my neighbors are standing is because of the hard work of those firefighters. I proudly wear this that Rocky gave me from the Division 4 firefighting, because I just kissed his feet. I can't believe our homes are still standing. So we were very, very fortunate, and it really was the hard work of the firefighters. But that come back, I did go to the base camp up at Heavenly and thanked everybody I could, and spoke to them. And the fire is still going on. As much as we want to thank everybody up there, the fire is still going on. When we asked the firefighters what we could do, they didn't want a parade. They didn't want any big thank you things. So we're looking at doing something next month, just an appreciation day from our area. So there is going to be something a week from Saturday.
Yeah.
And I hope you all go to that. I think it's this Saturday or a week from Saturday. I'm confused on what.
I think
day
it's
it
this
is.
Saturday. It's this Saturday.
Yes.
It's this Saturday.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's from the city of South Lake Tahoe, and it's gonna be wonderful. And, again, we're just being sensitive to our firefighters out in Myers, so they didn't want anything, but we'll definitely be there. So yes, you're all invited.
Be there.
And then I'll let you know about the other one is the mid-October out at Tahoe Paradise Park. So, but the bottom line is we're very, very appreciative of everything they've done. And to drive along today on Highway 50 when it opened this morning was just a real eye opener. There's a lot of devastation, and we've lost 135 homes, I believe it is, along Highway 50 between Clivers and Echo. So, it was, not as quick and devastating as Angora or Grizzly Flats. Our hearts go out to them, but it was still devastating. So, with that, I have TRPA tomorrow. We're going to be talking a lot all day about what we can do as land managers up there. And obviously, same thing as our Tahoe Fuels and Fire group is going to be discussing, what ifs and how we move forward. That's it. That's all I want to report. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4.
Yeah, mostly I've been dealing with a lot of PG&E complaints. Number one thing.
Power outages, right?
The unplanned frequent PG&E outages have been just wreaking havoc on the divide. And I've had many conversations with our PG&E reps, because we have two that we're changing. And then I somehow got connected. Our CPU, I don't know if you guys knew this, I didn't know this, our CPUC representative for our region left, and I didn't know it. So when the email was returned back to me, I was like, ah. So anyway, we got connected with somebody that's temporarily helping us out. I was getting phone call. Anyway, everywhere I've gone, like I went to Music on the Divide the other day, that's the first thing somebody said to me, what are you gonna do about PG&E? I was like, what? Because I think that people think that we have far more influence than we really do, but I've been pushing really hard to get some responses. I believe there's a couple of areas in the county that are also having issues. So if anybody is interested, Shelley and I posted on our Facebook and put in our newsletter, there's a CPUC meeting this Thursday morning, commission meeting, and I was asked to get as many people as possible that have been negatively impacted by these outages to get on the virtual meeting. There's a phone number you call in and tell their story, because I heard one story and I can't remember who I heard it from. It was like third hand or something, but I mean, somebody is in hospice and they had to call a neighbor to go get gasoline for their generator. It's just been businesses, can't book rooms and guests, and it's just been a nightmare. So a lot of people have also, their appliances have been destroyed and all these things. So that's that. And then the other thing is just, I was thinking about it. I don't think, George and Wendy, I didn't realize this has been going on for so long. I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if you guys are aware, but a big thing going on up at the confluence. It's the Auburn State Rec area
Mhm.
general plan update with all those campgrounds that the state parks proposed to put in. And we just had the bridge fire up there. So the community I inherited this when I got in office. The community has been adamantly opposed to adding campgrounds without mitigations of some kind. And the plan really didn't include any meaningful mitigation. So that's coming up next Thursday, the 30th, and that's another virtual meeting that I'll also attend that one to advocate for the community, because we already are seeing all the fire danger, and with the canyon there and all that, nobody wants more. So that's another one. And I guess that was in 2019, maybe. I can't remember which year it was, but anyway, one year the board actually, we sent a letter in on the EIR for that plan, just to say we have some very serious concerns. A lot of the fire districts sent in letters. So it's just that if you're gonna, add additional campgrounds and campfire pits and that kind of thing, you need to make sure that there's evacuation plans, vegetation management plans, and all that stuff. So that's another thing that my email and my phone has been lighting up about. So I'm looking forward to that meeting next week too. And that's been mostly it.
District 3.
All right, I'll make this brief. Attended a really special Patriots Day celebration at the local Seventh-day Adventist school. They always do such a beautiful job with the children and bringing all the fire districts, in to celebrate our local heroes. And that was a really special day. Spent a lot of my time this week doing research and working with John and developing the board item and having critical conversations with Mark Egbert and the city and Jeff and building that together. And so thank you all for supporting that. I look forward to seeing what comes of this and how we move forward with it. I really appreciate it. Attended SACOG meeting this week. Diamond Springs Advisory Committee, sure appreciate the good work they do there. And just want to let anyone that's listening that there is a vacancy on the Diamond Springs Advisory Committee. Unfortunately, we're filling Bob Smart's seat. And so their last meeting was March. So this was their first meeting back since March, which is hard to believe. And Bob died this spring. So we're having a call out for that. And so that was basically the gist of my week so far.
District 2.
Meetings, I had meetings with Don Aston, and we had a meeting with Carl Wubin, also Karen Coleman, Rafael Martinez, Joe Harn, Tammy Wallace from Tahoe, the mayor from there. That with her, and then David Livingston, regular meetings and stuff, but also Jody Vathier, the Grizzly Flats CSD water, the water situation and stuff. And I've been working really hard on that, especially with the OC, with Troy. We got some trailers up there to be able to support the people that needed potable water. There is no water. They have water to be able to flush toilets, but that's it. So also working with the El Dorado County Food Bank, making sure that we got food, delivered food and water to a lot of the people there. We took two pallets of water, distributed all of it, drinking water to those people, because there's people who are really, really hurting. I have one lady that came to me and she started crying. She held on to me for like 15 minutes. And trust me, I broke down and started crying because it really touched my heart. And she really thanked me for helping them getting food, because people don't have anything. They lost everything in the fire. So they basically have to start over. And there's a lot of people that are on limited incomes, especially like Social Security, and their checks don't come in until later. So it really touches my heart, especially when a lot of people didn't have any fire insurance. So it just devastates me. So we're working really hard with, with Dawn and also McClintock's office and some of the issues and stuff to make sure that we get FEMA to be able to help these people. So I'm really pushing hard on that thing. And also wanted to tell you that I'm working with Randy Rossi and Scott Tilfer and Dan Dreyer. Dan Dreyer was the ex-fire chief that was out there in Pioneer. And we're putting out a foundation, starting a foundation. It's called the Grizzly Flat West Slope Foundation. Money will be coming into that to help those people, especially people that didn't have any fire insurance and stuff, to try to help them along too. So let's just say it's been nonstop. So it's been It's been a great thing. You know, I just reaching out to my community because just like Sue, same thing. She's going through a real tough time too, you know, and Mark's still, I don't think he's home yet. And he got evacuated from Strawberry. So he's 6 hours away in Nevada and he has to come to work. So it's been an impact on him too, just like Sue was too. So anyway, I just want to say that I really care about my constituents and care about this county because I've got a lot of friends here, especially being an old time family member that we are. So anyway, God bless everybody that and all their help and all that they have done for our county, especially the nonprofits and people who reached out with donations and stuff to help and support them. Thank you.
George, where are folks living?
They are, biggest thing is right now, a lot of people are, they're just living at friend's house, moved in. A lot of some of the people that's been burned in the one section are actually living in with the other people that are still have their homes in Grizzly Flats. So there's people that have taken them in. There's just unbelievable. People are scattered. There's people that have collected their insurance and they bought elsewhere. They moved out of state. They're just done. And it's really sad. It really is to see that happen. But you got to understand these people, you know, I mean, especially when you're on a fixed income, especially some of these seniors, they couldn't afford insurance because it's $5,000 to $10,000, you know, per year, which they couldn't afford it. And it's devastating for them when they lose everything. So it's really, really sad. It really is. And there's people that are living in RVs, you know, actually at Four Corners, there's a few people there living there. And there's people pretty much scattered all over is what it is. And it's sad. And we got to do something to help them. And that's what I'm focusing on right now. And I know Sue's doing the same thing, especially in her district.
Okay, thank you, George.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to right after our last board meeting, September 1st, the El Dorado County Supervisors, Lori and I met with the El Dorado Fire Department relative to the possible annexation of rescue. We mentioned that a little bit. On Thursday, September the 2nd, we had our CSAC Virtual Board of Directors meeting, which I attended. And the one thing that I'll emphasize is every county there, when they gave their 1-minute update, said that they've seen a significantly increased stressed public input this year over any other period of time. And there's a lot of talk about recalls and everything else, but people have had it with COVID and then the other factors that get laid over it. So it's not unique to El Dorado County, I guess is what I'm trying to share with you.
Felt a little better after hearing all that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're in
right.
the same boat. Yeah. I'm hearing it too.
So an El Dorado Transit meeting, Transportation Commission meeting, both doing good work. September 7th on a Tuesday, I met with the Placerville Lions Club to deliver a State of the County address, and that was totally different than ones I was delivering in June, because there's so much to change between June and September. It was kind of like reset. Let's go back and go through this, but that was good. And then also on the 7th, Don and I met with the PG&E Vice President on a meet and greet. It was very limited. He only had a half an hour. The gentleman's name is Joe Wilson. And he has experience with the county government. I think it's Plumas County that he had experience with. So he at least understands the processes that counties have to go through for funding and delivery of services and all those things. So I looked at that as a plus, but I'll just comment, everything I'm reading is PG&E is going to have more shutdowns. The Dixie Fire is still being attributed, at least in large measure, to PG&E's failure for vegetation management. And that's causing them, I guess, to slip the power switch a lot sooner than they would normally. So I asked the question, you know, what kind of frequency of PSPSs could we expect in El Dorado County? They couldn't give us an answer, but I think the answer they were really giving us was probably substantially more than last year. So be prepared, I guess, is the answer. Have your backup battery systems with your solar, have your generator ready to go, your fuel available, you know, whatever it is, plan ahead, because we're getting into that season now and it will happen. It's just when and where, right? So, and then I had my first monthly meeting with Jeff Warren, talk about environmental management stuff. That was good. Wednesday, September the 8th, we had the El Dorado Hills Costco Commercial Center scoping meeting, and that was conducted by our planning and building department. I thought they did a good job. I think there could have been a little bit different presentation style. People want to be there in person, and which is the way we had it before. This was an all remote type of Zoom meeting, and people didn't like that as much, but clearly there's still some opposition to that EDH 52 Costco proposal. But I don't think it's new opposition from what we've heard in the past. So doesn't seem to be growing, at least from what I sense, but it may before it really gets into the draft EIR phase, which is what we're taking on now with that scoping meeting. So Thursday the 9th, we had a Phoenix executive meeting, one of the first ones we've had in a long time. And I think we're making good progress. I guess the basic report there is the establishment of the Phoenix leadership team to work together across the departments. That's been fully staffed. I think everybody now is 100%, and it seems to be paying significant dividends to the extent that our lead just got promoted within our organization, which you probably always know about. So changes are happening there, but we're still working the Phoenix stuff really hard. I had on the same day, the 9th, my grand jury meet and greet. That was good to see the members of the grand jury again. Obviously, they check turnover. A lot of them turn over. Some of them are the same year to year, but they do have a new board chair since the previous chair unfortunately passed away. And so that handoff happened. Friday the 10th, we had our special board meeting. The board knows all that. All day meeting. It was planned till 1 o'clock, but we got through it. And then Monday the 13th, I held my monthly El Dorado Community Council meeting. We had Pioneer there as the guest speaker to talk about the new implementation of the Pioneer Energy Electric Source part of it, answer questions. I thought that went really well. And we'll have more of those obviously as we approach the January 1st, 2022 implementation, where members of the community, with the exception of the Western Slope, basically can do are part of Pioneer, can decide to opt out and stay with PG&E, or to stay the course with no response necessary and become part of Pioneer for the electrical power source. And they can influence somewhat PG&E's efforts to isolate us from PSPS events. They can look at microgridding. They've done a lot of lobbying and emphasis, and that's really done through the Cal State CCA, the coalition, so to speak, that's been able to apply, pressure on PG&E to step up and do the right things. And we're starting to see some of that. I think that's been helpful. Yeah. And then the following evening, Tuesday the 14th, the Pioneer also held an El Dorado's community meeting down in our senior center, which the senior center, the front part of the building is operated by El Dorado's Community Services District. The back, what used to be our senior daycare. So the front was where the meeting was held, and it was, I think there was about 6 people there in person and about 15 on Zoom. So not a huge turnout, but to me, that was an indication that either people weren't prepared to hear about it or they were good with the direction we were going. Wednesday the 15th, I met with Raphael for our monthly meeting. Those are always very helpful to understand what we're looking at with the roads and maintenance, as well as capital improvements. On Thursday the 16th, we met with the superintendent of the Buckeye Union School District. This was in relationship to the Oak Meadow school situation, where a lot of the parents down there have had complaints about not being able to get in and out of the school right now. And then with Costco EDH 52 coming, that's going to complicate things. And DOT, to their credit, came up with a suggested solution for some of that, a proposed entry off of Country Club Drive, which is the roadway that we know Costco is going to pay for putting part of that in right off of Silver Valley Parkway. And then the back part of it, Parker Development Company is expected to do a portion of that road up to basically a barricade at the end of their project. But we're looking at a way of coming off a Country Club and creating a stacking distance for the parents to drop their kids off, so they're not lined up on the side of the roadway and blocking the school. But it takes cooperation from multiple, well, 2 landowners, one's Socopolis and one is Parker, to get them to participate in the application of what we're talking about. And so we'll see how that all develops. But I think the school board president was there. I think he listened very intently, as did the staff. And so we'll see what the school district comes back with. They had proposed using that same piece, 2 pieces of property actually, to create a parking lot and a walkway up for parents to come in and park, drop, then go up and drop the kids off at school, come back down. And they clearly identified the fact they need more parking space. And that's not to say we couldn't provide, if all this goes forward, some parking space combined with this stacking drop-off lane that would take the traffic off of Silver Valley Parkway going into the school and basically take it off of Country Club Drive with enough stacking distance, you can get everybody off the roadway. And that's the advantage of what they've got. So we're trying to get creative and trying to get out in front of some of these things and address that traffic, transportation, circulation problem that we all have around schools, right? Wherever there's a school, we have an issue with traffic flow, at least during the
Yeah.
peak demand in school periods, right?
Pick up and drop off. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's always hard.
It's part of
Always
school.
hard.
Right. And Silver Valley Parkway has 4 schools within 2 months. So
Yep.
it's a compounding effect that happens right in that section. So those were my comments. So any go backs?
Yeah, I want to just say
Yeah.
a couple of things, and I want to thank the EOC for all the hard work they have done. Because I don't think they get the recognition that they need to do, get, because Troy did a great job. He really did. And he was very, very official, and we talked a lot. And he said he never had a board of supervisor talk to him as much as I. So I thought that was a compliment, I guess. I don't know if it was or not, but anyway, also I want to thank Don for asking that tough question to the President of the United States.
Yeah.
What is he going to do to take care of the people that have lost their homes that had no insurance? And the president said that he was going to do that. He will take care of them. So thank you, Don, for asking that question. I appreciate that.
I just have one quick thing, not as impressive as that.
You can't
But
beat
I know,
that.
but I did, I was at the Cops and Rodders show. It's a fundraiser. And I ran into John Tibbles, who used to do our video back there. And I just wanted to tell everybody that I told him that the boardroom's open again, and I ran over and I actually took a photo with him and stuff, and I sent it to Kim. And so it was just really good to see him, and he misses everyone and said hi. So I hope he does.
Nice.
He's on a scooter. He was going 90 miles an hour. I had to run to catch up to him. But anyway, I wanted that photo with him and stuff. And I did ask him to come say hi. So I hope he does. So I thought that was really cool. And you guys would appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, CAO update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last few weeks have been obviously extremely busy. I just want the board to be aware your staff are all in on this Caldor fire recovery efforts. Most of the past 2 weeks has been setting up our structure and our processes of how it should work. And it is being operated out of the EOC and plans to continue to be. It's under unified command between myself and the sheriff. My point person is Carla, and his point person is Sergeant Moki Awe. They were up in Butte County yesterday, talking to their Office of Emergency Management, trying to learn from past mistakes and figure out how we're going to get through this. But all of your departments are very committed, and you should be proud of that. Last Sunday night, or Monday morning, I woke up to an email from the White House inviting me to a briefing / press conference with the president and the governor. I think I spoke to most of you about it. They invited myself and the sheriff. The sheriff did have a commitment to attend the memorial service for the police officer who was tragically killed in the car accident, coming to help us. Honestly, I thought I was going to be what they call a prop and just stand there. And 15 minutes before it started, they asked me to say something on behalf of the county. So I hope I represented you all well. I did the best I could. And then later that week, the sheriff again was tied up with something. I was able to take his seat on a helicopter tour of the entire burn area from Grizzly Flat all the way up into Tahoe. I'm going to try to see if we can get an opportunity for each of you to go up if you're interested. Because you're not. Okay.
I'll go. Yeah,
I'm in.
I'll go.
It's a completely different perspective when you're looking at Grizzly Flat from the helicopter than you are driving around on the street. And
You can do it from a drone too. I mean, you got a drone up
There you
there.
go. Yeah.
You get 1,000 feet, you can see a lot.
I'll
you
take
know?
video for you.
so we'll see what we can do in that regard. On another note, this is, there's a lot going on in the county and timelines we have to meet. We haven't forgotten about redistricting. This Friday, a press release will be going out, and the team will be making, I believe it's 4 maps, Dave, that are for public review. And on the application, and then the public can start commenting on those and making their own changes. But I just wanted to give you a heads up so you're not blindsided when we see that press release on Friday. And that is another area we are ahead of most counties in doing it and managing, thanks to Jennifer in my office and Dave and Jose and Bill O'Neill and Brian Fraser and the whole team involved. We're doing very well with that. It's the maps, don't freak out when you see them. Some of them I did when I saw a couple of them, but they're drafts, and it starts the real conversation.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of input received on the community areas of interest.
Hard time.
just wasn't. I think this is going to
This
attract
is-
some attention.
Oh, yeah.
Get everybody's attention, yeah. You gotta have something laid out and then you can comment on it,
Right.
right? So,
Yep.
yeah.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, very good. So before I give the preamble on the closed session, I'd just like to basically share with you that number 45, which is David's personal performance review, I asked that to be continued because I did not get the information on all of the summary, everything else into a confidential document that we could distribute ahead of time. So that was a failing on my part in working, with the county and stuff. So I've got that put together. David is reviewing it. We're going to move it to the 28th just because it's a better presentation if people have that information available ahead of time, and we just didn't get it into that confidential delivery to the supervisor. So we'll make that happen and then have that meeting next week. So with that, I'm going to read the announcement for closed session. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 41 through, actually it's 41, 42, and 44. As specified on the agenda, anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning items 41, 42, or 44 may do so at this time. So do you see anybody, Kim? Oh, we do have one. Okay.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participant, Sue.
Oh.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Since I am on the closed session item, and I think I'm in, that was where we were aligned with the county, Sabre County, and the county participated that as a unit. Will we have any connection with the county on this issue? I mean, will there be any communication with Sabre County on what's going on with that item? I think it's 42. My screen went down and I can't find the agenda right now.
I don't know if David, you want to comment on it? I don't know how to comment on that. So
Ms. Taylor, you can certainly reach out to my office if you wanted to discuss further. But as far as I don't think you're requesting participation in the closed session, but to the extent you are, obviously that would be inappropriate. But yeah, feel free to reach out to my office if you'd like to talk.
So I can talk to you regarding that case then?
Certainly.
Okay.
yeah, and that is item 42. I just confirmed it, Sue. So thanks for that input. Okay, any other public comment?
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so David, do you expect any of this to come for Kim's purposes? Are we going to be able to adjourn the meeting in closed session?
I expect so. I don't anticipate any reports out.
All right, good to go. So I think we can close up shop here and let's give everybody what, a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
5-minute break, and we'll meet about 5:25 for closed session. That's 7 minutes. 4:25, excuse me.